Heavenly Country's terrifying ancient freak was known as one of the most dangerous individuals. He traveled in the darkness, and with the killing sword that dripped blood in hand, he could assassinate anyone under the sky. However, now he encountered a great disaster. He released a low roar, activating Heavenly Country's secret method. His entire body flourished with bloody light to stop the incoming force, trying to defend himself. However, Xianxia's strike contained 2 strands of immortal energy, so the damage it produced was unimaginable, simply unstoppable as it swept over. His feet weren't the only things that were shattered. It now spread to his knees. With a bow sound, his kneecaps came off, cracks now extremely concentrated as they continued to rush upwards. Inch by inch, everything was happening just too quickly with no time to react. Heavenly Country's king already lost both of his legs. This type of scene was incomparably terrifying. A blast of bloody mist wafted outwards, carrying an ice-cold bloody scent. The supreme being who assassinated from the darkness roared, revealing his true appearance. An indistinct figure took form from the void. His long hair was blood-red just like his killing sword. He used all of his power, activating his strand of immortal energy to defend himself, wishing to protect his flesh. However, that strand of immortal energy collapsed, quickly scattering, once again returning to his upper body, simply unable to stop those 2 strands of immortal energy. There was a large disparity in power between them. Pooh! His thighs began to shatter inch by inch Oswell, turning into bloody mist. Scarlet multicolored light shot out. This was blood essence which possessed powerful divine force. Yet right now, it could only scatter. Heavenly Country's king was like a fiend, his eyes silver, from time to time releasing blood radiance. Within his eyes, bones were piled up like mountains and rivers of blood flowed everywhere. He didn't have a choice. When faced with Xianxia's powerful attack, he couldn't defend against it. Right now, his gaze was ice-cold and ruthless. With a raise of his hand, a chi sound could be heard. His palm that was surrounded by his own strand of immortal energy hacked down. Bloody light splashed outwards, dyeing the void red. The events here were extremely terrifying. Not only did he act viciously against his enemies, he was similarly fierce towards himself. The arm that was surrounded by immortal energy was like a killing sword, incomparably sharp. He removed his own legs, stopping his flesh from worsening. "You really are quite decisive," Xianxia calmly said. He took a step outwards. Within the mountains, thunderous sounds could be heard, winds and clouds stirring about. He attacked again. Heavenly Country's king quickly retreated. He only had half his body left, his head of dark red hair drifting about, pupils cold like ice and snow. He didn't say anything. Only now did everyone wake up from their shock. The intense battle just now happened too quickly, incomparably astonishing. They couldn't even react in time. Heavens! A supreme being assassin actually fell to this state, having half of his body cut off, his flesh damaged. Everyone was stupefied. The Heavenly Country's king that was known to be able to assassinate all geniuses under the sky lost half his body. His situation didn't look good. This assassin supreme being, even though he wasn't a match for his opponent, should still be able to hide in the darkness and launch hidden attacks. He never suffered a loss, yet today he took on such serious injuries. "Where will you be able to retreat to?" Xianxia said. He looked like he was calmly walking, but in his surrounding, there was a stars moving, time freezing sensation. Natural laws surrounded this place. His body shone, mysterious and extraordinary as he quickly closed in on the assassin supreme being. Suddenly, he released a muffled groan. Blood flowed out from his heart area, and this was true for the space between his brows as well. He was already seriously injured while trying to break through, his body broken up into pieces. Meanwhile, when his primordial spirit left his body, he even more so suffered from Heavenly Country King and Jundao's attacks. The space between his brows was pierced through, his heart even more so shattered. If it was a normal person, their skull would have been pierced through, their souls erased, definitely dying an early death. Just now, Hao's soul left his body, and now it returned. There was no worry for his life, but the various hidden injuries in his body still flared out at this moment. His flesh was already broken apart before in his isolation cultivation, pieced together by 2 strands of immortal energy, and only then did it not collapse. Now all different areas were dripping out blood, about to break apart. Of course, the most serious was his heart. That place was empty, with no heart, only fragments. He had to use magical force to move his body. His powerful heart wasn't there, so he had to rely on natural laws to extract power from his blood. For his body, this was a tremendous burden. Primordial spirit was hope, able to transcend, but the flesh was the base. No matter how powerful one became, it was still inseparable. Pooh! From his heart area, an arrow of blood shot out, rushing several zhang into the distance, difficult to seal up. Now is the time. Take action, Heavenly Country's king shouted. He was always cool-headed. Even after losing his legs, he didn't feel despair, precisely waiting for an opportunity. Everyone became shocked. Even though Hao was injured, that flesh covered in cracks like cracked chinaware, from time to time releasing sounds of fracturing, his fighting prowess still existed. Not far out, ancient holy child responded. He had been chanting scriptures this entire time, and at this moment, the scripture sounds became even greater, forming streak after streak of light as they rushed at Hao. The scripture sounds moved heaven and earth, the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture displaying its might. Everything shone brilliantly, golden words covering the void, sealing Hao's area. Ha-ha! Hao laughed coldly. Even though his body state was terrible to the extreme, he still didn't feel fear. His fist blasted outwards, scattering the scriptures. He charged at Heavenly Country's terrifying ancient freak. Suppress! An expanse of killing light surged. Heavenly Country's king roared, activating a secret treasure. That was a white bone fan that carried a baleful aura. There was also endless soul force that suppressed outwards. He only had half of his body left, currently forced into a dire state. Huang was too terrifying, tearing through everything before him like rotten weeds. Nothing could stop him. He used the most powerful methods. This white bone fan was an extremely powerful secret treasure. It had previously been immersed in the blood of countless creatures, and even more so had countless life souls refined into it. Right now it moved, making heaven and earth split apart. Ghosts weep and deities howl. Pong! This mountain was blasted apart. Even though there were ruined formations inside the mountain belly, right now they all exploded, the mountain body collapsing. In that instant, rubble rushed into the clouds, enormous rocks tumbling about. There was smoke and dust everywhere. These mountain range depths were in great chaos. All types of divine birds and vicious beasts watched from afar. The white bone fan carried Heavenly Country's most powerful imprint. Symbols flooded outwards, crushing downwards, aiming its power at Hao. Behind him, corpses were like mountains, bloody rivers several thousand in streaks, vast and boundless, crushing down together with the white bone fan, locking down Hao from all sides. You still aren't taking action? How much longer are you going to wait? Heavenly Country's king shouted. At this moment, those who followed woke up. All types of precious artifacts were activated, and then countless symbols covered the air densely, all of them sweeping over like a great storm, wreaking havoc in this ruined mountain range. Pong! A tremendous explosion erupted. Those were the collision of symbols, the clash of precious techniques, resonating with each other. Even though Hao's physical body was cracking apart, dripping with blood, he was like an unchained vicious dragon, tearing through everything before it. He leapt into the air, and then a precious technique flew out. The symbols in all sides became dim. Heaven Calamity Light precious technique and the Lightning Emperor's secret technique merged together, forming resplendent radiance, sweeping through all enemies. Pooh! Bloody light surged. The corpses of experts fell one after another, expressions of horror frozen on their faces before death. It was too late for regrets. Even though Huang was seriously injured and close to death, he still wasn't someone they could shake. In the blink of an eye, 50 to 60 people lost their lives. Kacha, with an immortal sword in hand, swept outwards, hacking apart the bloody light, suppressing the mountain of corpses the white-boned fan brought over. Chi, the everlasting immortal sword left his hand, descending from the sky as it suppressed the mountain of corpses and rivers of blood, making that area completely collapse. At the same time, Hao's true body arrived, his hands forming an imprint. 2 strands of immortal energy wrapped around his 10 fingers, slapping outwards, all of them landing on the white-bone fan. In that instant, all of the souls cried out in anguish, heaven overflowing blood energy collapsing and disappearing. Kacha. Cracks appeared on the white-bone fan. This was a super-powerful divine magical artifact. The fact that one could even bring it into immortal ancient from the 3,000 provinces could be said to be the limit of what was allowed. However, it was still destroyed, not destroyed by the everlasting immortal sword, but rather Hao's 2 coiling strands of immortal energy magical imprint. Where are you trying to run to now? Hao said coldly, staring at the assassin leader. At the same time, he slowly released a fist. Silently, vaguely, one could see time fragments. That was the Reincarnation fist. After experiencing the Tenjiang private room and black prison not long ago, it completed a transformation. Reincarnation not only contained the process of aging, but also had fragments of time dancing about. It was exceptionally dazzling and resplendent. The assassin boss did everything he could to ignite himself, resisting Hao's surpassing precious technique. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. He was struck by the fist, his own precious technique scattering, completely exploding. Meanwhile, the upper half of his body that remained began to crack apart, breaking into pieces. And Hao was surprised. He saw a blurry gate appear. The assassin leader's flesh fragments and primordial spirit all wished to rush inside. Mirror lens space, divine gate open, that primordial spirit chanted incantations. One could vaguely see that he was going to take form on the other side, wishing to take form inside the mirror surface, thus disappear from his original spot. Targeting me again and again. Yet you still want to run. Today you will forever stay behind, Hao said. He still released a fist. The fragments of time flew about, and with a hong sound, that mirror surface was smashed apart. At the same time, the assassin leader's body and primordial spirit shattered, wishing to escape as 10,000 streaks of flowing light. Wang! Hao's hands formed an imprint, producing a heaven and earth furnace. This was a method he used while cultivating in seclusion. It was originally used to refine himself, but now it sealed up the enemy leader. Refine! Pong! In that instant, he used powerful magic force to turn the cold-blooded supreme being into ashes. The world furnace disappeared. Large amounts of blood sprayed out from Hao's mouth. The injuries on his body became greater and greater, with some parts about to leave his body, for example, his arms and other locations. The 2 strands of immortal energy shone, forcefully wrapping around him. In addition, it plugged up his heart and the space between his brows, not allowing his blood energy to deteriorate, as well as piecing his body together. There's still you. Even though he had such serious injuries, he still didn't back off. He pressed forward to face Ancient Holy Child. Ancient Holy Child didn't leave either, because he knew that now that he had been targeted by Hao, there was no way they could still be on friendly terms. Scripture sounds shook the skies. Divine flames burned. This tattered mountain region immediately erupted. Ancient Holy Child shone, scriptures sounding from his mouth, summoning the war spirits from between the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hong! An enormous sound erupted. Indistinct figures took form one after another, merging into his own body, becoming one with him. His aura immediately flourished to the peak. 9 heavens 10th earth scripture was deep and profound. This was a type of practical form of enlightenment, as well as the one that Ancient Holy Child was most proficient in. Pong! Hao faced off against him, from time to time fighting against the heroic soul remnants of the world. There were specks of light everywhere. Heroic souls roared, the heavens rolling and earth moving, the world illuminated. It was all killing light, all battle energy. Xianxia had injuries, so he couldn't use all of his power, or else his flesh would quickly break apart. With a flick of his fingers, the stalk of grass sword intent appeared. Flowing light appeared everywhere, all of its sword radiance, unstoppable as they shot towards Ancient Holy Child. Dang! The sound was astonishing. Ancient Holy Child smashed his fist against the sword radiance, unexpectedly producing a metallic sound. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He suddenly remembered that this person had previously soaked in a mysterious precious liquid. There was chaotic energy inside of that pond that was deep and immeasurable, able to make the body sturdy and undecaying. Previously, even that battle pet of Ancient Holy Child, the gold-marked white tiger's claws, were ridiculously powerful. Meanwhile, this Ancient Holy Child's entire body had soaked in that precious liquid before, so it was naturally extremely unusual. "I don't have time to waste," Xianxia said softly. His body's condition was terrible, more and more cracks appearing. Chi! He produced the everlasting immortal sword. 2 strands of immortal energy curled around it. The radiance it released exceptional, like sky-shocking rainbows as they shot forward. Pooh! Even though he had soaked in the mysterious precious liquid, making Ancient Holy Child's body powerful to no end, it was still too difficult for him to defend himself. A terrifying injury was still torn open, blood flowing everywhere. "Kill!" Xianxia shouted. In this intense confrontation, he operated all types of precious techniques. The sword core shone, breaking through all of the opponent's defenses, piercing through the space between his brows. Blood blossomed, incredibly cold and glaring. It was that easy. Those watching from the distance all felt their scalps turn numb. Even Ancient Holy Child was going to fall? 3 great kings were killed in one day. It was too shocking. And Xianxia was shocked. The sword core was like a rainbow, brilliant light rushing out, covering the sun and moon, shining with incomparable magnificence. At that moment, it was as if it was cutting through rotten weeds, piercing straight through the space between Ancient Holy Child's brows. Blood splashed outwards, yet it didn't come out from the back of his head. What was going on? The others were also shocked. Everyone watched carefully. All of them were stunned. Even though there was blood at the center of Ancient Holy Child's brows, there was actually a gate opened that was incomparably holy. Strand after strand of chaotic energy flowed outwards, shining with great brilliance like an ancient cavern, swallowing that sword core inside. The spectators couldn't help but feel shocked. What kind of divine ability was this? To open up the space between the brows and form a gate, even able to swallow such a sharp sword core, it was inconceivable. At this moment, everyone's evaluation of Ancient Holy Child immediately changed. This person was formidable. Everyone finally realized that all ancient freaks were exceptional in their own way, or else how could they have reigned supreme over an era, ruling over a period of time? 9 heavens, 10th earth, God and devil fusion. Obliterate! Ancient Holy Child shouted loudly. Right now, his eyes also became blood red. Enormous figures swooped over from between heaven and earth, merging with his flesh. These were heroic spirits, the ruined souls left behind from the past after dying in battle. Hong! This strike made heaven and earth collapse, sand fly and stones move, deities weep and devils howl. It was too strange. A wave of sinister wind swept through this mountain range. Hundreds of thousands of gene of enormous rocks moved in the air like leaves, smashing the void until it rumbled. The clouds in the air were all scattered. Pong! Xianxia exchanged a fist with him. His body experienced sharp pain because there were too many injuries, long split into pieces. Forcefully exchanging blows like this was not favorable for him. Ancient Holy Child's body shone. Wisps of chaotic energy seeped out from his pores. This was the result of soaking his flesh in the mysterious precious liquid, making it sturdy and undecaying. His greatest fear was the everlasting immortal sword, and now it had been temporarily absorbed and sealed up, allowing him to release a breath of relief. Between heaven and earth, lightning interweaved. Those were 2 people exchanging fists, fighting with their flesh. After heroic war spirits joined in, ghosts wept and deities howled, sinister winds whistling about. Many mountain peaks were pulled up from the ground, blown high into the air before exploding. This type of scene was extremely terrifying. Pong! It was another strike. Shurehao's entire body was covered in blood, and there was also blood shooting out from his previous injuries. Could it be that ancient holy child was going to make a comeback and kill Huang? The ones that were originally fleeing stopped. They watched from the distance, waiting for the result. Ancient holy child ignited his divine force, allowing himself to reach the greatest speed, forcing Shureha to fight against him with his flesh. He saw that the other party's flesh shell was covered in cracks, so this was the best opportunity. Shurehao's entire body was covered in blood. He admitted that his current state was indeed terrible to the extreme, not favorable for an intense battle. However, these people joined forces to ambush and kill him, so if he didn't eradicate them and allowed them to leave, it was unknown when he'll get another chance to kill them. This time, he cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, so Immortal Ancient was definitely going to be shaken up. Many experts in these little worlds would know about it, and his enemies would most likely go into hiding. Reincarnation. Shureha released a shout. When he activated this precious technique, there were no divine force fluctuations, nor were there any symbols, only an ordinary fist. At first, there was no destructive power, and even the fragments of time vanished. There was only a fist that pushed forward. Ancient holy child was shocked, waves of chilliness stirring within his heart. He quickly moved out of the way. Wang! Suddenly, Shurehao's fist shone, erupting outwards. It still wasn't divine force, but rather divine chains of order. They released Walala sounds, shooting out from his fist. Ding Chung! Several dozen divine chains landed on ancient holy child's body while carrying the power of time. They didn't enter the body that was swirling with primal chaos, but rather wrapped around him. Break for me! Ancient holy child shouted. He felt like the situation was becoming extremely unfavorable. However, these dozens of divine chains didn't break. They were extremely sturdy, sparkling and shining, and they were becoming more and more tight, about to enter his flesh. Not good! Ancient holy child released a large cry. This divine chain couldn't do anything to his physical body, but a mysterious natural law was used on his body, frantically attacking him. The surface of his body was sturdy and undecaying, comparable to the unbreakable golden body. However, his inner organs and other parts did not obtain the nourishment of the precious liquid, unable to block the natural law's power that seeped into his body. Why can't I defend against it? Ancient holy child was shocked. Those divine chains of order seemed to have entered his body, impossible to defend against. Immortal energy. Soon after, he realized why. Those 2 strands of immortal energy merged into the divine chains of order. They carried profound mysteries, able to pass through the exterior and enter his body. No! Ancient holy child cried out loudly. He chanted the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture to quickly stop it, and then he activated his own strand of immortal energy to drive out the power within his body. Wang! His body trembled, and then it quickly aged. The reincarnation power displayed its effects. It's useless. Earlier, you summoned my soul, guiding it back from the dark void. So for me, your flesh is like a lantern, and that is true even now. The immortal energy resonates with you, so you cannot stop it, Shureha said. In that instant, ancient holy child seemed to have aged several thousand, tens of thousands of years. He was restricted by the reincarnation divine chains, his body's mobility quickly declining. The most terrifying thing was that the gate between his brows became unstable, starting to shake. Pooh! The everlasting immortal sword rushed out, and then it circled around, hacking down viciously. Bloody light surged, creating a scarlet-red expanse. Large amounts of blood scattered down. A human head was removed. The primordial spirit was chopped through. In the void, all types of scripture sounds disappeared. This place immediately became quiet. Ancient holy child's fragmented primordial spirit wanted to run, but Shureha didn't give it the chance. With a raise of his hand, A divine chain of order shot out, sealing up the void. Under PU sounds, all of the specks of light were erased. In the original place, only a strand of immortal energy remained. With a wave of his hand, it moved over. Sure how second strand of immortal energy shone, starting to refine the other party's faint white energy, absorbing its essence to use it for itself. What about heavenly country's strand of immortal energy? Sure how frowned. Could it have been refined by the world furnace? As a result, ancient holy child, Jun Dao, and heavenly country's ancient king were completely destroyed, all of his powerful enemies falling in one go. Sure how stood in his original place. He suddenly sensed something. He stared into the distant sky. In the distant mountains, a tall and slender figure appeared that was surrounded by faint mists, elegant and aloof like an immortal. That was a young man whose skin was like jade. There was a type of aura like that of an immortal in a mortal world, untainted by anything mundane, transcending this world. He wore black clothes, in his hands a jade flute. His clothes fluttered about, his body carrying weak light. Even his hair was sparkling, calm and aloof as he quietly stood there. It was that male, but right now, he appeared extremely otherworldly, giving others an unforgettable memory. Sure how's pupils contracted. He recognized this person because the impression this person left him was too deep. This was the mysterious individual who cultivated in seclusion within the vicious nest. He had previously trapped countless geniuses, among them including ancient freaks. Based on the clues Dragon Girl discovered at the vicious nest, this person should have entered Immortal Ancient at least 6 or 7 times, each time cultivating in isolation within the vicious nest. From what they currently knew, this transcendent male should be the first or second most powerful in Immortal Ancient, one of the first experts to cultivate immortal energy. Back then, if not out of restraining fear towards Dragon Girl's pair of dragon horns and Chong Gongyen's mysterious ancient bow, it was possible that not a single one of them would be able to leave the vicious nest. All of them would have been forced to stay behind. Right now, he unexpectedly appeared. This person had long cultivated his first strand of immortal energy, yet he never displayed any activity. Later on, he guided over geniuses on a large scale, arranging a trap that killed more than 200,000 creatures, all for the sake of cultivation. This made others seriously doubt if he did this for the sake of producing a second strand of immortal energy. This person's Tao was extremely special, using the blood of the crowd and symbol light of creatures of all clans to refine himself, using this to transcend. This person, sure how trembled inwardly. He stared into the distance. There was a great distance between them, so he wasn't sure just how powerful this person was now. He was impossible to measure. Was this otherworldly, immortal-like young man going to take action? And, suddenly, Sure How was shocked. In another direction, a figure appeared on a massive mountain, unknown as to when this individual appeared. This person was extremely indistinct and hazy as he stood there, wrapped within chaotic energy, as if he was going to transcend this world. Who was this person? Sure How wasn't the only one who was shocked. Everyone else, including the natives, trembled inwardly, a mysterious feeling sweeping over them. They could tell instinctively that this was definitely an extremely powerful person. Right at this moment, the male that came from the vicious nest held the jade flute horizontally against his lips, black clothes fluttering about as he played a slow and drawn-out melody, as if immortal sound was echoing through the mountains, purifying the small worlds. Silver symbols jumped out one after another, drifting from the flute's openings into the distant mountains. It was as if it had life, making others feel intoxicated. The flute sounds were like water, forming silver-colored ripples as they moved towards the distant individual surrounded by chaotic energy. They formed a pleasant-sounding immortal melody, the entire world starting to produce overflowing brilliant colors. At this moment, 10,000 flowers bloomed, plants produced buds, 100 birds danced about elegantly. The scene was extremely astonishing. Wang! The void trembled. On the mountain, at the side of the individual surrounded by chaotic energy appeared an indistinct little tree. With a gentle shake, all of the sound symbols that moved over were blocked. 10 Crown King. At this moment, Hao wasn't the only one that was moved. Everyone else was shocked as well. They immediately guessed his identity. It was because there were rumors everywhere that he obtained an immortal Dao tree, planting it within his body. Heavens! Even these two people came. Did Huang's successful cultivation of 2 strands of immortal energy startle them? Everyone was shaken up. If they were talking about strength, these two might take the top, first and second spot, definitely ranked at the very forefront. They were all the most powerful individuals. The flute sounds stopped. The two of them restrained themselves after some slight contact. Everyone became incredibly shocked. What kind of background did the male who held the jade flute have? Even 10 Crown Kings seemed to feel some restraining fear. Wang! In the distance, holy light flashed, dragon patterns covering everything. A sky diagram moved through the air. Another person arrived while standing on an ancient scroll, arriving as if he was walking over 10,000 li of mountains and rivers. This painting scroll had mountains, rivers, and starry streams, an incomparably magnificent item. His snow-colored clothes were pure, silver hair scattering down to his waist. His appearance was more beautiful than that of women's, an exceptionally beautiful man, extremely holy and exceptionally perfect. 6 Crown King, Ning Chuan. Hao's eyelid jumped. This was an enemy, an extremely terrifying individual. Ning Chuan's strength was unimaginable. There were irregular scenes from his birth. His forehead produced dragon patterns, on his back a heavenly diagram. The night sky had previously been illuminated, leaving that era greatly shaken. Even though one of his spiritual bodies had been killed, it didn't tarnish his reputation. This was especially true as Huang's name became greater and greater, as more and more people didn't regard that as humiliation. After all, back then he only moved one spiritual body, yet he left Stone Clan's 3 brothers shocked, only killed after all 3 joined hands. And there are still others. Everyone was shocked. Apart from the 3 great experts, there were others that appeared in the distance. They are ancient freaks. What is going on? They unexpectedly all hurried over. Someone recognized these people, feeling extremely shocked. The mountain range was vast, the great heavenly mountains stretching across the earth one after another. However, this battlefield region was in complete tatters. Everyone backed up, not knowing why all of these ancient freaks showed up. Did they all hurry here for Huang? Hao carried the everlasting immortal sword and took a few steps back, occupying a favorable position. Only his current state was extremely bad, not in a good state to engage in battle at all. Moreover, his heart rate sped up a bit. He always felt like it was extremely dangerous, as if he had been targeted by some creature. He didn't dare rashly move about. 1, 2, 3. Someone counted the number of people here, and then he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. There were at least 8 or 9 ancient freaks, and right now they all appeared in this mountain range. This was definitely a huge matter. There are still people hurrying over. What happened? Everyone was incredibly shocked. Could it be that because Huang cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, his accomplishments shook up all of Immortal Ancient, drawing everyone's attention? However, news still haven't gotten out, so did these people really find out ahead of time, and then travel here in this short amount of time? There is definitely something we don't understand that happened. Someone said with a soft voice, not believing that all of these experts came to deal with Huang. The immortal-like flute playing male from the vicious nest, 10 Crown King who was surrounded by chaotic energy, Ning Chuan who stepped on a diagram of mountains and rivers. These individuals were the focal point of everyone's attention. 3 great experts. The appearance of any one of them would trigger a huge commotion. Ning Chuan's silver hair fell like starry streams, scattering over his chest and back. On his perfect face, his eyes were extremely clear. He was currently staring at Hao in this direction. A battle would inevitably erupt between these two. This was the first time their true bodies faced each other. They encountered each other here. Only Hao's state was extremely terrible, not a good time to fight with all he had. The situation was definitely not good. Wang! Suddenly, Hao felt as if the void trembled. Strange fluctuations spread. When he had fought against ancient holy child earlier, he felt something similar, but he never paid too much attention to it. Now he revealed a look of surprise. "It is in that direction," someone said with shock, pointing to the west. In reality, as soon as someone spoke, 10 Crown King and the others already disappeared, quickly leaving. Hong! The void was split apart, and then an enormous palace smashed out. The surroundings were covered densely in black cracks that extended outwards. This was a mysterious ancient palace that released a holy aura. There were wisps of immortal mists accompanying it, making it look solemn and dignified, its tiles golden-colored. Only, it looked a bit indistinct, not completely taking form, as if it was buried in the void. The enormous pillars, enormous palace halls, golden tiles, and all the other parts of it formed an extremely magnificent structure. This seemed to be an immortal palace that carried immortal Tao energy. The otherworldly male who carried the jade flute in his hand, 10 Crown King, and the others rushed at it, following behind into this small world. The golden Tao palace appeared. Could this mean that the immortal Tao arena is going to appear soon? Someone said with shock, finally understanding what was happening. Golden Tao Palace, normally speaking, would always appear around the time that Unmatched Arena appeared. As long as it truly appeared, that meant that Immortal Ancient's greatest battle was about to start. The Golden Tao Palace would accompany that arena, the two seemingly connected. One appeared after the other, so the arena was likely not too far away. In the past, there were people who entered this enormous palace before, obtaining mysterious natural luck, and then used it to create an undying great sect in the outside world. It still hasn't truly formed, but it is coming soon, the soonest half a year, latest around 10. It's likely that once it truly leaves the void belt, Immortal Ancient's struggle for supremacy will then commence. Someone said with a sigh. Everyone knew that the great decisive battle will happen on a mysterious arena, and only the ultimate victor will be brought out to acquire the final great luck. Sure Hao revealed a look of surprise. He never expected the disturbance to arise because of this Golden Tao Palace. This palace is extremely mysterious, from time to time releasing auspicious multicolored light and releasing ancient treasures, its power unimaginably great. Even though it didn't truly appear, there would still be ancient treasures that would fall out from time to time. It was strange and mysterious. The ancient freaks clearly came because of this palace. Suddenly, a long and drawn-out flute melody played. The aloof male from the vicious nest played his pure white-bone flute, the melody cheerful and light-hearted, resonating with that Golden Tao Palace. He was going to break in. Chi. Next to 10 Crown King, a small tree appeared hazily within chaotic energy. With a light sway, an expanse of multicolored light scattered out, flying towards the Golden Ancient Palace. There were others who took action. They weren't attacking, but rather testing things out, trying to feel this palace out. They already took action, starting to seize the treasures. At this moment, there were others that hurried over. When they saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. They chased after this Golden Ancient Palace, along the way successively passing through 6 or 7 little worlds. Each time, it would stop for a period of time, drawing the attention of more people. Chong Gongyen, you came as well. What exactly is going on? Sure Hao saw someone familiar and sent a message over. This is a Tao palace from the last great era, within it inheritances, but even more so immortal ancient great era's weapons. Everyone is working hard to seize them, Chong Gongyen said. When he saw Sure Hao's injuries and his body covered in blood, he was shocked. Chi. Suddenly, a resplendent sphere of light appeared, unexpectedly directly rushing towards the Golden Ancient Palace like a streak of a rainbow. At this moment, regardless of whether it was 10 Crown King or the male from the vicious nest, they all opened their martial Tao heavenly eyes, revealing strange expressions. This was the first time their faces changed. Then they decisively took action, rushing forward together. Heavens! Who is that rushing towards the Golden Tao Palace like this? That person will be blasted to death. Normally speaking, rushing in the forward direction is useless. No, that is a baby. It is so small, so how could it be so bold? No, it is a primordial spirit, heavens, could it be that it is an immortal fetus? The others reacted as well, immediately taking action, their faces full of shock. It had always been rumored that Immortal Ancient had all types of heavenly treasures like Saint Wood, heavenly deity fruit, and other things. There were even immortal fetuses, only it was just too rare to see one. Now, the most powerful ancient kings opened their heavenly eyes, seeing the true scene, suspecting that this was an immortal fetus. It was because that was a primordial spirit, only a foot long and curling with primal chaos mist. It was too mysterious, turning into a stream of flowing light, directly rushing towards the Golden Tao Palace. The most powerful individuals took action, but it was too late, only catching an afterimage, sealing the chaotic energy it left behind, unable to capture its true self. Hong! Heaven fell and the earth split apart. Deities wept and devils cried. The scene was horrifying to the extreme. When the immortal fetus smashed into the Golden Tao Palace, it began to burn like a moth flying into a flame, turning into a ball of flame, but it refused to stop, rushing forward persistently. Half of it was burned away, and then it successfully entered. This? Everyone became shocked. Forget about those present. Even if heavenly deities and sect masters came, they still couldn't forcefully charge inside like this. It was because there were instances of others attempting to forcefully rush inside in the past. However, all of them were burned into ashes, completely destroyed. This immortal fetus succeeded. Even though it lost 90% of its body and only had a ball of light left over, it still ultimately entered. There is a horizontal inscribed board. Someone with sharp eyes borrowed the immortal fetus' final bit of fiery light to see a golden horizontal inscribed board. There was an ancient word that shone brightly. I don't understand. What does it mean? Many people were confused, not understanding the words from the last great era. However, there were natives here. They were descendants, and even though they already changed, there were still fragments of inheritances that remained. While staring in that direction, one of them said quietly, "Guidance! This ancient palace, this Golden Tao Palace, was unexpectedly called Guidance." What did this mean? Sure Hao revealed a look of surprise, his mind greatly shaken. It was because the moment he saw the immortal fetus, he felt it was a bit familiar. Great waves stirred within his mind. He didn't recognize that immortal fetus, but the energy swirling around it was something he felt a reaction to. It actually carried the aura of the Black Prison. It very likely went to a similar place as himself. What is going on? Sure Hao said to himself. Soon after, he widened his eyes with shock. Could it be that when he broke through the cage, using the 9 heavens 10th earth scripture summon soul to return, he wasn't the only one that returned, that there was someone else who returned because of this? When he thought of this result, he felt a wave of horror. How old of a monster was this? Just how many endless years did it live? It was simply beyond belief. People would go crazy. One has to understand that Sure Hao was only sealed there for a bit of time, yet he felt as if tens of thousands of years had passed, already close to losing his mind. This creature might very well be a cultivator from the last great era. He was trapped for 1,000 years, so how did he make it through? Even if he could survive, his mind should have collapsed, right? Truly, an ancient monster. Even Sure Hao could only sigh with great amazement. This golden ancient palace was known as Guidance. Could it be that it was related to this? In that instant, Sure Hao felt a wave of fear. He thought of too many things. In that place of darkness, fragments of time flew about. There were many black cages, within some light that still didn't fade. He even saw 2 or 3 that were terrifying to the extreme, those cages shining with unimaginable radiance. What did this mean? There was a golden ancient palace here named Guidance, and as a result, the primordial spirit that broke free fled inside recklessly. This really made one think many things. The ancient arena also appeared? Right at this moment, someone cried out in shock. Next to the Golden Palace was a blurry arena that was vaguely visible. That was the final battlefield, the place where all geniuses past and present carried out the final power struggle. Sure Hao was no exception, emotions stirring greatly within him. He looked in that direction. That was the place where the most powerful forged their legends with blood. Wang. In the end, light flourished greatly. The guidance palace and arena seemed to have vanished into thin air, disappearing with a flash. This time it didn't cross realms, but instead directly vanished. Even the aloof male who carried the pure white flute and 10-crown king didn't see where it went, unable to pursue it further. Could it be that it only came for the immortal fetus, appearing because of it? Someone suspected, full of confusion. Then this place became quiet. No one made a sound. The ancient freaks all felt quite regretful. Sure how didn't stay behind, turning around to leave. Suddenly the void distorted. Someone released a domain, imprisoning all sides to deal with him, stopping him from leaving. At the same time, those ancient freaks all looked over, their expressions all different. Some of them carried coldness, some indifference, some were without any expressions. There were people within them that released killing intent, for example, Ningchuan, completely undisguised. Even though he was extraordinary, appearance perfect, when facing his enemy, he acted similarly coldly, the expression in his eyes deep. Haha, little friend, please stay behind. A voice full of confidence sounded. Sure how sighed, left with no choice but to stay behind. What he was most worried about happened. There were heavenly deities that arrived. In reality, he had already sensed them a while ago, always wishing to suddenly tear through the void. However, his intuition told him that there were others that long sealed down this place, ready to attack him and shoot him down. That was why he didn't act rashly this entire time. The one who came wasn't that tall, but he was extremely sturdy and robust. When he spoke, his voice was loud and clear like a great bell. He had white hair and a white beard, his mind healthy, eyes like golden lamps, shining brilliantly. When he walked, there would be a gale behind him, the large mountains in his surroundings swaying. It was as if a prehistoric giant was walking. Sure how didn't say anything. He held the everlasting immortal sword in his right hand. Above his head suspending the pill furnace that carried the heavenly river and cursed power. And in his left was the sparkling white bone piece, the 10,000 spirit diagram. He prepared himself for a bloody struggle. One has to understand that he was facing a heavenly deity. The difference between the two was great. There is no need for little friend to be nervous. Let's sit down and have a chat. The heavenly deity, even though his white hair fell down his shoulders, his face was sparkling white like jade without a single wrinkle, making him look like a middle-aged man. However, his eyes exuded an aura of great changes. This was definitely an old monster that had lived for a long time. Senior, may I ask the reason for your visit? Sure how asked, taking precautions while doing so. Even though he could look down on all of his peers, when faced with this type of old monster, he felt a great pressure. There was a great chasm between their cultivation levels. In the distance, the ancient freaks also maintained a set amount of distance, watching calmly. Now that a heavenly deity appeared, none of them dared to act carelessly. Someone asked me to leave the mountain to deal with you, but after I came, I changed my mind. You cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, which is a truly exceptional achievement, enough to overlook past and present. This old one sincerely invites you to come visit my clan, he said. Even though he spoke like this, there was still a bit of pressure that was exuded that made one's mind tremble. Many creatures trembled, powerlessly kneeling down. This was the pressure of a heavenly deity. It was impossible to defy. 2 strands of immortal energy circled around him, protecting himself and resisting this pressure. He wasn't affected. Senior, I am currently seriously injured and only wish to find a peaceful place to recover. When my injuries heal, I will definitely pay your sect a visit, Sure how said. He didn't treat the other party's words as true. The other party came a long time ago, targeting him this entire time. If he had good intentions, he wouldn't be feeling such alarm and vigilance right now. Then there is even a greater need for you to come to my clan as a guest. Your body is not in good condition, needing others to protect you. I want to see who dares trouble you. The elder spoke in a righteous manner. At the same time, his eyes widened, sweeping through the crowd. A great wave of pressure spread out, and then with pu tong sounds, many people couldn't take on the pressure, their legs falling weak and bodies trembling, collapsing onto the ground. In the distance, a few ancient freaks' mouths revealed cold smiles. They retreated a certain amount of distance, not saying anything. Little friend does not need to be on guard. This old one Ma Yuan is just like you, also of the human race. He revealed an important piece of information, telling him that he wasn't a normal native. Senior is a genius from the 3,000 provinces previous generation who remained in Immortal Ancient and didn't leave? Xianxia asked. Several hundreds of thousands of years ago, my ancestors stayed in Immortal Ancient. I am a descendant of the higher realms human race, Ma Yuan said, inviting him once again. Xianxia felt inwardly shocked. Once cultivators of the outside world reached the heavenly deity level, if they didn't die, they would go mad. However, this fellow was unexpectedly fine. Senior, I must ask for a change in date. I already agreed previously to meet my friends, so I cannot go back on my words, Xianxia said. Even though they were both from the human race, he still didn't feel any good intentions. This elder was approaching him, making him feel great alarm. He already prepared himself for the worst. Then invite all of your friends over as well, the elder Ma Yuan said. But he wasn't old. His white hair scattered about, skin smooth like fine jade. His words were calm, but there was a domineering aura, no longer being as peaceful as before. Senior, I still have matters to tend to, so you cannot force me like this, right? Xianxia said. During this process, he took some divine medicine with octatic treasure unicorn, quickly treating his injuries. However, everything was just too serious. His body was in tatters, harmed by the flames of 10,000 Tao, so there was no way it would heal that quickly. Little friend, you truly aren't giving this old one any face, Ma Yuan said, his eyes flickering as he walked over step by step. Xianxia took steps backwards. While stalling for time, he continuously treated his injuries and used the heavenly eye. He could clearly see the blazing greed within the depths of Ma Yuan's eyes, staring at his 2 strands of immortal energy. He knew that the other party coveted his physical body, most likely wishing to seize it and occupy it in his place. Senior, are you forcing me? Xianxia said. Little friend, I invited you with good intentions, but you didn't appreciate my kindness. Insisting on leaving, are you looking down on this old one? Ma Yuan's face fell slightly. Xianxia wanted to slap him in the face. This old thing clearly wanted to seize his body, yet he still acted all dignified, forcing him in this manner. If his cultivation was great enough, he would slap this old thing to death with a single slap. The divine medicine and octatic treasure unicorn's medicinal effects dissolved, recovering his body a bit, and also releasing waves of fragrance. Radiance surrounded his body, making him appear sparkling and transparent. Little friend, this old one has things to discuss with you. Are you not going to appreciate my kindness? Ma Yuan pressed forward, the smile on his face long disappearing, now replaced with a wave of coldness. In Immortal Ancient, races stand in great numbers, the competition intense. Xianxia looked all around, sweeping his eyes over all different races, and then he looked at Ma Yuan, saying, We are both of the human race. You not helping me is one thing, but why is our meeting so rushed? Things already reached this point, so he knew that he couldn't stall things any longer. As a result, he no longer felt any misgivings. Youngster, what are you saying? As the senior, I am extremely willing to guide you, bring you back to my clan. Speaking to me like this is simply not understanding gratefulness. Ma Yuan's face fell, and then he said, As a senior of the human race, I have reason to discipline you, not allowing you to act so brash. One should show a bit more respect to the older generation. Old thing, you truly are nauseating. Please stop giving me all this bullshit. Xianxia became hostile. Since the veil on the surface has already been torn and there was no way to stall for time to heal, he no longer held back. You dare speak like this to me, humiliate a human race senior? I am going to teach you how to be a person. Return with me to the clan. Ma Yuan shouted. He reached out a large hand, grabbing forward. You shameless old thing can even be called a human race senior? Just an old hunting dog that was hired by outside clansmen to deal with me. And you are even longing after my body that cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. Do you even have any face? After the falling out, Hao was extremely decisive, immediately paring the skin off of the other party's face. At the same time, he also took action. This area was restricted by a strange domain, so he couldn't use realm-shattering symbols. He could only fight with his life on the line and force open a way out. The pill furnace above him shone. The lid opened, and then heavenly river water poured out, sending thunder radiance everywhere with cursed power. They poured outwards, all of it landing on that hand. Little friend, stop moving for me. Ma Yuan revealed a sneer. At his level, he could erase mountains and rivers with a raise of his hand, able to pick stars from the 9 heavens, his magical force boundless. With a pung sound, that large hand moved down, and then all of the heavenly river water and lightning radiance was restricted, unable to approach his body. This was the boundless might of a heavenly deity, something that was unimaginable. A young generation youth like you truly doesn't know how to show appreciation, Ma Yuan sneered. He froze the heavenly river, and then he pointed out a finger, suppressing Hao. This was, without a doubt, undisguised contempt, only using a single finger. It quickly enlarged, and like a pillar, it descended towards Hao to suppress and kill him here. As a heavenly deity, he indeed had the qualifications to be so confident. His strength was much greater. Hao was resentful. This was bullying others too far. The other party's eyes burned with greed, wishing to seize his body that had just cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. Yet he was still acting so arrogant and domineering. It was more than he could bear. The sword core in his hands released a light cry, and he tightly held the 10,000 spirit diagram. At the same time, he produced a divine symbol, not willing to give up just like this. Ka! Following a light sound, when that enormous finger crushed down, a fine crack appeared in the precious symbol in front of Hao, releasing resplendent light. At the same time, an enormous sound rang through the air. The radiance that was released by that precious symbol smashed against the enormous finger. This was extremely shocking. Ma Yuan released a muffled groan, his face distorting, eyes rapidly contracting. He was furious. That finger released a kacha sound, unexpectedly breaking, blood trickling out. This was just too hard to believe. A glorious heavenly deity, while attacking a younger generation, unexpectedly had the bones in a finger broken. This was inconceivable. Younger generation. Ma Yuan was furious. His eyes widened, staring at that precious symbol. Hao was shocked. This precious symbol and the realm-shattering symbols he had on him were all obtained from Fire Province Great Prairie's underground ruins. Back then, when he discovered the 9 dragons pulling the cauldron, he also saw the remains of an ancient city, discovering these ancient talismans. Back then, a great explosion had happened, with even the bronze precious case breaking. After the explosion, this divine protecting symbol blocked everything, not being destroyed. One had to understand that this bronze precious case was an archaic divine treasure. Within it a small world. It was something that even heavenly deities would find difficult to destroy. Back then, Hao knew that this divine talisman possessed powerful protective strength, likely able to stop the attack of a sect master, so he always kept it by him. Today, it finally displayed its effectiveness. Ma Yuan felt great rage and humiliation. He formed imprints and then rushed forward murderously. In addition, the space between his brows shone. Powerful divine sense pressure surrounded Hao, wishing to imprison him here. Younger generation. You still aren't kneeling down and accepting your guilt? He shouted. Accept guilt my ass. Hao cursed. He hated these types of people the most. They were both of the human race, yet in the end, they bullied and humiliated someone from the same race, longing after his body. The divine protecting symbol shone again. In addition, the space between Hao's brows shone, primordial spirit force surging. It was unexpectedly able to resist the heavenly deity's might. What? Not only was Ma Yuan shocked, even Shi Hao himself was greatly startled. Feeling a bit stupefied, he immediately understood. In that black cage, his harvest was actually this plentiful. It wasn't that he didn't know his primordial spirit's power increased. He just never expected it to match that of a heavenly deity so fast. Even though it was still a bit lacking, it was still barely enough to contend against his opponent. This was definitely a great natural luck. What kind of place was that exactly? To contain soul force, surrounded by darkness, cultivating there would actually make the primordial spirit increase so sharply powerful to this state. Hong! That large hand crushed down, but it was stopped by the protection symbol again, unable to break in. However, Ma Yuan's reaction was extremely fast, not being harmed by the retaliation of that light. Old thing, your strength really isn't all that special. You wanted to intimidate me with just this? You know, I think it is you that should be kneeling. Shi Hao mocked, speaking while retreating, wishing to leave this place. Where do you think you are going? Ma Yuan said coldly. He used a great divine ability to suppress forward, determined to make Shi Hao stay here, wishing to kill his primordial spirit and only leave behind the body. Shi Hao allowed him to attack him, and then used the protection symbol and 10,000 spirit diagram to protect himself. He also used his primordial spirit to resist the other party. Hong! Suddenly, following an explosion sound, heaven and earth trembled, mountains all around them shattering. All cultivators were shaken up until they trembled, their faces turning white, not daring to believe everything they saw. Shi Hao unexpectedly produced the immortal seed, in secret. It had source energy swirling around it, smashing into Ma Yuan's body. One had to understand that this heaven and earth source energy was extremely terrifying, used to nourish the immortal seed like a heaven and earth placenta. If it flared out, every single strand could collapse mountains and rivers. With this energy so concentrated, it possessed boundless power. Normally it was fine, not harming others, but once it was stirred on, it was terrifying to no end. Ma Yuan threatened him like this, using his large hand to form an imprint and slam downwards. It perfectly smashed into the immortal seed Shi Hao produced, causing an explosion on the spot. The heaven and earth source energy was like a heaven and earth placenta, transcending the past, the amount of power it could produce unimaginable. As a result, that palm immediately shattered, breaking to pieces, blood dyeing the skies red. Voila! In addition, this time, Shi Hao activated the pill furnace, the cursed river water successfully pouring over his injuries. Ah! Ma Yuan roared with anger. Half was because of anger, his face ashen and distorted, but the other half was because of pain. A glorious heavenly deity actually suffered such a loss at the hands of a younger generation individual. This was impossible for him to endure. What kind of face did he have left after this? Scarlet blood scattered outwards, falling onto the ground one after another like great stars. The mountain region began to collapse. Every single drop of blood could blast through a mountain peak. This was the blood of heavenly deities, a blood that contained endless might. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. A few droplets of blood crushed mountain boulders, rubble and blood splashing outwards at the same time, forming a small river of blood. When they landed on some of the cultivators nearby, they were directly killed. There were quite a few creatures in this region, including those from the 3,000 provinces and the natives. Once they were struck by the falling blood, it was difficult for them to continue living. This was the power of a heavenly deity, the divine might immeasurable. How could he be this powerful? For other creatures, a heavenly deity should be like a true dragon or the heavenly sun, high up above, difficult to match. Many people's expressions turned white. This region was in great chaos. Everyone backed up, fear spreading through them. That was just the splitting of a heavenly deity's palm, yet it created such terrifying consequences. It was hard for others to believe what they were seeing. Even the ancient freaks backed up, remaining silent. Ma Yuan's face was ashen, his face sinister. Even someone as powerful as he was, who was high above everyone else, had his right hand broken by a mere insect. It was unimaginable. However, when he saw the immortal seed, his eyes immediately turned from sinister to flourishing again. How rare was a divine object like this? Yet he actually encountered one here. Immortal seed? This is too great. They were rare even in the last great era. Ma Yuan was born in this place, so he naturally knew many secrets. Is this an opportunity prepared for this old one? He roared with laughter, looking like he was going crazy. However, because of the intense pain he felt from his arm, that smile still looked a bit distorted and sinister. Ma Yuan laughed in a loud and carefree manner. He stared at Shao's body, and then he looked at that mysterious heaven and earth placenta-forming immortal seed. Any body that cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy was extraordinary and incredibly precious. Together with this rare immortal seed, he really wanted to release a long roar. Hee hee. The heavens really aren't treating me too badly. The smile on heavenly deity Ma Yuan's face became even greater. Even though he had been careless just now, he definitely still possessed overwhelming strength. Killing a trifling divine flame realm cultivator was but a simple matter. He reached out an arm, releasing brilliant radiance. That shattered arm and scattered blood both flowed in reverse, returning to his wrist, quickly recombining. These were precisely the abilities of a heavenly ability, their magical force endless. As long as their flesh was still present, a single will would recombine the true body. As a human race senior, this old one will teach you how to respect your elders, he said coldly. Suddenly, his expression changed greatly, quickly moving backwards. He fiercely swung that arm, and then, he looked like he had encountered a ghost. His face immediately turning white, feeling incomparably fury. On his arm, lightning crackled about, electricity flying about one arc after another. That was the result of the corrosion of Heavenly River's water. At first, he didn't pay attention to it at all. As a heavenly deity, this type of lightning power couldn't injure him at all. Could definitely be easily dealt with. However, he suddenly detected that there was a coldness within it. A wave of terrifying and sinister power brewing that couldn't be controlled. A power that could harm his body. Curse. This was a mysterious type of curse power. At first, it lay dormant, not appearing. However, when he used a great divine ability, it completely erupted. Ah! Ma Yuan was startled and furious. Unexpected things appeared one after another. These things simply unendurable. He, who was at the glorious heavenly deity realm, was being tormented so miserably by a little bug. What face was there left to speak of? The short spear in his hand was about to pierce out. A heavenly deity magical artifact. But he suddenly coughed out black blood from his mouth. His arm even more so released a rotting scent. What? At this moment, Ma Yuan's fine hairs stood on end. He was now completely scared. He originally wanted to capture Xiao first and then deal with the curse, but now, his heart was even about to turn cold. What kind of curse power was this? The power was just too great. Even a glorious heavenly deity was affected, feeling as if there were tens of thousands of ants chewing through the inside of his body. Ma Yuan was but a heavenly deity, so a little deity like Xiao shouldn't be able to do anything to him. So how could there be such terrifying curse power? Ah! Ma Yuan cried out loudly, his entire body in great pain. The skin on his arms changed color. The smell of rotting assailed the nostrils. It was incredibly terrifying. This result left Xiao shocked. Even though he knew that the Immortal Tomb Heavenly River's curse was extremely terrifying, the effects more severe the greater one's strength, that a sect master previously even encountered disaster. When he personally saw this result, it was a completely different matter. When everyone else saw this, they couldn't help but feel horrified. Even heavenly deities would undergo such strange changes. Something's wrong. There is more than a single curse displaying power, triggered by the river water in that pill furnace. His own curse from Immortal Ancient itself is also breaking out. The livor mortis a reflection of this curse power. A native said this softly, feeling a chill run from head to toe. Pooh! Ma Yuan was extremely decisive, cutting off his right arm, enduring the pain, his face extremely pale. He continuously operated divine force, extracting wave after wave of black blood. Pooh! Soon after, he removed a small half of his body. Blood was also released from his mouth and nose. As for the half of his body that was even more so corroded by black blood beyond recognition, he didn't stop, quickly forcing out the corroded black blood, wishing to eliminate the curse. Everyone was stupefied. This scene was too terrifying. A glorious heavenly deity actually ended up in such a miserable state, continuously removing parts of his own body all for the sake of eliminating the curse power, shocking the crowd until they trembled with chilliness, breaking out into a layer of sweat. Too terrifying. This is a heavenly deity. Once the curse power breaks out, humans wouldn't be humans. Ghosts wouldn't be ghosts anymore. Rather be dead than alive. Ma Yuan cried out miserably, flesh removed from time to time. He was shining in the void, sitting down and burning his true self to remove that curse. Old Ma, take your time. Don't shave off your bones now. Leave a bit more meat. In the distance, Xianxia said sarcastically. He already retreated, standing in a comparatively safer place, now carrying out this type of ridicule. Little demon. Ma Yuan found it difficult to stay calm. The moment he opened his eyes, an expanse of blood redness could be seen. He was angered to the extreme. Today he tried to gain an advantage but ended up worse off. It was to the extent where there was worry for his life, encountering incredible danger. He really wanted to grab the other party in a single go and crush him into a meat paste, but reality was incredibly bitter. He didn't even know if he could make it through this disaster. You won't be able to leave, Ma Yuan spat out viciously. His entire body was pale, skin discolored by the curse power, but he still didn't remove his magical force, still locking down this area. Xianxia was standing within a formless cage, unable to break free, unable to use the realm-shattering symbol. Chi! Ma Yuan opened his mouth, spitting out a streak of black light. It condensed into natural laws, sweeping towards Xianxia to destroy him. Kacha! The outside of Xianxia's body released light. That divine protecting symbol released a crisp sound, producing a small crack. That barrier of light wasn't weakened, still surrounding his body. Old thing, with only that much black dog blood left, will there still be 3 gene left? Take it easy, don't let it all out like that, or else it'll be ugly when you die in a bit like a mummy. Xianxia ridiculed. He naturally did this on purpose. The other person wouldn't take down the domain even if he died, still sealing this place up so he couldn't escape. As a result, he could only think of a way to make the other party crumble and break apart, forcing him to remove the barrier. The best way was to incite the curse power to work faster. As a result, Xianxia blabbered on, provoking and humiliating the heavenly deity without restraint, continuously taunting and ridiculing with contempt. Everyone felt a bit stupefied. This was originally a one-sided battle, to the extent where it couldn't even be called a battle, more like a heavenly deity slaughtering a younger generation. Yet the results were so unexpected. The first one to suffer a loss was actually Ma Yuan, a heavenly deity. Pooh! Ma Yuan forced out the black blood. While carrying a smell of decay, it all shot in Xianxia's direction. He wished to trap the other party while treating his own injuries. However, the curse power broke out, simply unimaginable, exceeding all of his predictions. He unexpectedly couldn't hold on any longer. He panicked inwardly. Could it be that he was going to die? He lived for so many years, making it through several disasters. If he died here, then he really would be turned into a joke. He would definitely be regarded as the most lamentable and stupid heavenly deity. Ma Yuan roared loudly, only able to wait for death. He produced a purple-skinned gourd, and then he frantically poured a type of liquid into his mouth. This was the miraculous divine liquid he normally used to neutralize Immortal Ancient's curse. However, today he didn't try to save it at all, because the curse from the river water Xianxia released merged with the curse originally inside his body, making it even more complicated. Following a rumbling sound, Ma Yuan went crazy, frantically igniting his own essence, not hesitating to burn up all of his lifespan to eliminate that dark energy. Heh, old thing, don't be in such a hurry. Slow down, you won't die for some time. In my opinion, You should dig up a grave for yourself first so that your corpse doesn't just sit in the wilderness later on. Shi Hao's mouth fired insults. Ma Yuan didn't pay him any attention, treating him like air. Shi Hao stirred on the pill furnace, sending the heavenly river out again to add some more fuel to the flame. However, this time it was useless. Ma Yuan stared viciously at him, using symbols to blast it away. Suddenly, a piece of yellow earth appeared, produced by Shi Hao. This earth was normally left in the pill furnace as well. Right now, it flew towards heavenly deity Ma Yuan. Ma Yuan originally remained expressionless, doing everything he could to ignite his foundation. When he saw the yellow earth, he used magic force to stop it, but something shocking happened. The yellow earth, even though it received some obstruction, still ended up passing through the magical force barrier, brushing his body. Heavenly deity Ma Yuan roared angrily. A large piece of flesh immediately came off from the area the yellow earth brushed past, quickly turning into thick blood. The scene was too terrifying. This piece of yellow earth was something Shi Hao brought out from Origin Sky's secret realm, something he obtained from the sun god Vine's hands, rumored to have originated from the higher realm's uninhabited region depths. Even though it wasn't the sinister mud that could directly refine a sect master, it was still extremely terrifying. However, when Shi Hao fled with Yun Shi across the blood plains, he had previously used it to destroy a heavenly deity-level magical artifact. In his opinion, this yellow earth might be able to hurt a true heavenly deity. Now that he tried it today, sure enough, its power was great. The seriously wounded Ma Yuan displayed carelessness again, suffering another injury. Moreover, this piece of yellow earth, because it was normally soaked in the pill furnace's heavenly river water, it also obtained curse power. Right now, it delivered twice the damage. Ma Yuan was so angry he felt like his lungs were going to explode. Could he be called unlucky today? Unexpected things appeared again and again. The things on that brat's body were too strange. A slight carelessness and he had to shed a layer of skin. Get lost! The heavenly deity roared. He released a mouthful of innate Tao energy, sending the yellow earth flying. Thanks a bunch. Since you don't like it, I'll just put it away. I definitely can't leave this good stuff laying around, Shi Hao said, using the pill furnace to collect the yellow earth. Courting death. Ma Yuan sat in the void, and just like that, moved over, his eyes releasing bloody light. He truly couldn't tolerate this brat any longer, wishing to kill him no matter what. Hong. In the end, after 3 successive palms, 3 fine cracks appeared on the divine protection symbol. They were all blocked. Ma Yuan roared angrily, because his reckless use of divine force incurred the retaliation of the cursed power, making his condition even worse. When quite a bit of his body underwent livor mortis, he was truly frightened, knowing that he couldn't waste any time. If he continued like this, he would undoubtedly die without any path of life. Along with his body's weakening, the seal in the surroundings were completely undone. Even a heavenly deity had times of powerlessness. Shi Hao laughed loudly. The difference between himself and a heavenly deity really was great. But at this moment, Ma Yuan seemed to have swallowed a bitter fruit. Being laughed at by Shi Hao like this felt as if a whip was viciously lashing at his face. The heavenly deity of a generation was ridiculed like this. Ma Yuan was alarmed and angered. At the same time, he feared his own downfall in this place. He really wanted to kill Shi Hao in one thrust with the bronze short spear in his hands, but even though he had the will, he lacked the strength. Wang. Despite this being the case, when he took action, there was still crazy winds roaring about, mountains splitting, plants snapping, sand and stone flying about. The bronze spear turned into a streak of lightning, piercing towards Shi Hao. Shi Hao didn't face it head-on. His body rushed out like a streak of flowing light, because the nearby restrictions had been undone, so he had no reason to fight to the death here. After all, there were still ancient freaks and others glaring at him. Chi! A streak of divine rainbow flew over, shining incomparably brilliantly, unexpectedly attacking at Ma Yuan with exceptional power. This was a divine arrow shot by Chang Gongyan with his mysterious ancient bow. In the areas where it flew past, the void shattered, creating terrifying scenes, endless corpses of deities and devils floating about. It was as if once this arrow shot out, all of the gods and devils between heaven and earth were eradicated, shocking to the extreme. Pooh! Ma Yuan's body shone with radiance like a great sphere of flame, crushing this terrifying arrow. However, his body was still greatly shaken up. Everyone became shocked. Quite a few people looked towards Chang Gongyan. That bow of his was definitely terrifying, and one could vaguely see chaotic power pervading the air, releasing wisps of mysterious life aura. At the same time, everyone looked at Ma Yuan. The powerful heavenly deity was weakened to this state. The arrow of an ancient freak could actually make his body tremble like this. Sure Hao stopped, expressing his gratitude towards Chang Gongyan. However, he didn't wish to continue taking action. His body was in tatters, his current state truly terrible to the extreme. Shua! Right at this moment, something unexpected occurred. Ma Yuan was the first one to move, unexpectedly disappearing with a flash from this place, directly retreating. Everyone became stunned. A heavenly deity retreated? He ran before Sure Hao did. Everyone erupted into commotion. That was the most powerful individual of a high and mighty clan, yet he ran just like that. Hey old Ma, don't run. How about us two brothers reminisce about old times? Properly discuss our ideals towards life. Sure Hao shouted behind him. The other party acted all pompous, saying how he wished to have a chat. So now, he returned these words. Ma Yuan's nose almost became crooked from anger. Even if he met Sure Hao's first ancestors, he could still be their senior. Yet this hateful brat dared to ridicule him like this, truly deserving to be killed. Send out my heavenly deity command throughout all of immortal ancients' worlds. Pursue and kill. Huang! Ma Yuan released a loud roar. His eyes were full of resentment. He was truly too stupid and cowardly this time. Just a slight bit of carelessness, and it actually resulted in such terrifying consequences, with even the danger of falling. He truly felt incredibly sullen. Before leaving, he released this angry roar, expressing the resentment and rage within his heart. A heavenly deity wanted to leave, so no creatures here could stop him. Chi! At the same time, Sure Hao produced the realm-shattering symbol, disappearing into a silver passageway, vanishing from this place. He quickly left, urgently needing to treat his injuries. When Sure Hao left, there were several streaks of powerful killing energy that swept into the passage, but they couldn't do anything. His departure went smoothly. However, the disturbance didn't end here. The things that happened in this small world shook up a large half of Immortal Ancient, leaving many experts shocked. All those who heard about it couldn't help but change their expressions, starting to pay close attention to this matter. Someone cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. Could it be that the rivers of time flowed in reverse, returning to the last great era? That's impossible. What kind of times do you think we are living in? How can there be that type of person? Even in the ancient periods where there were immortals alive, their numbers were few, their aptitudes heaven-warping. When news traveled outwards, all sides were shocked. One had to understand that the environment had already changed. The world's natural laws didn't permit the cultivation of immortal energy, yet there were still some who could reach that step. It was definitely not easy. This affected the mental state of many people, triggering a huge commotion. Even the experts among the natives were startled. At the same time, news of Ma Yuan's skin changed color. Corroded by the curse was sent out, making many people shocked. Even a glorious heavenly deity was left deflated? Just how formidable was someone who cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy? It made others feel more and more alarmed. Jun Dao, Heavenly Country's ancient king and ancient holy child all died. This also triggered huge waves. Every single genius from the 3,000 provinces was shaken. 3 great kings, every single one of them with names that shocked creatures past and present. In the end, they raided Huang's place of seclusion, but were killed instead. This made the young geniuses of all clans suck in a cold breath of air. Everyone sensed that Huang's rise was unstoppable. As long as he didn't die, in the future, the higher realm's prosperity and decline would be greatly affected because of him. Who else dares to trouble Huang? His talents are unstoppable, truly unmatched. I reckon that only 10 Crown King, Vicious Nest's Immortal, Ning Chuan, and a few others like him can contend against him. Inconceivable. He is rising up too quickly, forging ahead unstoppably. He already has unmatched might. Immortal Ancient's great earth was shaken up, all sides unable to calm down. Who says no one dares to touch Huang? Look around. There are many people looking for him, all of them wishing to obtain his unmatched flesh shell. What happened? Ma Yuan issued a heavenly deity order, asking all friendly parties to take action, wishing to capture and kill Huang. What? There was actually this type of thing that happened. Immortal Ancient was in great chaos. Heavenly deity Ma Yuan suffered a great loss, the greatest humiliation he suffered his entire life. He almost died, currently laying low inside of the clan to resist the death tribulation. But he entrusted this task to his old friends, asking them to take action. It was clear that he spoke about everything Huang had to them, telling the experts that Huang cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, and that he had a supreme treasure on him, the heaven and earth placenta. It was because these things couldn't be concealed even if he wanted to. As such, it was better to just immediately tell everyone, have those people capture Huang, destroying his divine consciousness and bringing away his body. This was an extremely large-scale event. The natives participated, a few great tribes immediately taking action, searching for Huang's whereabouts in various small words. It was because once one cultivated to the heavenly deity realm, the curse they suffered from in this ancient place would become stronger, the dangers of going mad or falling drawing near. It was rumored that creatures that cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy might be able to resist the curse power. Even though it was completely without proof, just someone's speculation, it still moved some heavenly deities. Once one reached their level, it was difficult for their cultivation to advance even an inch. If they could switch their bodies out for a perfect flesh shell, they might be able to advance again, perhaps even stepping foot into the immortal Tao. As a result, a small half of Immortal Ancient's small worlds moved. Countless experts moved about, searching for Huang. Pooh! A streak of bloody light flashed past. A golden elephant collapsed on the ground, blood flowing everywhere. This was a mountain region. Sure Hao's entire body was covered in blood. He sat there, silently producing a flame, roasting this powerful golden elephant. This place was extremely quiet, with only sounds of him eating the food. If it was like in the past, he would definitely properly savor the taste. But now, he could only devour it like a wild beast, unable to eat slowly. He had already been on the run for several days. He never expected the cultivation of a second strand of immortal energy to trigger such a storm. There were now many people pursuing him. The experts among the natives were just too terrifying. In these past few days alone, he already encountered many heavenly deities, almost dying during the many encounters, escaping with great difficulty. Along the way, he continuously slaughtered, walking within the wild mountainous country, moving through different small worlds. My injuries still aren't getting better, Sure Hao frowned. It was because he was constantly fighting along the way, no time at all to treat his injuries. He knew that these were Tao injuries left behind from his seclusion cultivation, the hardest ones to heal from. If normal people received great Tao injuries, forget about healing, they wouldn't even be able to live. Even someone as powerful as Sure Hao, only by going into seclusion and stabilizing his injuries for a long time could he treat this type of Tao injury. Woo-ho! Suddenly, the sound of an elephant rang through the air, making this entire mountain region split apart. One could see the tens of thousands of ancient trees explode, mountain rocks rolling and ancient peaks caving in. Following the elephant cry, many large, interweaving black cracks appeared. This type of scene was terrifying to the extreme. An ancient elephant that was even taller than a mountain peak walked in the mountain region, every single footstep producing countless cracks in the earth. There were even a few mountain peaks that were trampled under its feet. This was a heavenly deity, the most powerful expert of the golden giant elephant race. It was one of the heavenly deities that were pursuing Sure Hao, its golden body impossible to move, its skin rough, flesh thick, its nose able to shatter the heavens. "He's back." Sure Hao released a sigh. He sliced open the void, quickly fleeing this place. This golden ancient elephant couldn't be fought head-on. He could only run when they encountered each other. "Tuolan, you were killed?" The golden ancient elephant was furious when he saw the elephant bones on the ground. It roared towards the sky, the elephant cry immediately shaking the entire small world. A day later, Sure Hao's entire body was covered in blood, continuously killing more than 10 true deity realm horned dragons. All of them had their tendons pulled and their skin flayed, thrown into a cauldron to be stewed. Soon after, a fragrance wafted through the air, releasing a salivating smell. This was a pot of dragon meat. Even though they weren't true dragons, they still possessed bloodline strength that was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It contained incomparable medicinal characteristics, a cauldron of great flesh medicine. Sure Hao wolfed it down. Towards those that were hunting him down, he didn't show any sympathy. He used them to eat his fill and treat his injured body. It was because all of the holy medicines, divine medicines, and other things had been used up. If he didn't have those things, he would have died a long time ago. His situation was extremely dangerous. His injured body hadn't recovered, and he was even pursued by heavenly deities. Soon after Sure Hao left. 15 minutes later, an angry roar sounded here. Groups of mountains and tens of thousands of ravines trembled, the mountain region cracking apart. This was a horned dragon rough like a mountain ridge, incomparably large. Its eyes were like little lakes, green and deep, carrying endless killing intent. Its descendants were eaten by another just like this, only leaving behind a few ruined bones, making it furious. It was clear that this was one of the heavenly deities that was chasing after Sure Hao. In these few days, Immortal Ancient was greatly shaken up. It was because Huang was running for his life, but he was also taking action. Regardless of whether it was natives or outsiders, all those who went and targeted him suffered serious losses. Of course, there were also news that Sure Hao was already seriously injured and close to dying. After suffering from the pursuit of several heavenly deities, his entire body was in tatters, already about to fall. The golden giant elephant race's genius died. Many of the horned dragon bloodline's true deities were killed as well. The dragon sparrow race had their most powerful geniuses slaughtered. These were Huang's battle accomplishments, and news was circulating among the people. Now, not only were the outsider geniuses shaken, even the natives were incredibly shocked. This youngster was too formidable, his destructive power great, continuously killing the geniuses of all different races, absolutely unstoppable. "Huang, where are you going? I am going to find and kill you," the golden ancient elephant roared angrily. "There is no place for you in Immortal Ancient. No one can save you," the horned dragon race heavenly deity roared, immediately splitting the heavens. A bird cry rang through the air. The dragon sparrow race's heavenly deity also arrived. They arrived at a small world at the same time to pursue Sure Hao. "This one has come as well." An old lion appeared, its entire body silvery white. It released a roar, shaking mountains until they collapsed. This was a well-known individual among heavenly deities. Heavenly deities surrounded him. Sure Hao's situation was incomparably dangerous. "Wait until I break through, and then I'll settle things with each and every one of you." Sure Hao clenched his fists. These people all pursued him for the sake of stealing his flesh shell, desiring his 2 strands of immortal energy and immortal seed. "Everyone listen up. As soon as you discover Huang, immediately report to us." Several heavenly deities took action together, giving the order for all races to report to them if there is any information. If they dare conceal anything, then there would be a great killing disaster, to the extent where it would involve their respective clans. "I need to become stronger and break through," Sure Hao said with a low voice. "Huang, you can't escape," a heavenly deity roared, shaking up this heaven and earth. Several great heavenly deities were still searching. "Hang, you all issued your heavenly deity commands, yet you wish to involve our races?" Suddenly, that day, the centaur race, 8-armed spirit race, ancient fiend race, and others spoke up, calling those great heavenly deities to question. Among the natives, Several powerful clans declared that they were going to protect Huang. There were even heavenly deities that slaughtered their way out. This was the assistance the little rabbit, Xuelin, the divine striking stone, and the others requested for. Hao had previously gifted the willow deity's branch to those races, establishing good karma. Recently, the little rabbit and the others even cultivated with the centaur race. When they learned that Hao was being pursued, they immediately asked everywhere for help, finally obtaining the help of experts from several clans. "I want to see who among you all dares to touch Huang," an elder roared, making mountains collapse, starting several great heavenly deities until they trembled. The one who came had white hair yet a youthful complexion, a snow-white robe covering his body. He arrived through the sky, his large sleeves fluttering about. A single roar made the small world below him tremble. There was no need to doubt that this was a heavenly deity-level figure, one who was stronger than Ma Yuan and the others. Following his descent, the small world also resonated. "Soul Race's senior, why are you doing this?" Someone spoke up, not expecting a top-level heavenly deity to appear and shelter Hao. Several great heavenly deities were moved. They were sure Huang fled into the small world, about to reel in their net, but they never expected the centaur race, 8-armed soul race, and ancient fiend race would move out to protect Hao. "You all know that he is related to our ancient ancestor guardian spirit. He previously returned a golden branch," the elder said. When the heavenly deity spoke, it traveled far into the distance. Even though the distance between both parties was great, they could still sense this. As such, even though they didn't get closer, they could still converse. "Ancient ancestor guardian spirit, that is too old of a matter. This youth is nothing more than an outsider, so what kind of relationship can he have? He merely acquired a branch from the black abyss, it can't prove much." A heavenly deity replied, "We have already looked into it. He indeed has a connection to the ancient ancestor. In the outside world, he had previously seen Guardian Spirit Great One." The elder spoke slowly. "Definitely lies. The ancient ancestor had long fallen in the last great era, so how could this outsider have possibly done such a thing? How could he have met Guardian Spirit Great One?" There were heavenly deities who immediately rejected that idea. "You all are wrong. Guardian Spirit Great One is still alive." The ancient fiend race's elder stood up emotionally. "Dao brother, you are too stubborn. If Guardian Spirit Great One is still alive, why didn't he return here? His divine country is here. That is not something you can just forget about." A heavenly deity sneered. "There has been rumors going around that certain races have abandoned the past, forgetting the Guardian Spirit, no longer admitting the Great One's position. It seems like this was indeed the case. You all are these types of races," the 8-armed race's elder said coldly. "Perhaps you all already knew that he was related to Guardian Spirit Great One, and that is why you wish to capture him and investigate further, is that it?" The ancient fiend race's heavenly deity also shouted in question. "I don't know what you all are saying. Even if Guardian Spirit Great One is still alive, it will definitely have undergone a reincarnation, forgetting everything, restarting from the beginning. You two are living in the past. Some people and matters should just be let go after they've disappeared. There is no need to insist on pursuing them. You all indeed abandoned Guardian Spirit Great One. Dao brother, look forward. There is no need to feel conflicted. That is to say that since we wish to protect that youth, you all don't agree, we should have a bit of a competition? You can take it that way." Hong. The small world trembled. Powerful experts released divine will tearing through the void. It was precisely the extremely powerful heavenly deity from the 8-armed soul race. He was angered. An elephant cry sounded. A golden elephant walked out from the distant mountain region, raising its head and roaring. The mountains trembled in response, enormous rocks tumbling, ancient trees snapping. Its enormous elephant trunk lashed out in the void, immediately making it collapse. "Dao brother, since you insist on doing things this way, you cannot blame us. Why must you bicker so over a long-dead willow tree? This youth but has 2 strands of immortal energy. He might even be able to undo our curse," the golden ancient elephant said. Blood energy roiled in that area. A gold-colored ancient elephant towered in the clouds. Radiance flooded outwards. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. It was extremely frightening. As expected, you all feel no respect towards the past guardian spirit. Even though you've lost your belief, there is no need to show such irreverence. What dead willow tree? Will calling it guardian spirit make you lose a piece of flesh? The 8-armed race's elder shouted, reaching out a large hand and slapping forward. Pong! That large hand smashed into the golden elephant trunk. Resplendent divine light erupted between the two, all of it heavenly deity might. It shattered the skies, mountain peaks exploding below. Divine chains of order interweaved everywhere below them, linking up together like a web. It was too vast and brilliant. Within that net, natural laws clashed. All things withered. Nothing could be stopped. The golden ancient elephant roared, retreating backwards. Its enormous body swayed. If not for its skin being rough, its flesh thick and its golden elephant skin's defensive strength astonishing, it would have likely cracked apart from that slap. Despite this being the case, blood still trickled out from its mouth, dyeing its white-colored tusks. However, it laughed loudly, saying, "Worthy of being the most powerful heavenly deity. However, I am still in my prime, the road's still quite long." It backed off, no longer attacking. Shwa! In the sky, an enormous horned dragon appeared, as well as a dragon sparrow, even more so a few humanoid heavenly deities. They pressed forward together to stop the 8-armed soul race expert. The golden ancient elephant was just a test. There were several other powerful heavenly deities here. You all truly are quite something. Right at this moment, someone spoke from the distance. An aged figure appeared in the sky. The golden ancient elephant and others all changed their expressions. And then they disappeared with a flash, quickly escaping, not daring to speak another word. That old thing is still alive? He should have reached the sect master level at the very least, so how can he still leave the tribe? Only when it left the little world did the horned dragon speak softly, clearly feeling great fear. They were all heavenly deities, so if they left their tribes for too long, they had to pay a great price, let alone that living fossil. It was definitely even more difficult for him. It's not his true body, just an embodiment. He is warning us, the dragon sparrow said. 8-armed soul race, centaur race, and ancient fiend race are worthy of being some of the most powerful great sections. We cannot fight them head-on. Let's temporarily retreat, the golden ancient elephant said. In reality, their races weren't weak either, to the extent where they could be considered to be extremely strong. However, they lacked sect master-level figures overseeing them, so they didn't dare clash too powerfully. They could secretly take action, as long as they don't make it too obvious. That day, news spread throughout half of Immortal Ancient that a few races joined hands, offering to protect Huang, neutralizing his dangerous situation. Everyone trembled inwardly. This outsider actually possessed such great charisma, able to make powerful races take action. It made quite a few experts feel restraining fear. Where is that youth? Why isn't he in this mountain region? When the golden ancient elephant and the others left, the 8-armed soul race, centaur race, and other experts looked around, their divine senses sweeping through the mountains and rivers, but they didn't find any trace of him. That little fella is quite slippery, escaping a long time ago. Even if we didn't come, he might still be fine. The ancient fiend race's heavenly deity said. Sure how had long ran ahead of time, not being trapped here. Where did that fella run to? Why isn't he quickly appearing? The little rabbit muttered with her small mouth. Her pretty silver hair shone like silk fabric. Why did he run so fast? The divine striking stone said. Their group of people like Xuelin, Luodao, Lanichen all came. Recently, they were cultivating with the centaur race. After obtaining the news, they immediately asked the experts for help, carrying out this rescue. This time, they truly mustered great forces. Send out a few people to look for him, a heavenly deity ordered. News traveled out, leaving all sides alarmed. Many of those who had wanted to get their hands on Huang had to reconsider. Even Sure How knew about this. Not long after he escaped, he heard rumors. He set his resolution, deciding to head towards those tribes. And there was someone who followed me. Hao was astonished. It was a heavenly deity. Even from far away he could still sense it. That was the ancient fiend race's expert. Black-colored scales covered an enormous, mountainous body. It was extraordinarily strong, making this place tremble slightly as it steeped in the void. Suddenly, Hao's expression changed. As soon as he wanted to meet this individual, he felt a wave of coldness. This was an instinctive feeling. The road ahead was extremely dangerous. Without even thinking about it, he turned around to leave, quickly fleeing towards the horizon. Little friend, why are you running? My respected clan elder sent out an order to look for you, specially offering to protect you. You do not need to worry. That ancient fiend transmitted sound, shaking the skies. The sense of danger became stronger and stronger. Hao quickly ran, using the sword core to slice open the void and leave this place, entering a brilliant passage. Hong! Behind him, a fist slammed over. That black fist was as large as a house, black gold scales covering it. It was 10,000 times tougher than steel, shattering the void. If not for Hao producing a realm-shattering symbol, he would have likely been injured again, suffering the attack of a heavenly deity. His expression became unpleasant. Why was the ancient fiend race also targeting him? Based on normal reasoning, it shouldn't be like this. Right, most of those from the ancient fiend race have good intentions. But there are heavenly deities that long for my flesh and immortal seed, so they are secretly taking action to kill me. Hao understood the situation. He quickly fled, running towards other small worlds. This immortal ancient is too strange. Every single stalk of grass, every single tree having spirituality, all of them able to give away my whereabouts. If I continue like this, I won't be able to escape. This isn't the right way. Hao frowned. He ran for his life these past few days, but he was still unable to escape the pursuit. Not even the 72 transformations could conceal his true body. The clans were just too familiar with this ancestral ground. In addition, every clan had magical treasures similar to the evil reflecting mirror, able to reflect the true body and search out one's tracks. These were secret treasures refined through the last great era's ancient methods. This will continue unless I become strong enough until I could erase all of my own traces. However, my injuries are so severe that I cannot do anything. Hao frowned. In the end, he set his resolution, preparing to head towards the centaur race. The creatures there still believed in the willow deity, so he wanted to directly meet the clan's old clan chief to seek protection and recover from his injuries first. 2 days later, before he even closed in on that ancient land, he was discovered. There were still several thousand li separating him from his destination when a powerful divine sense swept over. Thank goodness, little friend is safe and in good health. Hurry and come to me, we'll head to the tribe. A powerful centaur race heavenly deity towered in the sky. How could it be like this? Hao felt a heart-alarming sensation, feeling a great cold intent. He rushed into the void without looking back once again, cutting open a passage with the everlasting immortal sword. Hong! Behind him, the centaur race's expert held a black-colored enormous bow. It pulled back the bowstring, shooting out a thick arrow, immediately piercing the void, smashing over with terrifying radiance like a sun. Pooh! Hao evaded it, not being struck. However, that arrow was thicker than a spear and possessed the natural laws of a heavenly deity. The radiance it released was incredibly terrifying. The void shattered. Hao was brushed by the power, immediately sending him flying outwards and coughing out large amounts of blood. There were injuries all over his body. This sudden attack left Hao greatly shaken. The centaur race were worthy of being natural divine archers. Too terrifying. He was that close to being killed by that heavenly deity. There are experts from the Centaur clan who also covet my 2 strands of immortal energy. Hao tried to run once again. He shivered inwardly. Regardless of whether it was the Centaur race, 8-armed soul race, or ancient fiend race, most of the clansmen were good, willing to protect him, but even though there were some who carried hostility, it was still extremely dangerous. He couldn't head there at all. Otherwise, once he entered the tribe, it would definitely be dangerous, likely having his body stolen by a heavenly deity within a few days. His divine senses wiped out. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia felt that even though a mortal ancient was big, there was no place for him to stay in, feeling unprecedented danger. All clans were dangerous, and he had to stay far away from them. In that instant, he deeply understood that everything was fake. Only becoming strong oneself was the root of everything. He had to become stronger. He didn't have many realm-shattering symbols left. Even though he had taken quite a few from Fallen Divine Child, Jundao, Dichong, and the others, continuously running still exhausted a large half of them. Apart from this, he didn't dare rashly use that divine protecting symbol again, only producing it when there was danger to his life. Otherwise, the consequences would be too horrible to imagine. I need to nurse my injuries, pass a heavenly tribulation that should no longer exist in this great era. I am going to break through. Xianxia clenched his fists, his eyes becoming brilliant. Currently, he was facing a life and death predicament, death possible at any time. However, he didn't feel sullen, instead using this as a type of self-sharpening. If he made it through this trial, he believed that he would be like a reborn phoenix, transforming into an even more powerful self. When that time came, he would grasp his own fate instead of being tossed and turned by others. No one would dare pursue him with murderous intent. This was a mountain region lush with plant life. Several thousand old medicines could be seen everywhere. There was a stone mountain with ancient vines coiling about it. On the mountaintop was a vicious bird nest, the diameter 10 zhang. There was medicinal fragrance currently wafting out from it. Xianxia occupied the bird nest, hiding in a golden falcon's nest, currently stewing medicinal herbs. There were 3 crocodile dragons as well, and after their skin were flayed, they were tossed inside the medicinal soup. The medicinal herbs mixed with the meat fragrance, the smell a bit strange, but Xianxia couldn't be picky right now. His body's recovery was the most important, so no matter how bad it tasted, he still had to swallow it. This was a rare period of peace. It had already been 2 days since he fled from the centaur race, and during that time he didn't stop for a moment, always escaping from attacks. When he arrived in this ridge, he unexpectedly found many medicinal herbs. He killed 3 true deity crocodile dragons, and then hurried to treat his injuries. I hope the heavenly deities come a bit later, Xianxia said. The medicinal herbs and crocodile dragon meat had finished stewing. He devoured it with large mouthfuls. Then, blood energy surged, completely covering him. He did everything he could to recover. One could see cracks covering his sparkling precious body one after another. Cracks that unexpectedly stretched into the body's depths, reaching into his internal organs. Golden skin, silver bones, whenever Xianxia operated his energy, there was this type of state. This was the embodiment of his flesh being cultivated to the peak of this cultivation realm. Unfortunately, even with golden skin, silver bones, wounds covered his body like a net, about to break apart at any time. This time he really was injured badly. He first suffered great Dao injuries from his isolation cultivation, and then he suffered from Jundao and Heavenly Country King's attacks, having both his frontal bone and heart pierced through. After that, he was even pursued by heavenly deities, continuously taking on serious injuries. If it was anyone else, they would have died a long time ago. Forget about lasting this long. Living more than an hour would already be a miracle. 2 strands of immortal energy wrapped around him, pulling his broken body together, preventing it from truly breaking apart. Roiling blood energy surged. Things were changing for the better, but there was no way everything would immediately heal, as these were great Dao injuries. Even heavenly deities had a chance of dying from Dao injuries. No one was 100% sure that they could recover from these types of injuries. Even someone like Xianxia with astonishing primordial spirit force, his flesh undecaying, cultivating 2 strands of immortal energy, still had to focus on recovering in order to make progress. Only after several dozen days would there be a chance of recovering. However, would those outside give him this opportunity? The answer was definitely no. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, immediately breaking open the sky to depart, leaving behind a streak of afterimages behind him, fleeing from this mountain range. Jejia. A disgusting laughter sounded. It was a golden creature, a zhang tall, similar to a divine ape in appearance. Its entire body was covered in gold scales, and there was a snake tail. Its arms hung down to its knees, extremely long. This was an ancient ape that had the strong characteristics of the dragon, snake, and ape race. It was incredibly terrifying, a mutated creature left behind by the last great era. It was powerful and astonishing. This was especially the case due to the fact that it cultivated to the heavenly deity realm. Golden scales covered its body, making it impervious to sword or spear. Xianxia had previously guided it into an ancient formation within some ruins, borrowing the endless sword Dao to hack at its body. Kung Chong sounds rang through the air, sparks flew everywhere, but not a single golden scale came off. It was completely unharmed. Now it chased over again, the situation not good. Xianxia sighed. He used another realm-shattering symbol. His inventory was truly getting smaller and smaller. However, if he didn't use it, how was he going to run from such a powerful heavenly deity? To Burial Realm. This was something he had decided on a long time ago. Now that he ate all of those old medicines, his condition improving again, he felt like he should take the risk. Show. When the realm-shattering symbol was used, Xianxia appeared in an ancient realm. There were many opportunities here, previously containing an immortal Dao shrub, immortal bone, and other things. Xianxia had previously discovered an immortal corpse, shocking all sides. Apart from this, there was a black abyss here that was 100,000 zhang deep. There were traces of immortal battles there, a branch left by the willow deity and Kuan Peng blood. There were damaged phoenix feathers and even more so an ancient altar. At the bottom of the altar, there were too many mysteries. The 9 dragons pulling coffin had previously traveled through this place, escaping, and a source energy cauldron wanted to come into this place, calling out towards Xianxia. He came to Burial Realm once again, but it was because he had no choice. This was the only place that could protect him from his surroundings. After putting on the tattered armor, he could enter the black abyss while others couldn't. In the past, there were heavenly deities and sect masters from immortal ancients' native races who entered this place, exploring deeply, but they disappeared forever after going down, all of them falling. As soon as Xianxia approached Burial City, he felt a feeling that made his hair stand on end. His 2 strands of immortal energy spun about, swirling around him, making him feel uneasy. Ever since he transcended the ancients and took that step, Xianxia's divine awareness became increasingly sharp, almost becoming a type of instinct, always able to detect incoming danger before it happened. He quickly backed off, decisively escaping. It was clear that someone had predicted that he would come here, standing guard here for a long time already, waiting for him to enter their trap. Heavenly deities have all lived for a long time, their experiences profound. A few people researched him, guessing that he would ultimately come here to seek shelter. Even though they didn't know that he had the Lightning Emperor's tattered armor, and this was why he didn't fear the Black Abyss, they could guess from the Willow deity branch he brought back that he had something to rely on. As such, there were people waiting here ahead of time. Pong! A large hand slammed down rigidly, simply impossible to evade. Xianxia activated the divine protecting symbol, making it shine, carrying out a defense. Kacha! The divine talisman developed a deep crack, being damaged quite a bit. Chi! Then, another streak of golden light shone in this direction, an ancient mirror suspended in the void. That was a heavenly deity magical artifact, and right now it was used to lock him down. Not good. Xianxia panicked. He was in an extremely dangerous situation, feeling even more uncomfortable than before. The ones who came made ample preparations, dead set on making him stay behind. Golden ancient elephant, dragon sparrow, and horned dragon appeared at the same time. 3 great heavenly deities stood guard here, quietly waiting for him to come. There was nothing worse than this. With a hong sound, that golden trunk lashed over, its power tremendous, hacking the sky in half. Xianxia's divine protection symbol erupted with an expanse of brilliant radiance, producing another streak. Meanwhile, that ancient elephant's preparations were ample. While holding the secret treasure, they retreated after a single strike, not allowing that divine symbol to retaliate. It was clear that they had long made plans to exhaust his precious symbol. Hao's expression became cold. High and mighty heavenly deities. Yet 3 came at once, attacking me from all sides. Do you all even want any face? Little Tao friend, where do these words stem from? We only wish to invite you as a guest to discuss Immortal Tao, said the dragon sparrow. Even things like you want to discuss the Immortal Tao? Hao coldly berated. At this moment, Burial City's creatures were all alarmed. Heavenly deities descended, leaving many people shocked. This was especially the case when they heard what Hao said. Every single one of them were stunned. Even heavenly deities weren't significant in his eyes, not showing any respect. Huang really was confident and bold. Little friend, you really are quite brash. Not even believing us to be worthy of discussing Immortal Tao with. Who else do you feel like can discuss Tao with you in this world then? The horned dragon said, carrying a smile. However, that type of contempt was clearly out of belief that everything was in the grasp of their hands. Cultivate 2 strands of immortal energy first before asking me to discuss the Tao. Otherwise, get lost. Hao went for broke. Either way, there was no road of life left, no way for there to be any friendly relations. So what was there to be scared of? Junior, you are too arrogant. Just let your primordial spirit be erased and leave behind your body. The golden ancient elephant's face sank, taking action once again. Hao silently produced a sparkling white piece of bone, holding it in his palm. It was precisely the 10,000 spirit diagram. He felt like the divine protecting symbol might not be able to block more than a few dozen more strikes before being destroyed. This bone was sparkling and smooth, pure white like fine jade. It was a portion of the true primordial record, something that had previously displayed might in the lower realm, turning into a sky diagram, producing 10,000 spirits. Its defensive strength was world-shocking. Only, he didn't know if it could still display its power this time. It was because no matter how he activated it, it was useless. Could only passively revive. Not good. Suddenly the golden ancient elephant cried out, its body contorting, face turning dark. At the same time, the horned dragon also trembled, its entire body swaying back and forth, about to fall out of the sky. The dragon sparrow even more so released a long cry, plume feathers igniting, doing everything it could to defend itself. This burial realm isn't a good place after all, not a place we can easily approach. The curse is activating ahead of time. We have to hurry and return. They were alarmed and angry, but they were also incredibly fearful. After leaving the tribe, once the amount of time was reached, there was danger to their lives. They had to hurry back, or else they would definitely die. This time exceeded their expectations. Burial Realm had too many strange things, having immortals who died, the curse power left behind extremely strong. They were unwilling to let things end like this, working together to capture Hao. Kacha. The divine protecting symbol became covered with more cracks. At the same time, in Burial City's black abyss, black mists surged into the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The dragon sparrow cried out miserably, half its body festering, feathers falling out, almost falling head first onto the ground. Tore open the void, turning around to escape. Burial Realm, damn place. The horned dragon was resentful. Dragon scales continuously fell off, its skin changing color. It also fled for its life. The golden ancient elephant was unwilling to let things end like this. Its gaze was extremely vicious as it stared at Hao. However, it couldn't stop the discoloration from appearing on its golden body. It released a long cry and then ran. Hao was stupefied. He put the 10,000 spirit diagram away. There was actually this type of thing that happened. He quickly flew out from the black abyss. When he arrived here, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air. Black mists roiled outwards, making one feel cold. There was no way of approaching. In addition, he discovered a heavenly deity formation here that had previously been arranged by those 3, waiting for him to rush in. There was no way of entering this place. It is most likely because they rashly arranged a formation here, triggering this type of chaos. Xianxia said to himself. Right now, the entire city was in great disorder, many immortal ancient natives screaming miserably, fleeing for their lives. The black mist was incredibly deadly against them. Many of them directly turned into pools of blood. Xianxia didn't dare stay here for long either. He also ran. That day, Immortal Valley was greatly shaken up. Burial Realm was in chaos. 3 great heavenly deities suffering from curses, making everyone shocked. Many natives felt a chill run down their backs. In addition, that very same day, all of the heavenly deities that left the tribe returned, going into hiding, temporarily not daring to come out again. It was because when they calculated the time, they realized that their curse period was quickly arriving, needing to return to the tribe to neutralize it. Otherwise, they might very well die outside. Even though they did immediately return, they still had to pay a great price while resisting the curse in seclusion. This was the last time Immortal Ancient was opened. When this era passed, no one knew what would happen in this ancient land. That was why some of the heavenly deities were going crazy. For example, the golden ancient elephant, horn dragon, and others believed that as long as there was a bit of hope, for example, the 2 strands of immortal energy able to neutralize the curse, then the risk to hunt down Xianxia was completely worth it. In a certain small world, within a mountain region, buildings could be seen everywhere. Upon closer inspection, they were made of bronze, their appearance ancient. The one at the center was incredibly magnificent, the style extraordinary. If there was a higher realm sect master here, they would definitely be shocked. This type of scenery was extremely similar to Immortal Palace, just 2 alike. Your curses should have flared out. It's my turn to move out. In the Bronze Palace, a male got up. What was shocking was that when he walked out from the ancient palace, an elder in a distant Dao platform opened his eyes. His aura similar to his, even his appearance similar. Only one was a heavenly deity, somewhat aged already, while the other was like a youth who had reached the consummate level of the divine flame realm. Strand of primordial spirits separated, seizing the body of an ancient freak. It seems like in the end, I, Di Kuan, still cannot let go of my ambitions. Even after staying behind in Immortal Ancient, I still wish to prove myself, using a young body to cultivate immortal energy. Is it even worth the trouble? 2 individuals, one old, one young, opened their mouths at the same time. This type of scene left one horrified. He was Di Kuan, previously Immortal Palace's most powerful inheritor. No opponents throughout all of the higher realms. All of his peers treated him like a sovereign, recognizing him to be number 1 in the world. Due to a few reasons, he stayed in Immortal Ancient, not leaving, cultivating to the heavenly deity realm. In addition, in a certain era, he sent out a streak of divine will, seizing the body of an ancient freak, obtained a second terrifying flesh shell. He had been suppressing this second flesh this entire time, not breaking through so as to allow it to compete against the geniuses who entered Immortal Ancient from the outside world. Why am I even bothering with this? Perhaps I should change bodies and get revenge for Di Chong. Obtain his enemy's body and use it for myself. His young body disappeared while his old body also stood up. Treat injuries. Break through. I need to transcend above. At this time, Xianxia continuously operated bone techs to treat his injuries. He also frantically searched for medicinal herbs and continuously ate them. He had to break through during this period of peace, and then use the new power to protect himself. For the sake of recovering as quickly as possible, he took the initiative to attack, plundering from a few natives' auction houses. For example, the Golden Elephant, Horn Dragon, and auction houses managed by other clans were all robbed clean. Their loss is heavy. Unfortunately, he didn't find even a single stalk of divine medicine. Even though holy medicines were effective, their effects were too slow. Then, he went into hiding again to treat his injuries. For this, he didn't hesitate to enter places even the natives were scared to approach, entering a few strange small worlds. Even though this was the case, he was still found, because there were always true deities looking around. The various divine birds, dragon hounds, and other creatures were all experts at tracking down targets. Dark Realm, a place where the curse was known to be extremely serious. This small world was extremely large, the number of races many, but all of them went mad, or to be more precise, suffered from curses that were too severe, making them lose wisdom, only having their primordial instincts left. Regardless of whether it was the heavenly deities or the normal creatures here, they all entered a mad state. Normally, they hid here without coming out, but once they were alarmed, they would erupt into activity. The reason Xianxia chose to come here was precisely for the sake of withstanding those heavenly deities, making them feel restraining fear. However, in just half a day there were people who found him. It was a youngster who wore a fine silver robe formed from interweaving snow-natural silk. The workmanship was exquisite, and he was handsome as well. His aura was high and lofty, exuding an unhurried type of temperament. "You are that Huang?" he calmly asked. "Correct. And you are?" Xianxia replied. "I am Dikuan." The silver-robed male had his arms behind his back, speaking calmly. There was an indescribable type of style. His eyes were deep as they overlooked Xianxia. Even though they were both young men, he clearly seemed a bit incompatible with this world, as if a heavenly deity was standing there and looking down on Xianxia, not regarding him as anyone important at all. However, his true cultivation was similar to Xianxia's, not all that high and mighty. "I killed someone called Di Chong," Xianxia said. "That's my descendant. Within his body flows a bit of immortal blood," Dikuan said calmly. "A race that has immortal blood flowing through it?" Xianxia sneered. Then, he looked at the person in front of him. Could it be an ancient freak who stayed behind in Immortal Ancient? Indeed, Di Chong is like myself. As a descendant of immortals, his bloodline is precious, but was actually killed by you. Dikuan released a soft sigh. Then his expression became cold. He looked at Xianxia and began to closely examine him, but there was a type of domineeringness. "You can die now. Have your primordial spirit depart and leave behind the flesh body. You have the choice to take your own life." This type of speech truly was insolent, yet he spoke it so calmly, so normally, as if it was but a normal thing. "Who do you think you are, even daring to say something like that to me?" Xianxia said coldly. Even though he was seriously injured and close to death, when facing someone at the same cultivation realm as himself, he didn't attach much importance to them at all. "I can because I am Dikuan. I was previously unmatched in my generation." Dikuan calmly looked at him. "Dikuan? Never heard of him. What generation's big onion?" Xianxia didn't pay it much attention. The other person was looking down on himself, so he also showed Dikuan despise. "Take action then, or else you won't have a chance." Dikuan swept out a glance, still keeping his hands behind his back. He was extremely indifferent, as if none of this was significant. Xianxia didn't say another word, bringing out the everlasting immortal sword and hacking outwards. He also brandished his right fist, displaying the Reincarnation profound mysteries as he rushed forward. Since the other party acted so brash, then he wouldn't show much kindness, quickly ending this battle so he could leave this place earlier. Something that left Xianxia shocked happened. Dikuan completely abandoned defense, also rushing towards him, only using his arm to block before him in a simple manner. Pooh! Under the Reincarnation fist, Dikuan's arm not only began to age and decay, it then immediately exploded. Then, an entire half of his body was like this, a single encounter, and the left side of his body was smashed apart. In addition, the everlasting immortal sword swept out, hacking it at the waist, separating the two parts of his body. Blood splashed outwards. Everything happened too quickly, leaving one shocked. Someone as powerful as Dikuan couldn't take a single hit. Suddenly, Xianxia's fine hairs stood on end. From within that collapsed body, the frontal bone shone. A streak of primordial chaos flew out, in its hands a purple-colored little bell. With a small sway, his soul became unsteady, as if it was about to scatter. What was this? Xianxia was shocked. That little person wasn't tall, only the size of a fist. The purple gold bell was even more so, less than 2 inches tall, held in that primordial spirit's hands. With a gentle sway, it was about to remove and destroy Xianxia's soul. It was incredibly terrifying. Soul-sinking bell. Hao was shocked. His primordial spirit was in great pain. He immediately recalled a certain magical artifact that was extremely difficult to refine. Few people successfully created such a thing. Dikuan had a soul-sinking bell. This was clearly a strange treasure that was definitely extraordinary. This should be a heavenly deity magical artifact. In addition, that small person released terrifying power, close to the heavenly deity realm, its primordial spirit power exuberant. Dikuan's body was the same cultivation realm as Hao's, but his primordial spirit was extremely terrifying. The flesh shell is nothing more than a leather bag, a means of transportation. Today it's time to change hosts. Since that body was killed by you, I'll exchange it for your precious body then, Dikuan said with contempt. Hao understood now. No wonder he was so unflustered. Turns out he had this type of thing to rely on, his primordial spirit ridiculously powerful, launching this type of sudden attack. No matter who it was, they would suffer a loss. This was the same as a half-heavenly deity. He held a heavenly deity magical artifact, suddenly attacking Hao, catching him unprepared, making him suffer a loss, almost dying here. You aren't bad, cultivating 2 strands of immortal energy. This body is perfect without faults. I will properly take care of this means of transportation, so you can go on your way at ease, Dichong said. His soul-sinking bell moved, making the space between Hao's brows crack. The primordial spirit within was about to scatter away, the situation already decided. It was a simple and direct attack about to bear fruit. Hong! Suddenly, divine flames raged within Hao's head. 2 strands of immortal energy wrapped around the primordial spirit as it rushed out, and then a powerful wave of primordial spirit force pervaded the air, one that wasn't weaker than Dikuan's. What? Also close to heavenly deity level? Dikuan was shocked. This was why he had confidence in himself, his primordial spirit close to the heavenly deity realm, because his true body was a heavenly deity, easily nourishing this kind of primordial spirit. Hao was like a phoenix reborn in flames. That primordial spirit released light, resisting the soul-sinking bell, and then it rushed out from the frontal bone. In that small person's hand was a sparkling white bone, the 10,000 spirit diagram. Dang! Dikuan moved the purple-gold bell again, wishing to erase Hao's primordial spirit, using the heavenly deity magical artifact to attack. However, this time it lost effectiveness. The 10,000 spirit diagram, after suffering an attack, finally revived. It surged with life energy, over 10,000 creatures appearing in the void, covering everything densely, roaring at the same time. 10,000 spirits. This name wasn't for nothing, and in reality, there were even more, all of them vivid and lifelike. There was even the sun, moon, and stars. They hung in the sky, mysterious and profound as they released chaotic mists. The bell fluctuations were stopped. Those sound waves came to a screeching stop before the 10,000 spirit diagram. However, this diagram didn't retaliate either, only stopping the bell waves. It was wrapped within primal chaos, becoming more and more mysterious, difficult to see through. Actually close to heavenly deity realm. Cannot leave you alive, Dikuan shouted. At the same time, a bronze palace appeared. An elder opened his eyes. He sensed something inwardly, able to share emotions with the other primordial spirit. He quickly walked out from the bronze palace, and then he tore apart the void, heading towards Dark Realm. In Dark Realm, Hao didn't know these things, but he wouldn't waste this opportunity. With the 10,000 spirit diagram in hand, he slapped that primordial spirit, using the sparkling white bone to deliver the most terrifying strike. Dang! Dikuan and the soul-sinking bell tried to block it, but it wasn't enough. When the 10,000 spirit diagram descended, this bell was blasted until it trembled and became dull. This bell had a spirit, and right now it was in incredible fear. It shivered in fear before the 10,000 spirit diagram. The only fortunate thing was that the 10,000 spirit diagram never displayed its might. Only used by Hao like a brick, viciously smashing at Dikuan. Dang! Finally, the soul-sinking bell that lost effectiveness was struck flying. Hao frantically beat Dikuan. shouting, acting so arrogantly. But nothing more than this. What are you playing at? Hong. Under the smacks of the 10,000 spirit diagram, Dikuin's primordial spirit almost scattered. With a pung sound, Sure Hao lifted the seriously injured Dikuin with one go, and then he slapped with one hand and then the other in quick succession, immediately making his mouth go crooked. Pai-pa sounds rang through the air. Ah! In the distance, a roar of anger sounded. Dikuin's true body went crazy, simply unable to believe what was happening. Even though he didn't care about that primordial spirit right now, he felt as if it was happening to his real body. In reality, he also sensed the feeling of being slapped in the face. Shua! Sure Hao's primordial spirit quickly returned, using his palm to seize that primordial spirit, continuing to beat it. The primordial spirit's large mouth was smacked with reincarnation power, already about to scatter. In the distance, the real Dikuin was seeing stars, his rage burning ferociously. Terrifying energy rushed into the clouds in the sky. He quickly chased over. Sure Hao fled. He knew that this small world had many secrets, containing powerful curse power and other things. Not even heavenly deities were willing to set foot here. Race with immortal blood my ass. Just some brat that needs his face slapped. Sure Hao beat the primordial spirit while flying in retreat. Brat, I won't kill you, but have you live for several tens of thousands of years. I am going to make it so that you wish for death but can't get it. Suffer greatly for many, many years. Dikuin's true body displayed his hatred, shouting from behind. There was a steep cliff up ahead. Beyond that was a lake that was pitch black like ink, the coldness seemingly able to freeze and shatter one's soul. There were several ruined palaces there right by the shore. After arriving here, forget about Sure Hao, even Dikuin's true body felt uncomfortable. His entire body felt like it was being cut by blades, his skin in pain. A wave of terrifying, baleful energy seeped into his bones. Chaos Mosquito Lake? Dikuin shivered inwardly, quickly stopping himself. Sure Hao knew where he was heading. He had previously heard about it. All of his fine hairs stood on end, his skin also feeling like there were blunt blades pressed against him, slowly moving across, cold and painful. It was as if a prehistoric beast was in that lake, opening its large mouth, waiting for people to jump in. Youngster, aren't you going to keep running? Dikuin sneered. Old thing, what are you being so arrogant for? Are you looking for a beating? Sure Hao saw Dikuin's real body in the distance. After saying this, he picked up the primordial spirit in front of him, giving his mouth another beating. Hong! Dikuin was so angry he felt as if his lungs exploded. He sent a palm slapping forward, simply angered until smoke was coming out from all 7 orifices. He had lived for such a long time, but this was the first time someone beat his mouth. His entire body was shaking. Even though that was just a primordial spirit he separated from, the feeling was too clear, as if his true body was being beaten again and again. Old bastard! You still refuse to be obedient? Sure Hao quickly dodged, and then he lowered his head to look at that primordial spirit. Pai-pa sounds rang out again, and then another vicious beating was carried out. He then even more so threw it onto the ground, stepping on it more than 10 times. In the end, with a pung sound, he directly kicked it into the lake. Ah! Dikuin released a miserable cry. He held the space between his brows. That primordial spirit was badly damaged, and he felt a wave of pain as well. He wanted to sever the connection, but he also felt a bit unwilling. After all, he already cultivated it to that step, so if he could merge with it again, his strength would improve a step further. Sure Hao was shocked. Dikuin's primordial spirit fell into that large black lake. But even though it was seriously injured, it didn't die, still able to struggle. When he saw Dikuin rush over murderously, he didn't even think twice, producing the 10,000 spirit diagram and then put on the tattered armor that seemed to be left behind by the Lightning Emperor, diving straight in. He grabbed Dikuin's primordial spirit and then dove into the lake's depths. Ah! At the lakeshore, Dikuin's true body clenched his teeth, severing his connection with the primordial spirit, a small puddle of blood trickling out from between his brows. Younger generation, I want to see how long you can stay inside the lake for, he he said viciously. Suddenly, the lake water surged. Ruby-like mosquitoes flew out one after another, all of them a foot long. They covered heaven and earth, all directions rumbling with sounds as they clashed left and right. These mosquitoes all went mad, only having instincts left over. They lost their intelligence, but most of them had the cultivation of the divine flame realm, making this horde incredibly terrifying. When they flew out, they brought with them waves of curse power. Dikuin's expression changed, continuously taking steps backwards. Soon after, the sound of wings shaking sounded again. Several tens of thousands of mosquitoes rushed out from the lake surface, all of them a meter long. Their bodies were shining, all of them at the true deity realm. This group was even more vicious and sinister. Chi! Suddenly, a golden mosquito also rushed out, the aura even more terrifying, possessing heavenly deity fluctuations, shocking Dikuin until he quickly backed up, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Wang! A sharp sound was released. Dikuin felt a chill run through his heart, blood shooting out, sucked away by a creature in the lake, making him tremble continuously. There were two mosquitoes releasing chaotic energy, not bigger than the size of a palm, but they were more powerful than all of the other mosquitoes. They emerged from the lake. A chilliness filled Dikuin's mind. The rumors were true. This chaos mosquito lake was a taboo place that shouldn't be provoked. He felt great pain from his heart area. There was a bloody hole there, blood shooting out and absorbed by a palm-sized mosquito, sucked out without his notice. He quickly withdrew. There were two mosquitoes that were like that, the size of a palm and swirling with chaotic energy. They were just too terrifying. With a light shake of their wings, 1,000 li of the void would crack. Dikuin's expression changed, not even turning his head back around as he ran. However, during this process, his 4 limbs squirted out blood, producing several bloody holes. At the same time, his back was in intense pain as well, pierced through the hole connecting front and back. Right at this moment, his entire body released blood, 90% of his heavenly deity blood lost. Ah! Dikuin ran. He was seriously injured, half his body rotten, impaled until his entire body was full of bloody holes. His essence blood had pretty much been completely drained. If not for the pair of chaos ancient mosquitoes long losing their sense of self, now only having blurry instincts, it would definitely be difficult for Dikuin to escape death. Chaotic energy surged. 2 mosquitoes circled around the surface of the lake, and then with a pu tong sound, they entered the large black lake again, thus disappearing. Meanwhile, in the sky, a golden mosquito flapped its wings, releasing heavenly deity aura, its speed fast to the extreme. It threw itself into the distant sky. When a divine bird, purple gold swan passed, it was instantly killed, its blood sucked dry. In the mountains, there was a golden mosquito that chased after a group of wild beasts. All of the giant beasts' bodies dried up immediately, becoming skin wrapped around bones. These golden mosquitoes were all a zhang in length, several tens of times more ferocious than divine birds, slaughtering all creatures, frantically absorbing their blood. Apart from this, even more miserable events were just waiting to happen. Behind them, the silver mosquitoes numbered in the tens of thousands, the blood-colored mosquitoes even more so filling the world, blotting out the sky, engulfing the great earth. Regardless of whether it was the flying birds or walking beasts, as long as these mosquitoes covered them, they would be turned into skeletons, all essence flesh vanishing. Only after a long time had passed did the mosquitoes enter the black-colored lake again, returning peace to this place. Dikuin left and then he returned. His face fell. His body was full of bloody holes, his heavenly deity self almost dying here. He lost 90% of his essence blood for nothing. It was too miserable. Apart from this, he even lost a primordial spirit, completely losing connection with it. This was especially the case when he recalled how an insect gave it a vicious beating, his large mouth releasing pi-pa sounds, almost making him vomit blood. The veins of his forehead jumped, truly wishing to destroy this lake with a single slap. Insect, Huang, as a heavenly deity, how many years had it been since his emotions fluctuated like this? Right now, his face was malicious, actually wanting to do everything he could to save that youngster's life, not wishing for him to die. Also, he could properly torture him by his side. I really hope a miracle happens and you are still alive. That way, I can properly entertain you. Dikuin didn't believe sure how could survive. However, he was a careful person. He stared at the large black lake for a long time, not willing to leave. In the end, he even had several disciples from his clan stand here and watch everything carefully. Only then did he truly leave. As for the Chaos Mosquito Lake, there were too many rumors. Some said that back then, one of the vicious 10 tribes died here, buried at the bottom of the lake. A few mosquitoes absorbed their blood essence, evolving over endless time, obtaining the Great Tao. There were also rumors that an immortal from the last great era had an opponent who was destroyed here, turning into blood, forming this black lake, thus nurturing a group of sinister mosquitoes. There were others that said that this black lake was originally a filthy place of great een since the start of the world, a place bottled up with the inauspicious. The lake was ice-cold, and even with the mysterious armor, his flesh still felt as if it was being pared by blades. This was a formless, baleful energy that hacked at his muscles and bones, oppressing his inner organs. What made one's scalp go numb was that the mosquitoes were everywhere, moving through the black and sticky liquid, attaching themselves to his body and crazily going at it. This type of thing, the smaller ones 1 foot, the larger ones more than a meter. Xianxia had never seen such large and nasty mosquitoes. The tattered armor released kung-chong sounds, sharp stingers running into it one after another. Many mosquitoes swarmed over densely, crawling all over his body. Dikuin's primordial spirit didn't have that tattered armor's protection. It cried out miserably, pierced through by sharp mouthparts one after another, its entire body in pain, finding it unbearable. These mosquitoes were quite special. Not only could they absorb blood, they could even devour primordial spirits. Now that hundreds to over 1,000 of them swarmed over, it left one with a great sense of fear. It squirmed and struggled about. Dikuin opened his mouth, roaring loudly. That black-colored lake water entered his mouth, hacking at his divine senses like blades. It was harder and harder for him to endure. However, it was close to the heavenly deity realm. His primordial spirit was still extremely powerful, doing everything it could to resist, blasting an expanse of bugs to death. Only, when a streak of golden light pierced over, he immediately became motionless. That was a golden mosquito with heavenly deity aura, its needle-shaped mouthpart unstoppable. Soon after, Dikuin died, his primordial spirit surrounded by bugs, quickly sucked clean. Xianxia witnessed this scene clearly, feeling his scalp turn numb. Such a powerful primordial spirit was dealt with so quickly. As expected, the flesh was the root. Once it lost its protection, no matter how powerful his primordial spirit was, it would still wither away, the day coming when it would fail. Now wasn't the time to sympathize with Dikuin. He himself was in a dangerous situation as well. Countless mosquitoes were chewing at him, the armor releasing kung-chong noises, sparks flying everywhere. Even though this armor was extraordinary, it was already tattered with many holes. The many sharp mouthparts brought him life-threatening danger. Xianxia resisted it. His armor shone, shining and sparkling. Those holes had divine force vortices, shattering quite a few of those mouthparts. But there were still some sharp ones that pierced into his flesh. There really was no way to defend against this. His injuries were too severe, powerless to do anything. Am I going to die here? Xianxia's mind went cold. He didn't dare touch the divine protection symbol out of startling those gold heavenly deity-level bugs, and even more fearful of provoking the chaos ancient mosquitoes. The 10,000 spirit diagram was still and without sound, not showing the slightest reaction. He put it away with a sigh. He produced the pill furnace, pouring out heavenly river water. Lightning hacked about, crushing an expanse of mosquitoes. There was even more curse power that extended outwards, sweeping everywhere. This produced a huge uproar. Not only did the golden heavenly deity-level bugs look over, even the 2 chaos ancient mosquitoes moved, raising their heads. Not good. Hao's expression immediately changed. Dikuan's true body was outside, while the lake had this type of densely packed bugs. It really was trouble both inside and outside with no road of life. Wang! Suddenly, a chaos ancient mosquito moved, rushing over here. Hao sighed. He set his resolution, holding the 10,000 spirit diagram in one hand and the ancient talisman in the other. This was the talisman that he discovered next to the 9 dragons pulling coffin ruins, but he never knew what it did. Wang! However, the chaotic mosquito's speed was fast, almost arriving in an instant, its mouthpart already piercing out several times. The only fortunate thing was that it lost its intelligence, in a state of muddle-headedness. It didn't hit Hao's flesh, the first time striking down on the tattered armor related to the Lightning Emperor, sending sparks flying, blasting apart the lake water. The second time, it landed on the 10,000 spirit diagram, releasing a kangxiang sound, making this place once again erupt. The 10,000 spirit diagram shone, releasing an expanse of chaotic energy. All types of creatures appeared, making this ancient bug retreat in shock, feeling incredibly startled. Silently, a flame appeared from within Hao's body, burning the nearby black lake water away. The scene was extremely strange. The other chaos ancient mosquito arrived, but when it saw this scene it couldn't help but tremble, retreating as well, not daring to approach. In the end, they all backed off, even the golden heavenly deity level mosquitoes frightened in retreat. There was a type of natural instinctive fear towards the 10,000 spirit diagram. Hao released a breath of air. It was just too dangerous. If not for these bugs' spiritual awareness being blurry, losing their former divine senses, only having their instincts left, it would be a lot more troublesome. If it was any normal heavenly deity, they would continue attacking, not retreating because of their natural instincts. Then, several top-level bugs retreated. The other mosquitoes also moved about noisily, leaving into the distance, no longer surrounding him. Hao was shocked. A dangerous crisis came to a temporary end. He didn't leave, remaining here quietly without moving to recover his injured body. This was a rare, peaceful place where he wouldn't be chased by the heavenly deities of the outside world. However, this place wasn't a good cultivation ground, the baleful energy thick. Apart from these mosquitoes that liked nasty energy, all other creatures would feel uncomfortable here. After a long time had passed, not even the true deities could take it any longer, their bodies feeling like they would crack apart. Meanwhile, these mosquitoes were birthed by the black-colored lake water, so they didn't fear the baleful energy. Despite this being the case, Hao still didn't leave. He silently endured it, moving his body's essence blood slowly to recover. Those 2 chaos ancient mosquitoes and the golden heavenly deities. Where did they go? Hao was a bit stunned. In the blink of an eye, he could no longer sense their auras. It was clear that at the depths of the lake was something beyond his imagination. Those powerful mosquitoes sank into the lake bottom. Hao didn't pay it any attention, instead feeling more at ease, starting to treat his injuries. Just like that, several days passed, his injuries closing a bit, but then some were torn apart by the baleful energy, putting him in a state of equilibrium. This lake is too terrible. In a flash, half a month passed. Hao finally managed to recover a small bit, but he was still in this process. He discovered with shock that there was something at the bottom of the lake that was releasing a bit of essence energy. It was unexpectedly extremely beneficial to his injured body. After enduring for several days, Hao felt that his state improved a bit. He clenched his teeth, heading deeper into the depths of the lake. The outside world was in an uproar. More than 20 days had passed. Huang had been pursued by heavenly deities, entering Dark Realm, thus disappearing. This became the focal point of everyone's conversations. What a pity! Huang died just like that, a young talent dying prematurely. He even cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy in this great era. Truly heaven-warping talent. Did he really die? Perhaps he might still be alive. What a joke! After entering the Chaos Mosquito Lake, who can come out alive? Since the ancient times, so many great figures entered the lake but never came back, The two chaos ancient mosquitoes possibly produced by an immortal corpse. So how could he stop them? Right now, in Immortal Ancient, many people shook their heads, believing that Huang died. No way he lived. Dikuan came from Immortal Palace, and after he took action, he definitely won't leave him with a chance to live. This is revenge. The 3,000 provinces geniuses believed that Hao died. Everyone knew that Huang and Immortal Palace's inheritor stood in opposition, in the end Dichong even being killed. Now, heavenly deity Dikuan taking action was nothing unexpected. Before power, not even geniuses can do anything. Even if he cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, so what? If he dies, everything amounts to nothing. Some people were taking joy in his disaster. He died in the end, ha ha ha. The outside world was in an uproar. When Qing Yi obtained news of this, she became silent. She stood on a cliff, not speaking for a long time. The little rabbit's large eyes were even more red, saying, "That disaster died. I thought disasters were supposed to remain for 1,000 years. Brat, just calmly head on your way. I will get revenge for you." The divine striking stone was furious. Huang died, falling in the chaos mosquito lake. These news triggered a huge uproar. The outside world was full of discussion, everyone's reactions different. At the bottom of the lake, glimmers of light shone. Hao widened his eyes with shock. He headed down a whole 40,000 zhang. Only then did he approach the bottom of the lake. This was simply inconceivable. A lake was actually this deep. That's heavens. Vicious 10? Dragon and that woman. Hao was shocked. When he arrived at the bottom of the lake, he saw a scene that made his pupils rapidly contract. At the bottom of the lake was a woman who looked like she was carved out of white jade. Her body was pure white and perfect, releasing a sparkling luster. Her figure was wonderful, curves rising and falling. She had blue hair that fell down to her waist. This was without a doubt a beautiful woman. An outstanding beauty, her appearance enough to topple countries. The clothes on her body had long become ruined, but there was still armor covering the crucial areas, unexpectedly forged from black immortal gold. Her large chest and other areas were all covered. The immortal armor flickered with dark light. Even after endless year, it still didn't decay. However, one could see that there were traces left on its surface, not corroded over time, but left behind after a heavy blow. It protected her chest, but the black immortal gold was damaged. One could imagine what kind of power that was. Hao felt that this woman had existed for a long time. Even though her skin was snow-white like jade, the black immortal gold flowed with an ancient aura. Could it be a female immortal? Great waves stirred within Hao's mind. The impression this woman left him with was too strange. Even though she was incomparably beautiful, she gave him a heart-alarming feeling. This was especially the case when he saw a skeleton 1,000 zhang from the woman, snow-white like jade. They were dragon bones. The skeleton was 10 zhang long. The aura terrifying and astonishing. Flesh already no longer existing. 2 chaos ancient mosquitoes were resting on its surface, not moving at all. It really is a true dragon. Hao was shocked. That type of aura was extremely similar to what he sensed when he previously entered the Kuanping nest and Immortal Ancient's vicious nest. It was extremely powerful, making one tremble with reverence. The true dragon's remains were left behind here. What exactly happened? A devastatingly beautiful woman rested at the bottom of the lake, spotlessly white and beautiful. A dragon skeleton full of ancient meaning released terrifying energy, making one shiver inwardly with fear. When the two of these were combined, it truly was a strange scene. What kind of place is this? Why was there this type of scene? Hao watched from the distance, not approaching this place. Emotions were stirring greatly within him, making it hard for him to calm down. This was too astonishing. Upon closer inspection, he had new discoveries. There was a dark red spot between that woman's brows that had previously been pierced through. Was this the reason for her fall? However, why was that body still releasing exuberant life energy, as if it was still alive? Could it be that she could still be revived? An exceptional beauty and a small half of dragon skeleton were resting at the bottom of the lake. What kind of event happened to create this result? It really made one develop fanciful thoughts. Were the two enemies, fighting a bloody battle to the death, ultimately leading to this result? Or were they allies, the two killed by a common enemy? Xianxia said quietly. It was difficult for him to deduce past events. He could only sigh with regret. Immortal Ancient was too terrifying. Even true dragons and immortals had enemies, times when there was danger to their life. What kind of era was that? It really made the blood of powerful individuals stir, longing greatly for it. He stared at those two chaos ancient mosquitoes, his eyes flickering with radiance. He gradually understood why they were so powerful. They were extraordinary when they were born in this pond, and then they most likely ate the flesh that came off the true dragon. The two mosquitoes ate the true dragon's flesh. Just the thought alone made him feel like this was crazy. Otherwise, why would they be laying on the true dragon bones, turning it into their place of rest? One has to understand that even if a true dragon died, its flesh definitely wouldn't decay, able to maintain itself for a long time. Now, it disappeared, so it was easy for one to associate it with the ancient mosquitoes eating it. Xianxia stared blankly, everything before his eyes exceeding his expectations. Was this the reason for the Chaos Mosquito Lake being so terrifying? It was clear that the two palm-sized ancient mosquitoes noticed him, but they didn't come over, instead flapping their wings in warning, releasing terrifying fluctuations. They only had their instincts left over. If they still had their intelligence, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. The 10,000 spirit diagram and mysterious flame within Xianxia's body left them with a deep impression. And that was why they didn't attack Xianxia. Xianxia withdrew, staying far away from the dragon skeleton and approaching the exceptional beauty. It was because the spiritual essence that made his body take a turn for the better originated from this place. Wisps of the energy scattered outwards. Xianxia approached it. At first, it was still fine, but when he got within 10 zhong, a mysterious power directly blasted him flying, making him bleed from all 7 apertures, his flesh splitting apart again. This type of power was too sudden, swirling about the woman, forming a domain, protecting her at the center. Her body carried a strange power. Even after endless time had passed, it still remained, and it was full of exuberant life spiritual essence, as if she was still sleeping. Xianxia wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth, revealing a look of shock. No wonder the two ancient mosquitoes didn't eat her. There was actually this type of power. He sat down 10 zhong away, starting to operate his internal energy to treat his injuries. Strand after strand of ripple-like fluctuations immediately moved from that woman's body, turning into multicolored light. Xianxia was like a desert that received sweet dew, his entire body obtaining nourishment. This type of power was extremely strange, carrying life vitality, extremely beneficial for him. It wasn't as powerful as divine medicines and other things, but he was still heading in a better direction, flesh replenished by mysterious spiritual essence. He moved his blood energy around to recover his injured body. Just like that, many days passed. It had already been a month since he entered this great black lake. As time went on, his injuries slowly healed, recovering his vitality. Sparkling luster flowed all over his body like 7-colored divine glass. However, even though his flesh recovered, his great Tao injuries still remained, not immediately recovering. This was extremely difficult to recover from. Even if a heavenly deity suffered this type of damage, being greatly injured by the Tao, they might still die, not necessarily recover. Xianxia had 2 strands of immortal energy. Even though he felt that he could recover, he needed a lot of time. Just like that, he didn't move, his mind becoming clear. He used all of his vital energy to adjust his injured body, erasing the Tao injuries, wishing to recover as quickly as possible. Another month passed. The great Tao injuries finally displayed clear improvement, now 70 to 80% recovered. If it wasn't for this fairy's body releasing mysterious energy, it truly would have been troublesome, Xianxia said to himself. Even though in the end, he would still be able to recover, he would have to use up a lot more time. After the 3rd month passed, Sure how completely recovered, his vital energy restored to its peak. 2 strands of immortal energy moved around him. He felt more powerful than he had ever been before. The current him was standing at the very peak of his entire life. Finally recovered. I wonder what the outside world is like. Sure how said quietly. He estimated that most people would mistaken him for being dead. He didn't leave, instead continuing to solidify his cultivation. This was a rarely obtained piece of safety, the ideal place of seclusion. Another month passed. Sure how's second strand of immortal energy obtained the snow-white, jade-like woman's nourishment, unexpectedly becoming just like the first strand, reaching its peak. The immortal energy is already perfect, unable to be strengthened further unless a third strand of immortal energy is cultivated. When he thought of this, Sure how shook his head. He did everything he could to obtain these 2 strands of immortal energy. There were no other paths he could find. He resolutely tempered his body, raising his body and mind to their optimal levels, and then he prepared to incite heavenly tribulations. Perhaps a third strand of immortal energy might appear in the heavenly tribulation. He felt like trying to make it through a heavenly tribulation in an era without tribulations would definitely be incredibly terrifying. Perhaps a third strand of immortal energy might be produced. It was because he had previously absent-mindedly heard the white tortoise talk about it before. Only, this great era didn't have heavenly tribulation. If one forcefully tried to incur it, it would definitely be terrifying to the extreme, a single mistake resulting in the destruction of body and spirit, doomed to eternal damnation. Therefore, Sure how didn't dare rashly go about it. He had to seriously prepare, making his body's state transcend his limit. Heavenly tribulation varies from person to person. I already cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, so the tribulation that descends will definitely be extremely terrifying. Who knows? It might be the most powerful lightning tribulation. Sure how trembled inwardly. He had previously heard that in the last great era, many heaven-warping geniuses died under the heavenly tribulation, unable to continue living. This was not a game, not something anyone could pass just because they wanted to. One had to carefully prepare oneself. Not only did he have to adjust his body, he also had to temper himself. In the following month, Sure how carried a self-oppressive cultivation. He removed the tattered armor related to the Lightning Emperor, and then sat at the bottom of the lake completely naked, resisting the black lake water that contained endless killing energy. This thing, don't tell me that it is the blood of a powerful creature from the last great era? Sure how felt like this black lake water should be an unmatched creature's blood. Its essence scattered, only leaving behind the rest, making one's flesh feel extremely uncomfortable, placing them in great pain. The mosquitoes could endure it because they were born from this liquid. In this month, Sure how continuously resisted the corrosion of this black liquid, being injured many times. In the end, he returned to the bottom of the lake, borrowing the spiritual essence released by the woman to recover from his injuries. In the blink of an eye, he had already spent 6 months in the Great Black Lake. Now, both his flesh and primordial spirit had adapted to the Great Black Lake, not fearing the corrosion any longer. One could see just how astonishing his improvements were. However, he still didn't try to face the tribulation, still continuing to prepare himself. He started to take the initiative to provoke those mosquitoes. Of course, he didn't touch those golden heavenly deities or the chaos ancient mosquitoes. The true deity-level silver-colored mosquitoes were a meter in length. All of them threw themselves over, their mouth parts sharp, releasing sparks as they landed on his naked body. There were endless bugs, all of them attacking together. Sure how received their attacks to temper his body. This was extremely miserable. Even though he was quite powerful, able to initially withstand it, in the end when he became weary, his flesh would be pierced through. Am I committing suicide by doing this? Sure how clenched his teeth, enduring it. Each time he was seriously injured, he would always sink to the bottom of the lake, staying 10 zhong from the exceptionally beautiful fairy to cultivate, silently sitting there, borrowing the spiritual essence she released to heal his injuries. I have to be a bit more tough on myself. 10 Crown King has that immortal Tao little tree, vicious nest's male even occupied an immortal land. They all have great natural luck and accumulated for many eras. So I have to strengthen my foundation. The mosquitoes carried poison, and their mouthparts were sharp, inflicting great injuries on Xiao's body. He was continuously injured, and then continuously recovered. Zhang. The needle-shaped mouthparts shone, piercing Xiao's body. Divine light flickered, releasing Zhang cries, as if it struck down on steel. In the recent month of cultivation, he continuously used true deity realm mosquitoes to refine his body, tempering himself again and again. At first, his entire body was covered in injuries and his body broken into a terrible state, often having his essence blood flowing away. Later on, he gradually adapted to it, his body becoming more and more powerful and sturdy, his vital energy becoming incomparably abundant. Kacha. Later on, when the true deity level mosquito's mouthparts landed on his body, a sheet of multicolored light would appear on his body, as if lightning was interweaving, making his precious body difficult to damage. It's enough I should attempt the tribulation. I wonder what the outside world is like, if everyone forgot about me already. Xiao came out from seclusion, preparing to leave the great black lake. A large half of a year passed, yet Huang never made an appearance. There were some who sighed with regret, and some who took joy in this disaster. Everyone's expressions towards this different. A genius who cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy was forced into the chaos mosquito lake by a heavenly deity. Dying just like that, it made many people sigh with sorrow. Regardless of whether they were friend or enemy, they all felt that it was a great pity. There was never a lack of discussions on this matter. Only recently did the disturbance begin to calm, fewer people bringing it up. After all, when even the most powerful died, they would still turn into yellow earth, coexisting with the grass and trees, all of their previous glory in life no longer existing. Xiao, I will get revenge for you. Chao Yuxing came out from seclusion. After learning of this, his chubby face was full of anger, angrily vowing. Qing Yi and the little rabbit had previously asked heavenly deities to take revenge for Xiao, but it wasn't all that effective, encountering resistance. No one wanted to offend tribes with heavenly deities for a dead person. A living Huang was a genius with endless potential, but what was a corpse worth? Brother Shi, walk in peace. Chang Gongyan drank to the moon, drinking a cup alone and then pouring a cup onto the ground. Immortal Ancient still had geniuses who rose up, glorious legends being born. The focus of everyone's attention was no longer on Huang. There were other events and great figures rising up. What kind of place is that vicious nest exactly, to be that frightening? Even heavenly deities would die if they went inside. No chance of emerging alive. Everyone was shocked. The banished immortal-like young man from that vicious nest with the jade flute had previously encountered the pursuit of heavenly deities as well, because it was suspected that he also cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy. However, when he fled back into the vicious nest with heavy injuries, a heavenly deity followed him inside, but unexpectedly died. A rain of blood rising, covering the sky, shocking Immortal Ancient. For example, someone incurred heavenly tribulation, triggering a huge uproar. How many years had it been since someone like this appeared? To actually use lightning tribulation to temper the body, carry out a baptism. That day, Immortal Ancient was greatly shaken. Many people stood around and watched this magnificent scene. Unfortunately, that ancient freak failed to cross the tribulation, ultimately dying. It was because he took the initiative to draw over heavenly tribulation, sending down incredibly ferocious, unimaginable suffering, ultimately blasted into coal. It was also that day that Immortal Ancient's natives were horrified, because when that youth tried to cross the tribulation, endless curse power descended, corroding that person. Even heavenly deities trembled, fearing that they would be affected. It was because for outsiders, being attacked by the curse power the first time wasn't much, but for them, it was the same as stirring up past injuries, making their own curse power even more serious. 10 Crown King's little tree is actually the young sprout of a world tree. When news of this got out, it left all of Immortal Ancient greatly shaken up. Many experts set out to look for him, stirring up quite the commotion. One has to understand that even in the last great era, the world tree was a supreme treasure. To plant a young sprout into one's body, there was no need to think too much to understand how incredible this was. He could definitely cultivate a second strand of immortal energy. It was because there had been recordings in the last great era that his was one of the most powerful immortal seeds. In that great era, someone refined the initial form of a universe, using that as a seed, merging it with the self. There were those who planted a world tree in their bodies, stepping on the most powerful path since the ancient times, ultimately reaching the peak of immortal Tao, their fighting prowess shaking past and future. The disturbance that was created was naturally incomparable. The natives' heavenly deities couldn't sit still, all of them coming out of isolation, risking the dangers of the curse's corrosion to find 10 Crown King. In addition, even other ancient freaks suffered attacks, a few big names being attacked. This was the last time Immortal Ancient was going to be opened. All sides brought out their trump cards and natural luck, not hiding anything anymore. As a result, an unprecedented great chaos was stirred up. Only much later on, when the most well-known figures among ancient freaks either died or disappeared, did the disturbance gradually calm. During this process, there were some who were like brilliant comets that lit up the skies, their names remembered by everyone. For example, 10 Crown King, Vicious Nest's exiled immortal, Ning Chuan, and others, every single one of them shining brilliantly, making the sun and moon lose color. They were still alive, yet the heavenly deities temporarily couldn't find them. 3,000 provinces, the uninhabited region's borders. The hearts of cultivators of all sects were rising and falling, emotions surging. They witnessed what happened in the past half-year within Immortal Ancient through the flower petals. All of them found it difficult to calm down. Good. My clan's genius rose up, dug up a stalk of divine medicine, his strength increasing greatly. I hope he can safely return. Ning Chuan is formidable, actually avoiding the pursuit of heavenly deities. What a pity, that genius who tried to cross tribulation originally had incredible talent, yet in the end became a piece of charred coal. Truly a pity. There were discussions everywhere. Some people felt joy, some worry. Shi Xiling and his wife both fell dispirited, feeling extremely terrible. Half a year has already passed, but Huang still didn't come out. He's definitely dead. Behaving so ostentatiously, he was destined to wither away early. Being able to continue living is what's not normal. It was clear that there were quite a few great sects who were dissatisfied with Shi Hao, for example, the Celestial Clan, Fire Cloud Cavern, Immortal Palace, Underworld Clan, Great Sky Border, and others. Right now, the people of these sects all released a breath of relief. What a pity he died. I was still waiting for him to return. Within a blood-colored chariot, an owl-like cold voice sounded. That was Heavenly Country's Lord, his voice extremely terrifying. It was clear that the reason he hoped Shi Hao could return alive was so that he could personally take action, not because he truly wished him peace. Should count him as being lucky. If he appeared alive, he'll wish he was dead rather than alive. Phantom Drake Dao Gates people laughed coldly. Dying like this is like being set free. He is too lucky. Demonic Sunflower Gardens people also spoke. These ancient sects all had many of their disciples cooked and eaten by Shi Hao. There was already enmity between them before, so they hated him bitterly. This time Shi Hao landed in the black-colored large lake. Many inheritances all ridiculed him, some divine flame realm creatures even more so laughing incessantly. Of course, there were many people who felt regret. A genius like him dying like this was too much of a pity. Regardless, Shi Hao didn't come out for the larger half of a year. No one believed that he was still alive. If they wanted to find his traces through the immortal Tao flower's petals, that was impossible, because as soon as immortal energy was cultivated, wrapping around the body, everything would be hidden. The other result was that if they died, then there was no way to observe them either. The reason they were able to learn of Shi Hao's battle accomplishments, as well as the matter of him having 2 strands of immortal energy, was by investigating bystanders. Back then, when they heard that Shi Hao cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, Everyone immediately became stupefied, producing a heaven-shaking commotion. Everyone looked like they had seen a ghost. Haha! After dying, even geniuses are nothing more than a pile of earth. Woo, what if he appears again alive one day? What if he cultivates a third strand of immortal energy? Then that will be interesting. Dao brother, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? How can a dead person appear alive, let alone cultivate a third strand of immortal energy? Just as the outside world and Immortal Ancient were discussing spiritedly, Xianxia came out from isolation, emerging from the large black lake, scanning his eyes over the surroundings. And there are still people guarding the surroundings? Were they scared that I might not be dead? Xiao's eyes revealed a look of surprise. A hint of coldness flashed past. There were a few creatures here, such as a golden elephant, horned dragon, and a few humanoid ones. Xiao swallowed his saliva. It had been almost a year since he ate anything. When he saw the golden ancient elephant and horned dragon that had draconic energy swirling about, he was overwhelmed with a desire to eat. I have to economize, Xiao muttered inwardly. Before touching those beasts, he silently dragged a humanoid creature into the lake, not startling anyone else. It was actually Di Kuan's descendant, someone who came from his tribe. Soon after, Xiao learned from his mouth about the things that happened in Immortal Ancient, his expression falling greatly. In the end, he fed this person to the mosquitoes and walked ashore with large steps. Heavens! Someone walked out from the lake. A dragon sparrow cried out in alarm, its bird beak extremely large, not believing what it was seeing. It's him. It's actually Huang, he didn't die. The golden elephant cried out loudly, its trunk rushing towards the sky, releasing woo sounds, forcefully screaming. Correct. I, the one surnamed Sure, have returned from hell. You all can forget about wasting energy. Not a single one will be able to leave. Xiao walked out from the black-colored lake water, arriving ashore. He swept his eyes over the powerful individuals present. This was too shocking, leaving every single person stunned. Then they felt a wave of chilliness run through them. This was too strange. Didn't he die? How did he make his way out from the lake? They guarded there just out of routine, respecting the clan's heavenly deity's orders. They didn't treat it like a real job, not believing that Xiao could still return alive. However now, a ghost appeared before the living. Kill! These creatures screamed, taking action at the same time, wishing to escape. There were even some that brought out realm-shattering symbols. Don't waste precious symbols, Xiao shouted. These people were horrified, discovering that the void was locked down. Not a single person was able to leave. They all activated precious techniques, secret treasures, and other things, but everything was shattered by the other party's fists that were surrounded by immortal energy. Who? Xiao gave each one of them a fist, quickly settling the battle. Not even the true deities could resist his attacks. An hour later, smoke rose from the side of the Black Lake. A large cauldron was propped up, the water within long boiling. The dragon sparrow, golden elephant, horned dragon and others were all placed inside and slow-cooked. Fragrance wafted outwards, traveling several li out. Xiao gorged himself heartily. It had been a larger half of a year since he last ate, so he almost ate his own tongue. Tastes so good, so good. Horned dragon, golden elephant, and dragon sparrow. These are all delicacies. I truly wish I could eat my fill every day. Xiao's mouth was extremely artful. If it was in the past, he would definitely be quite picky, but with how hungry he was now, even if someone cooked a pig, he would feel that it was a delicacy. Huang appeared again. News swept through the world like a tornado, immediately spreading, shaking up a few small worlds in Immortal Ancient. How could a dead person appear again? I don't believe it. That is but the Chaos Mosquito Lake. Once one falls in, not even a heavenly deity can revive. How can Huang appear in this world again? This triggered a huge uproar, many people refusing to believe this. However, there were some that brought conclusive evidence, telling those of the outside world that Huang returned alive, currently cooking a golden elephant and horned dragon by the lake. roasting a dragon sparrow and eating heartily. Everyone was stunned. This was too absurd, right? Sure, How didn't bother himself with this stuff. He knew that news had already leaked out, but he didn't feel any fear, purposely doing it like this. As soon as he returned, he cooked a pot of meat. Is he fighting back and provoking those heavenly deity clans? This day definitely wouldn't become calm again. The news were too shocking. At the same time, quite a few cultivators from the 3,000 provinces learned of this as well. At the edge of the uninhabited region, everyone saw scenes through the immortal Dao flower's petals, learning about what happened inside. Of course, they still couldn't see Sure How because he had immortal energy covering him, but they learned through the mouths of others, understanding the situation. How could it be? Huang. He is still alive, returned again. Not long ago, there were still those who were taking delight in his disaster, ridiculing how Huang wouldn't live for long, destined to wither away early. However, in the end, he appeared again. Quite a few people were showing hostility, unbridledly laughing and chatting, for example, Heavenly Country, Underworld Clan, Immortal Palace, Celestial Clan, and others, but in the end, they discovered that they seemed to be slapped in the face. Huang. He was still leaping and frisking about, appearing again. This was especially the case when someone joked not long ago that Huang might appear again, that if he cultivated a third strand of immortal energy, then that would be interesting. Of course, everyone laughed, believing that was impossible. However, this nightmare was now real. Many people felt their faces turning hot. This youth appeared again. There was definitely going to be a great storm. Within Immortal Ancient, next to the Great Lake, Sure How gorged himself with food, a pile of bones on the ground. He was finally satisfied. He released a sigh, saying, "I'm full. They should appear soon too, right?" The pile of bones on the ground included those from Horned Dragon, Dragon Sparrow. It was a mess. The enormous bones were shining, containing mysterious power. Sure How laid on his back next to the lake, resting his head on a pile of dragon bones. Below him, beautiful sparrow feathers that were incredibly comfortable. He released a belch. He drank a mouthful of strong alcohol, smacked his lips over the taste, feeling that this type of relaxation was better than being a Taoist immortal. Half a year ago, he was running for his life, his body seriously injured and on the verge of dying. During the recent few months, he even fought daily against mosquitoes, his body pierced by the sharp needle-like mouthparts to refine his body. It was an incredibly bitter experience. Now he was so relaxed. After eating his fill, he was perfectly content, his pores releasing multicolored light, magical force flourishing, and his body full of vigor. This was a rare moment of leisure and enjoyment. Heavens, it really is that Devil King, Huang. He is still alive. Not far out, there were people who came. When they saw him, they couldn't help but cry out, feeling that this was inconceivable. The rumors were true. He appeared, alive, perfectly fine. Is it really him? That is a well-known taboo place, the Chaos Mosquito Lake, a place no one could crawl out of alive. How did he do it? Everyone was stupefied, finding this hard to believe. Unless they personally saw it for themselves, they would have all felt that the news was false, that someone purposely fabricated fake news. Now they were all speechless. I just had a meal. Almost can't even get up. Why did you all appear again? Sure How sat up, rubbed his stomach. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he stared at the clans before him. There were golden ancient apes, horned dragons, and others. They were all from races that had previously pursued him. Of course, the ones that came weren't heavenly deities, the highest at the true deity realm. When they heard Huang appear in this world again, they just happened to be close by, immediately hurrying out. Unbridled. Someone secretly clenched their teeth and then quickly withdrew. At first, they didn't believe the news, but now that they personally saw Huang, they were extremely shocked. At the same time, they felt that things were going south extremely fast, wishing to run. Since you came, don't leave. Sure How laughed loudly. A large earthen hand covered the sky, descending like a thick cloud, covering that place. Kill! Several creatures shouted loudly, doing everything they could to resist. At the same time, they felt regret. It truly was curiosity killing the cat, running over to seek confirmation. Wasn't this just diving straight into the tiger's mouth? In that instant, they were completely suppressed. Several creatures were picked up and pulled to the lakeside. Sure Hao was extremely patient. He produced a horned dragon tendon, stringing them all up and hanging them on his body. Now that he saw these delicacies after several months of darkness, his eyes were about to release green light. Food? When others heard this, they felt speechless, all of them stupefied. Forget about everything else. This fella really was too vicious. The enormous golden elephant, Pai Xiu, and others, their original bodies were like a small mountain, yet right now they were strung up together and turned into the size of a fist, their miniature forms hanging from his body. Truly was a strange and shocking sight. I'm seeing ghosts. It really is him. As time went on, there were people from other clans that came to investigate, especially the ones that were comparatively closer hostile creatures that were wandering about outside who immediately hurried over. As one could well imagine, they were captured one after another. Sure Hao hated some of these clans bitterly. He was almost chased to death. Now that their disciples appeared, he naturally wouldn't be too polite. These people were all misled, believing that Sure Hao couldn't be alive, so they came to seek verification. Of course, most of the creatures later on were rather careful, not approaching this place and watching from afar. They all sucked in a cold breath of air when they saw the prey strung up around his body. Their scalps turned numb, every single one of them scampering off. As for those that were unrelated, Sure Hao didn't take action, not deranged to that extent. Hey, Underworld clan, what are you trying to get in on the action for? So stinky and rotten, can't eat you all at all. All of you should crawl as far away from my sight as you can, Sure Hao pointed out. Under PU sounds, several Underworld clan experts that carried bitterness and grudges were killed, collapsing onto the ground, their dark blood splashing extremely high into the air. In the outside world, the cultivators of the 3,000 provinces were stupefied. Right now, Sure Hao didn't produce any immortal energy, so they saw this scene clearly. They all looked at each other in dismay. As for Underworld Lord, he stood on a white bone mountain, his face as unpleasant could get. This was undisguised contempt. This fella provoked heavenly deities in Immortal Ancient, yet he still didn't disappear, unexpectedly daring to take action like this. Heavenly Country's assassin hadn't been killed yet, actually still showing himself. Sure Hao spoke again. He released a cold laugh, collecting his smile for the first time. He vanished from his original location, entering the void. Pooh! Blood scattered outwards. A humanoid figure appeared from the void, half his body shattered on the spot. Heavenly Country's present world #1 assassin. It was actually him also arriving nearby. One had to understand that Heavenly Country's ancient freak, that king's flesh had been obliterated by Sure Hao last time. However, Heavenly Country's present world inheritor didn't show himself. Today, he wasn't about to escape disaster. He had half his body immediately removed by Sure Hao, and then with a pung sound, another leg swept out, the kick making Heavenly Country's present world #1 assassin explode into a rain of blood on the spot. In the outside world, 3,000 provinces. A blood-colored war chariot that was shockingly bright red continuously poured out blood. Heaven overflowing killing intent rushed out. The ancient war chariot was rumbling with zhang sounds. This was the first time Heavenly Country's lord was this angry. Huang, this was humiliating Heavenly Country, declaring war, challenging his dignity. He was doing this for him to see. Everyone else's expressions changed. Was this Huang who cultivated 2 strands of immortal Tao energy? He was extremely powerful after all. How terrifying was Heavenly Country's assassin against people of the same level. However, in the end, he was killed as soon as they encountered each other. Everyone was deeply aware how serious the matter was. If he grew up, that would be unimaginable. So what if I ate too much? He returned to the lakeside, rubbing his stomach as he said this. In reality, his figure was tall and handsome, his stomach not swelling out at all. When everyone saw this scene, they knew that he was definitely trying to humiliate those great heavenly deity clans. How should I aid my digestion? Hao muttered. He suddenly stared at the creatures behind him and laughed loudly. The seed delivery is here. Those creatures were extremely hateful, turning around to leave. Those were demonic sunflower gardens experts. They were naturally mortal enemies of Huang, part of the main force of 7 deities that went to the lower realms. This time, Hao didn't kill them, merely capturing them. Clattering noises ran out, and after shaking them, he plucked at them madly, producing a pile of sparkling black jade-like seeds. It was clear that these actions would make their cultivations decline steeply. This was where their essence was accumulated. Kaka. Hao began to crack the seeds by the lake, his appearance carefree. Those experts covered their faces as they ran, feeling too much grief and indignation. In the distance, those who were watching were speechless. Regardless of whether it was the natives or the geniuses of the 3,000 provinces, they all widened their eyes. This really was a devil king. In the outside world, the border of the uninhabited region. Demonic sunflower gardens lord was so angry an enormous mountain was slapped, rage overflowing into the heavens. Many people kept quiet out of fear. They knew Huang was doing this on purpose. Not long ago, those clan's cultivators were still laughing and ridiculing Huang, believing that he definitely died, that he couldn't live for long. But in the end, not only was he still alive, he was even provoking them like this. This was the same as slapping them in the face, their cheeks struck with no place to hide. Many people felt their faces become hot, their skin extremely uncomfortable. By the lakeside, seed shells were all over the ground, his body surging with spiritual essence. Every single seed contained Tao and divinity, a type of mending medicine. This fella, too arrogant, too unbridled, actually sitting right there, eating and drinking. Is he going to face the heavenly deities here? Unforgivable, he will definitely be killed. Actually daring to challenge the bottom lines of every clan like this, he will die without a burial site. It was clear that there were many hostile creatures in the crowd, all of them furious. They clenched their fists tightly, waiting for heavenly deities to arrive and kill him. The seeds are so greasy. How great would it be if there was a plate of fruit? Hao said. Pong! A divine vine was pulled up from the ground, someone from the higher realm's sun god divine temple. This was a golden stalk of sun vine, also part of a hostile party. Hao dragged him over, and with chi-chi sound, treated it like a sugar cane, starting to chew on it. He won't be allowed to live. In the outside world, a golden ancient vine roared, sun god divine temple's lord. He had part of its body removed by the willow deity in the lower realm, then fled in a sorry state. This was originally a shocking scene. Huang returned alive, drawing everyone's attention, but no one expected this fella to make this type of play. It really left them stupefied. Hong! Heaven fell and earth cracked. Ghosts wept and deities howled. Finally, a heavenly deity descended. This small world trembled intensely, the void splitting apart. Several figures emerged from a large black crack, overlooking the black-colored lake. When it saw the pile of bones on the ground, the face of the golden ancient elephant in midair fell. It was as large as a mountain, its aura terrifying. Little monster, you are too arrogant. Do you feel that just because you have some backing, you can offend heavenly deities? Today, you won't be able to continue living. The golden ancient elephant coldly spoke. However, soon after, the veins on its forehead jumped, its golden pupils firing 2 streaks of sharp light at the end of its patience. It was because that brat was actually using a snow-white tusk to pick at his teeth. Hao was calm and unruffled, using methods to shrink a snow-white, jade-like enormous elephant tusk. He pinched it between his fingers, carelessly using it like a toothpick. Everyone became dumbstruck. This fella was too unbridled. Wouldn't this anger the golden ancient elephant to death? Brat, provoking me like this, even if you wish to die, it'll be difficult. You'll wish you were dead rather than alive. In the skies, an enormous rumbling sound rang through the air. The horned dragon race's heavenly deity appeared, his eyes like lanterns as they stared downwards. Sure Hao casually flung aside the toothpick and put on a set of armor. It shone brilliantly. Upon closer inspection, they were made from horned dragon scales. You are courting death. The horned dragon roared, its eyes becoming red. Younger generation, you are going too far. There won't be a good end for you. A dragon sparrow with bright and beautiful feathers spread its wings, covering the sky as it spoke. Sure Hao still didn't say anything, using his actions as a response. He picked out the most resplendent dragon sparrow feather, the only true feather, similar to a primordial true feather. Then, he began to pick at his ears. Accept death. In the void, the dragon sparrow shook its wings. Brat, you have quite some guts, but you can forget about defying the heavens. Not even a true immortal can save you today. Ma Yuan also came. The heavenly deity's pursuit began precisely because of him. Sure Hao finally responded directly, saying, You old turtle, I'll stew you alive in a bit. Also, those others like the ancient apes, Pai Xiu, and Dikuan's bunch of bastards, all of you should just crawl over too. You? Ma Yuan's expression became ashen, pointing at him with his fingers. This brat was too brash and rude, not putting a heavenly deity in his eyes at all. You what you? Did you forget how I gave you a beating last time? Still not learning your lesson. In a bit, I'll give your old ass another beating and then directly kill you. Sure Hao said. There wasn't a single person who wasn't stupefied. This fella truly dared to say anything. Ma Yuan was so upset his face distorted. Expression became sinister. This brat actually dared to talk to him with this type of tone, as if he was older and more experienced, sounding like he truly could oppress him. Old thing, you shouldn't act so stubborn. Last time, didn't you get beat up badly? Truly a good for nothing. Sure Hao continued to mock. Bullshit. Ma Yuan was furious. He had a legendary reputation. When did he ever get beaten up by a trifling divine flame realm cultivator? Even though he was affected by a curse last time, that was only because he was careless. How unsightly. Sure Hao laughed loudly. Impudent. Kneel. Ma Yuan shouted, using his heavenly deity's secret method, sending his powerful spiritual might sweeping out to injure Sure Hao's divine senses, making his mind weaken. The space between Sure Hao's brows shone. His divine senses were close to that of a heavenly deity, not much weaker, so he didn't fear this pressure. Old turtle, what are you shouting stupidly for? You trying to run a one-man comic show? Chattering by yourself over there. Don't you feel tired? Really are kind of annoying though. Sure Hao's arms were crossed as he spoke, de-emphasizing the situation. Last time, Ma Yuan almost forced him to death, so Sure Hao's mouth naturally wouldn't be lenient this time, purposely displaying its lowliness. Ma Yuan's fury surged. At the same time, it trembled inwardly. He knew that this youth had previously been seriously injured, receiving great Dao injuries, but now he was full of vigor, long recovering. The other heavenly deities also saw this. His body state was much better, Dao injuries clearly recovered from. This was extremely shocking. One had to understand that Dao injuries really were hard to recover from. That type of injury would most likely make even heavenly deities fall, requiring an extremely long amount of time before there was any hope of recovery. However, this person was truly formidable. He had to be immediately killed. This was what all of the heavenly deities here were thinking. Huang was too astonishing, actually relying on himself to treat those great Dao injuries. It's useless no matter what we say. Just kill him, the horned dragon said coldly. Good, immediately wipe out his primordial spirit and leave behind his body. We'll make the other decisions later, said the golden ancient elephant. It was the first one to take action, its elephant nose like a mountain ridge as it thrashed out, splitting open the void. Let me. Suddenly, a large golden hairy hand reached out from the void, forcefully grabbing over to imprison Sure Hao. It was an ancient ape. Its body was covered in scales, but in the cracks of a few scales were golden hairs, making it look extremely bold and powerful. It was invulnerable to sword or spear, a creature that had previously pursued Sure Hao. Truly lacking, why isn't that bastard Dikuan coming? It would be much easier to just kill you all and simplify matters. Xianxia moved to the side, quickly avoiding this strike, appearing at the other side of the lake. Those heavenly deities' eyes became deep, pressing forward. This was a restricted area. If their elephant trunks and large hands continued downwards, striking into the lake, it would definitely trigger a huge disaster. You bastards can all forget about leaving. I'm going to kill you all, Xianxia said. Everyone became stupefied. What kind of crazy words were these? A divine flame realm cultivator actually dared to challenge heavenly deities, saying how he was going to kill them all. This was not realistic at all. Ma Yuan took a few steps back, because he believed Xianxia wasn't an idiot, nor was he crazy. He definitely wouldn't walk a road of death either, definitely having some trump card. Many cultivators saw this scene, revealing looks of surprise. Even the great heavenly deity's eyes flickered with light. Ha ha ha! Xianxia laughed loudly. He didn't say anything, only reaching out a hand and pointing at Ma Yuan, his face carrying an expression of disdain. Younger generation, what are you laughing at? Ma Yuan shouted, humiliated and angry. Old Ma with the guts of a mouse, I advise you to hurry and beat it. Even someone like you can cultivate to the heavenly deity realm? Those words I spoke just now almost frightened you to death, right? Xianxia's mouth was extremely vile. Motherfucker. Ma Yuan was seething with anger, simply unable to endure it. The glorious heavenly deity of a generation was actually being ridiculed and humiliated again and again by this youth. It really was great shame. What are you speaking such nonsense to him for? Just directly kill him. We are heavenly deities, high above him. There are so many people here, so no matter who comes, it's useless. Just kill him. That ancient ape was quite irritable. Golden light flourished, taking action again. Correct? Take action. This time, Ma Yuan was rather imposing, rushing over in the front. The others also moved, surrounding the Black Lake, sealing down the space out of fear that he would run. No matter how extraordinary he was, he still couldn't break out of this place. Everyone held their breaths and quickly retreated. If heavenly deities took action, that type of might would definitely be unimaginable. They didn't wish to die for no reason. It was because once heavenly deities were angered, blood would flow and corpses would appear in the millions. It would be utterly terrifying. At this moment, everyone watched this scene carefully. They didn't know how Xianxia was going to live. He was just a divine flame realm cultivator, so how could he resist a heavenly deity? That type of high and mighty expert, a single finger would be enough to kill other deities. The black-colored lake was surrounded. The heavenly deities were incredibly cold. They activated natural laws at the same time, all of them harboring different intentions, wishing to capture Xianxia and occupy his flesh shell. Alright, we have pretty much everyone. I'll begin killing everyone now, Xianxia said coldly. Hong! His fist smashed into the great lake, disturbing the peace of this place. This was like poking a hornet nest, endless mosquitoes rushing out from the surface of the lake, covering heaven and earth. They rushed towards the heavenly deities, frantically attacking them. Xianxia quickly produced the 10,000 spirit diagram and put on the Lightning Emperor's armor, diving into the lake and watching carefully. The divine flame realm mosquitoes were bright red like cornelian, while the true deity realm bugs were silver and shining. They covered everything densely, blocking out the sun and moon, filling the world. No one would have expected that he would be so daring, actually provoking the Chaos Mosquito Lake's creatures, triggering this type of disaster. Heavens! The spectators in the back all cried out in alarm, turning around to run. There were just too many bugs, all of them already deities, but having lost their intelligence, acting purely out of instinct. They attacked everything that approached them, incomparably ferocious. Don't tell me that this brat stayed several months in the lake, not fearing these mosquitoes? The sounds of wings flapping was ear-splitting like grinding metal. Bugs swarmed this place, and even the great heavenly deities were immediately drowned out. However, their strength were extremely terrifying. Bug corpses fell in large amounts, the ground immediately full of dead mosquitoes, putong sounds continuously sounding. It was because every single mosquito was extremely powerful, weighing several dozen gene. Sharp sounds rang out, making one's ears hurt. Wang! Golden light flickered. The heavenly deity-level bugs appeared, rushing out from the black-colored lake. Moreover, several of them at once. Their offspring suffered serious casualties, so they were naturally furious. Shurhao was also in danger, but with the 10,000 spirit diagram in front of him and that flame within him, his aura was still remembered by the bugs, so they didn't dare approach. Hurry and retreat! The horned dragon cried out loudly, feeling horrified. He never expected the reactions of the terrifying creatures in the lake to be that fast. Locking onto it, that was a pair of chaos ancient mosquitoes the size of a palm. They rushed out from the water surface, bringing with them chaotic energy and releasing an aura that made even heavenly deities shiver. Pooh! The moment the horned dragon heavenly deity transmitted sound, it was already caught. His heart was in great pain, and before he even saw what exactly happened, an arrow of blood spun outwards, half of his essence blood lost. Hong! It smashed into the void, turning around to leave, not daring to test its luck again, not trying to capture Shurhao during the chaos. The dragon sparrow was the most miserable, because it was the one with he most greed, silently approaching the lake surface. It wanted to sneakily capture and bring away Shurhao while the heavenly deity-level mosquitoes chased after others, never expecting a chaos ancient mosquito to rush out, piercing its wings. With a pung sound, a heavenly deity wing exploded, and it immediately lost 90% of its essence blood, almost shriveling up into jerky. When they saw this scene, the other heavenly deities shivered inwardly. Those two chaos ancient mosquitoes were too terrifying, impossible to fight head-on against. All of them turned around to run. The only fortunate thing was that the two ancient mosquitoes were both muddle-headed, only having instincts left. Otherwise, they would have been in great danger. Pooh! Despite this being the case, several people were still injured one after another. Ma Yuan released a large roar. His calf pierced through, blood flowing like a river. He discovered with horror that he lost 30% of his essence blood. Chang! The powerful ancient ape's body was covered in golden scales, but they were still pierced through, blood spinning as they flew out. It immediately staggered, its blood loss severe. Its face became pale, releasing a violent roar, tearing apart the void and running. The great heavenly deities all fled. The attack from all sides was a complete failure. If not for the bugs being mentally confused, they would have definitely been a danger to their lives. Hateful! When they left this little world, there were heavenly deities that roared, feeling too sullen, truly unwilling to accept this. They were glorious heavenly deities who were high above, yet they were unexpectedly defeated, chased away by a group of mosquitoes. The most hateful thing was that the brat laughed in a lowly manner within the lake, carrying a look of mockery, sending them off. Truly was unendurable. They now finally knew what Shurhao was relying on, actually able to hide in the black pond. Why didn't those mosquitoes attack him? This truly was unexpected. When news got out, a small half of Immortal Ancient was shaken up. Several great heavenly deities took action. Yet in the end, they failed, moreover fleeing in sorry states, every single one of them wounded. This was just too ridiculous and hard to believe. I didn't hear wrong, right? Huang is fine and well. While those great heavenly deities met with danger, the various little worlds were all noisy in discussion, all sides shocked, feeling that this was absurd, disgraceful, truly an extraordinary shame and humiliation. Those heavenly deities were all roaring, but none as loud as Ma Yuan was. He was the one that made those people set their resolution. That brat had to be eliminated, even if he hid in the Chaos Mosquito Lake. A day later, they appeared again. This time, there was a Pai Xiu, and Dikuan appeared as well. The heavenly deities that chased after Shurhao were pretty much all present. They approached Dark Realm, appearing at the side of the black-colored lake. This naturally shook up a large half of Immortal Ancient. Many people arrived, watching from afar. They all wanted to know the result of this battle. It was clear that the heavenly deities came prepared, that black-colored lake likely unable to protect Shurhao. Dikuan, you old bastard, came again. You still aren't resigned after I slapped your mouth last time, huh? Today, I'm going to slaughter you. Xianxia stuck his head out of the lake to look at them, taunting them as soon as he appeared, making all of the spectators stare blankly. This fella really was vicious, brash to the extreme. Little monster, you are dead for sure, Ma Yuan shouted. I want to see what it is that can save you. The golden ancient elephant also said coldly. Not even a true immortal reincarnating would be enough. There is no place for you in the heavens above or earth below. Dikuin said coldly. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed loudly, and then his expression became cold. I'll send all of you on your way. There were over 100,000 people here, the crowd seemingly endless. Right now, there was precisely this type of scene in Dark Realm, and there were far more than 100,000 creatures. They all watched from the distance, distributed between the sky and mountain peaks, densely filling this place. It was because things had developed too greatly. Several great heavenly deities displayed hatred, insisting on killing Huang. Disasters live for 1,000 years after all. He really didn't die. In the crowd, the little rabbit clenched her fists, laughing with hee-hee sounds. The divine striking stone hid between mountain cracks, also sneaking glances over. Did that fella go mad? Daring to challenge heavenly deities even now. What other types of methods are there? Qing Yi, Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan and others all came, but none of them revealed their true bodies. They watched carefully, all of them extremely nervous. They weren't the only ones. This was the case for others as well. They all felt a rather heavy atmosphere, their attention fixed on the situation. Huang, I really don't know if you've gone mad or stupid. Do you think you can stop our advance with this lake alone? If a heavenly deity wanted to kill you, it would be useless even if a true immortal revived. Dikuin said. If a true immortal were to descend to earth, a single finger would crush you all to death. No, it should be said that even if a single hair fell, all of you would be blasted apart. Xianxia sneered, continuing to ridicule them. There's no need to say anything else. Just get rid of him. Towards this thing who doesn't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is, there is no need to speak more. What is the point of bickering? Ma Yuan said with an overcast expression. Old Ma, you really are someone who doesn't know what it means to be shameful. Did you already forget the matters of me beating you up? Or maybe even forgot the way you pissed your pants in terror, running for your life after being chased by some mosquitoes? The more Ma Yuan tried to feign a dignified stance, the more lowly Xianxia's mouth became, exposing everything about him, enthusiastically mocking him, angering old Ma so bad that he began to tremble. Stop speaking rubbish. Going to kill you. The golden ancient elephant was the first one to take action. Then the ancient ape also moved. The Pai Xiu even more so spat out divine radiance. In that instant, several heavenly deities moved, activating heavenly deity natural laws to suppress and kill Xianxia. However, they were quite crafty. After taking action, they immediately hacked open the void, choosing to flee into the distance. They merely did this to disturb the creatures in the lake, making them move. Xianxia's expression changed. The other party acted completely in reverse, using his methods back at him. Those individuals all ran. Even though those mosquitoes felt restraining fear towards the stuff on his body, they still went mad, so they might also attack him. Heavenly deity natural laws descended, making the black-colored lake erupt. Large amounts of mosquitoes died, the lake water even more so becoming a white expanse, the upper portion evaporating. Xianxia quickly fled to the distance, no longer staying at the center of the lake. That place was too terrifying. Hong! The lake's evaporation was stopped. Several golden heavenly deities came out, and those two chaos ancient mosquitoes' eyes became red as well. They flapped their wings, crushing the void. The lake was frozen, no longer being damaged. The most terrifying creatures appeared with the world covering mosquitoes. They were furious, frantically searching for their enemy. Run! The spectators in the distance cried out in alarm, all of them scared until their faces turned white, frantically running for their lives. Xianxia also rushed into the distance. Right at this moment, Several great heavenly deities appeared at the same time, surrounding him and locking down the void. The entire mountain region was immediately sealed up. Youngster, did you truly think we had no way of dealing with you? For a heavenly deity to kill an ant like you, there are just too many ways. The horned dragon said coldly. Why aren't you running? Today, I will slaughter you, and it will be as easy as squashing a bug. Ma Yuan said coldly. Treating my elephant race as food? Who do you think you are? Today, I will probably interrogate your soul. The golden ancient elephant was furious. Dikuan even more so directly took action. A divine chain of order shot out, attacking at Hao. He carried cold intent and contempt as he said, Brat who doesn't understand life or death. Everyone in the distance saw this scene. They all released a sigh. Huang was too full of youthful vigor, throwing his own life away in the process. Hong! A tremendous sound rang through the air. A sphere of light appeared around Hao's body, protecting him within. That was the divine protecting symbol. It displayed its might again, stopping the heavenly deity's attack. This ancient talisman really is mysterious. However, I want to see how many times you'll be able to use it. If each one of us attacks, it will be destroyed sooner or later. The dragon sparrow laughed coldly. Hong! Suddenly, the chaos ancient mosquitoes caught up, carrying several heavenly deities and a horde of bugs, rushing over like a dark cloud. This scene was too frightening, making those heavenly deities' expressions all change. They never expected that two ancestral mosquitoes that had lost their intelligence would carry such a grudge, chasing them all the way here. Go! They restricted this place and then cut off this part of the void, their bodies vanishing this place, restricting Hao and bringing him with them as they escaped the small world. In the distance, everyone was shocked. This was too terrifying. The methods of heavenly deities were hard to estimate after all. The fact that they could tear through the void themselves was one thing, but when working together, they could actually bring away an entire chunk of space, bringing the mountains and rivers with them. Hong! What shocked them was that the two chaos ancient mosquitoes were also like this, instinctively surrounding this entire space, bringing the horde of mosquitoes in pursuit, leaving this realm. Heavens, this group of mosquitoes really hold quite the grudge. Something major is about to happen. There were true deities that cried out in alarm. Everyone broke out into a cold shiver, sensing that Immortal Ancient was going to be chaotic. Two chaos ancient mosquitoes left their nest. Chasing heavenly deities like this, it was definitely terrifying. Go! Chase after them and take a look. You're crazy. Aren't you scared of being eaten by those mosquitoes? Do you want to become a dried corpse? Don't worry. Those mosquitoes already targeted the heavenly deities, so we can only chase behind them. If something wrong happens, we'll immediately run. A large group chased after them. There was never a lack of reckless individuals who wanted to personally witness a scene. They all flocked over. The heavenly deities swept Hao along with them, continuously escaping, appearing in several small worlds in succession. However, the mosquitoes still chased after them, not giving up. This left those heavenly deities shocked, their faces unpleasant. This was now extremely troublesome. They never expected the ancient mosquitoes to be so hard to get rid of, actually pursuing them all this way. Could it be that some of them were going to die? Hurry and take action. The ancient ape erupted, taking action against Hao, attacking his divine protection symbol. The others' expressions became extremely gloomy. They all brought out precious techniques as well, preparing to bombard the symbol and seize his flesh. They would then separately run, every man for himself. Those who chased after them discovered that the mosquitoes were indeed only targeting those heavenly deities. There were more and more spectators. A small half of Immortal Ancient was startled, and cultivators from every race appeared, all of them wishing to watch this unbelievable scene. Finished. This time Huang is going to die from this disaster. Someone sighed. How is he still supposed to run? Being sealed in the void by several great heavenly deities. If he only had the divine protecting symbol to rely on, sooner or later, it would be broken. How could it be like this? This fella is too stupid, putting himself in that kind of dangerous situation. This time, he is most likely going to die. The little rabbit widened its eyes in a stupefied manner. Sigh, why are you so dumb? The divine striking stone was disappointed in Shi Hao. Qing Yi Chao Yusheng, Xuelin, Luo Dao, Chang Gongyan and others also frowned. Shi Hao fell into a difficult situation. There was no route of life to speak of at all. Outside world, 3,000 provinces. The cultivators of all sects saw this scene, because Shi Hao didn't use his immortal energy. This situation turned around too quickly, leaving everyone shocked. He is definitely dead this time. How is he supposed to turn around the situation? The reason he was able to live before can be considered a miracle, a great swing of luck. But before absolute strength, what kind of splashes can a small cultivator make? Challenging several heavenly deities like this, it is just purely courting death. Some people discussed among themselves. The ones that were previously furious began to laugh now, carrying expressions of mockery as they watched the situation develop. If he can still survive, then I'll slap my own face, consider myself shooting my mouth. Someone carried cold intent. He then began to laugh loudly. He's definitely dead. What road of life is there to speak of? The others also shook their heads. That was definitely a dangerous situation with no way out. Underworld clan, Heavenly Country, Immortal Palace, Fire Cloud Cavern, Celestial Clan, and other clans all revealed faint smiles, releasing a breath of resentment. They all felt their moods becoming much better. However, right at this moment, a sky-shocking radiance shone, making everyone's eyes sting with pain. Their minds were greatly shaking, all of them stupefied. Heavens! What is he doing? Could it be that he wants to turn around the situation, able to come back from death's door? He is defying the heavens. Many people cried out, and even heavenly deities were no exception. They were all stupefied. 3,000 provinces, the cultivators of all sects were shaken, staring blankly at the scene reflected off the immortal Tao flower petals, finding everything hard to believe. At the same time, many people felt their faces turn hot, as if they were slapped. Within Immortal Ancient, a small world, Shi Hao stood at the center, no longer suppressing himself. He operated his divine force at full strength, his entire body shining. He erupted into the most powerful state he had been since birth, using the Lightning Emperor's secret technique to move endless lightning radiance. In that instant, a thick streak of heaven connecting lightning crashed down. It was terrifying to no end, shocking all directions. This was heavenly tribulation, not regular lightning. The divine judgment rained down from the heavens. If a normal person tried to bring about such a thing in an era without heavenly tribulation, it would be extremely difficult. However, Shi Hao cultivated the Lightning Emperor's secret technique and carefully researched this Tao so it wasn't too strenuous. However, this heaven-defying matter of forcefully guiding heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying, much more terrifying than the lightning judgment that normally descended. It was just the beginning, yet the most powerful lightning descended, piercing through the void, blasting everything apart. The noises that rang out were like the explosions of stars, making everyone's ears bleed. It was difficult to endure. This was too ferocious and terrifying. No one would have expected Shi Hao to be this decisive, actually doing this type of thing that shocked all of Immortal Ancient. Several heavenly deities cried out miserably, their faces full of fear. It was because in that terrifying heavenly judgment, there was extremely strong curse power descending along with the lightning radiance, completely submerging them. Shi Hao was crossing a tribulation, but they suffered disaster with him. This curse power was rich to an unimaginable level, like liquid as it surrounded them, the corrosion seeping into their bones, simply unable to escape from. If they never encountered the curse, then that was one thing. They wouldn't be directly obliterated the first time. However, these individuals were long beyond cure, corroded by the curse for several tens of thousands of years. Now it completely, thoroughly erupted. No, no, no! Ma Yuan cried out, starting to decay from the feet up. Large pieces of flesh came off, almost becoming a skeleton in an instant. Go away! The golden ancient elephant roared. Even though its skin was rough and its flesh thick, golden divine skin incomparably sturdy. Right now, dead skin covered its body, quickly decaying. It was originally someone with shocking defensive prowess, but because it had pursued Hao for a while, it suffered the most from the curse, immediately buried under the terrifying curse power. The golden ancient elephant cried out miserably, its head in tatters, pieces of flesh coming off. It immediately revealed white-colored bones. In addition, even its heavenly deity bones were decaying, becoming like rotten wood, continuously cracking. Hong! A streak of heavenly lightning descended, perfectly hacking down on its tusks. The two snow-white weapons broke, carrying decaying black blood as they fell from the skies. Too domineering. What a waste! My heavenly deity elephant meat. Just as Hao was hacked until he was grimacing in pain, he still didn't forget about food. Speaking this sentence, angering the golden ancient elephant until its entire body was contorting. Ah! Dikuin was roaring angrily, his flesh covered in discolored skin, flesh continuously separating. This was true for all of those great heavenly deities without exception. They all encountered a disaster. I am unwilling to accept this. The heavenly deities all roared. Heavens! Did Huang do this? In the distance, everyone was shaken up, not daring to believe their eyes. He is crossing the tribulation, using this to trap and kill those great heavenly deities. This is too crazy. Doing it like this, will he even be able to live? The heavenly tribulation that should have only came in the last great era appeared in this world again. Moreover, so fiercely. It was so powerful that all of the creatures' scalps went numb. No one expected Huang to be so decisive, not hesitating to use his own life as the primer for guiding heavenly tribulation. Resist these great heavenly deities. Hong! Heavenly thunder resounded through this place, the lightning each more vicious than the last. The dazzling lightning radiants were thicker than mountains as they hacked down, making the mountains and rivers explode, the void blast apart. The spectators had never seen such terrifying lightning tribulation before. Was there even any path of life out of this? This was completely a disaster, one that would completely erase everything. There was not even a shred of hope in sight. Normally, how could cultivation at the consummate level of divine flame realm resist this? Even if one ascended to the true deity realm during this process, it still wouldn't be enough. Ma Yuan cried out miserably, his face distorting, eyes full of despair. The tremendous lightning radiance crashed down. The cursed power it brought unimaginable. The strange power was like liquid, surrounding him, making his entire body a grayish-white color. A thick rotting smell emerged from within him, spreading into the air. On his body, his flesh was decaying. Everything below his knees long turned into white bones. Black-colored blood flowed outwards. It was as miserable could be. Kacha! An enormous streak of lightning hacked down. His kneecaps exploded, rotting away as well. His calf bones fell, shattering under the thunder radiance, turning into nothing. The curse-corroded flesh, blood, and bone. Little monster! Ma Yuan roared, throwing himself at How to kill him. It was because he knew that he himself was likely in danger, wishing to eliminate How before he faced judgment. Hong! However, How was currently at the center of the lightning tribulation. The curse power there even more vicious, like that of an erupting volcano. It was boundless, originating from all directions as it frantically surged. As soon as he approached, a streak of lightning radiance immediately struck down on his skull. Blood immediately flew everywhere, his scalp coming off, hair burning. That curse was mixed together with the lightning radiance, landing on his body like red molten iron on snow. Chi-chi sounds rang out as pieces of flesh came off. His skull was pitch black, dead spots spreading. Ma Yuan screamed miserably, immediately blasted outwards. The curse was too serious, delivering life-threatening danger to a heavenly deity. Old thing, you really aren't enough. We've only started yet, you already can't hold on. How made cynical remarks. In reality, his own situation was a horrible sight as well. His entire body was covered in blood, the first few strikes of lightning radiance already leaving his hair disheveled, flesh badly mangled, entire body scorched black, receiving extremely serious injuries. The heavenly tribulation this time was unimaginable, incredibly powerful. Even in the past era, when there were heavenly tribulations endless years ago, it was rarely seen on cultivators at this realm. This was destruction without any way of life. When this type of lightning tribulation appeared, it signified destruction, the massacre of exceptional geniuses. Thunderclouds oppressed the world. The heavenly tribulation wasn't right, the color a bit terrifying. At first, gold, silver, and purple-colored lightning hacked down. But in the end, there was blood-colored lightning, the electrical radiance pouring down like corpse water, splitting the heavens. Hong! A streak of thunderous light hacked down, releasing 5-colored light, turning into 5 thunderclaps, smashing down on Ma Yuan's head. This was 5 thunderclaps from above, not only in name but reality. Ma Yuan cried out miserably, because the cursed power was too strong, corroding his skull, making the crown of his head decay. Kacha! A streak of blood-colored lightning descended, tearing apart the crown of his head. Black smoke began to rise, blood splashing outwards. It was a ghastly sight. In the distance, all those who saw this scene shivered, their bodies breaking out into goosebumps. This was a heavenly deity, yet he was suffering this kind of torment. This scene made everyone tremble, their bodies shaking, fine hairs and pores feeling cold. Go! Ma Yuan wanted to flee. He was just too terrified. This was just the beginning. Yet he was already corroded so miserably by the cursed power. All of the previous dormant afflictions now flared out. However, something that made his scalp go numb happened. In the distance, the 2 chaos ancient mosquitoes went mad. They didn't stay within the range of the heavenly tribulation, but they were stirred up to the point of going mad. A boundless domain surged, affecting the space around them. The 2 ancient bugs sealed up this place. The other heavenly deities moved even earlier than Ma Yuan, all of them wishing to escape from this cursed place, but they suffered an ambush. As soon as the horned dragon tore apart the void, a streak of bloody light appeared, half of its body breaking off. That was a chaos ancient mosquito taking action. The terrifying mouth part broke its dragon tail, drinking half of its body's essence blood in one go. No matter how powerful a heavenly deity was, it would still take time for them to recover, unable to restore its condition on the spot. Meanwhile, in this cursed land, a slight bit of weakness would be incredibly terrifying. No, the horned dragon roared. It backed up, returning to the lightning radiance. The curse corroded its body, flesh splitting, pieces falling off. It was like old bark falling off a withered tree over endless time. Snow-white bones were revealed. The horned dragon screamed miserably. Half of its body was destroyed, a part of its body lost, and now another portion became sparkling white bones. This was but a heavenly deity. When had it ever been in such a terrible situation? No, my heart is bleeding. That is dragon meat, heavenly deity grade. Yet it was wasted just like that. Sure how screamed from the distance. Even though his face was drenched in blood, hair a complete mess, entire body covered in cracks and scorched black, he still shouted loudly. When the horned dragon heard this, it was so angry its entire body shuddered. A trifling divine flame realm cultivator even dared to act so impudent. Lusting after its flesh, it truly was intolerable. Only right now it truly was at its wit's end. The heavenly tribulation crashed down, thunder radiance still continuing. The main issue was that the curse was too strong, completely making the heavy curse that had already infected their bodies flare out, setting off a barrel of explosives. This isn't the useless flesh of that bastard Ma Yuan, but horned dragon meat. Sure how grieved. Ma Yuan's nose almost went crooked from anger, smoke coming out from his 7 apertures, feeling endless resentment. Right now, they truly wished they were rather dead than alive. Youngster, you aren't allowed to die easily. The horned dragon angrily berated. This vicious younger generation youth actually incited heavenly tribulation, getting them all involved as well. Dao friends, let's run and leave this blasted place first. If we die because of this, it will be too sullen, Ma Yuan advised, standing together with the horned dragon, preparing to break out. However, the scene that happened not too far out made their fine hairs stand on end, making them immediately stop their footsteps. The dragon sparrow broke out, using its heavenly deity wings to hack apart the sky, about to escape, but a palm-sized mosquito disappeared with a flash. With a pu sound, it pierced through its body, entering inside. Ah! The dragon sparrow screamed miserably, its body immediately withering up, all of its blood essence disappearing. Immediately afterwards, it broke free, forcing away that ancient mosquito, but it couldn't endure the curse's corrosion. It staggered about, but when it returned to the lightning radiance, it was hacked by a streak of heavenly lightning, its entire body becoming ash-colored. Curse power completely devoured it. Kacha! It began to split apart from between its brows, all of the flesh over its entire body turning into thick blood. Only a skeleton remained, and even the heavenly deity bones were rotting. A gray-colored divine bird flew out from its skull. That was its primordial spirit, currently without the slightest bit of luster. It gradually darkened as more thunderous light appeared. Pooh! In the end, its primordial spirit scattered. A heavenly deity fell. The dragon sparrow was the one with the weakest cultivation, its heavenly Tao unsteady, barely reaching this cultivation realm. As such, it was the first to encounter disaster, dying here. Heavens, a heavenly deity died, turned to ashes under the curse power just like that. This is all because of a single youth. But Huang is still alive, still challenging the tribulation. Everyone's lips were shaking. When they saw this scene, every single one of them trembled with fear. A high and mighty, unequaled heavenly deity died just like that. It was like something out of a legend. One has to understand that this was all brought about by a small cultivator. Ah! It hurt so much. Sure how screamed with incomparable pain. Heavens! Return me my dragon sparrow meat. What a waste of natural resources. How can you destroy it just like that? I want to eat heavenly deity-grade divine bird meat. His injuries were severe, many places already revealing bone. His body was badly mangled, struggling under the lightning radiance. However, his mouth just wouldn't close. Little monster, serves you right to be hacked by lightning. You'll die without a proper burial site. A heavenly deity roared angrily. Ah, pay! This old one just isn't going to die. You old turtles can die instead. Sure how responded, enduring the pain, replying through gritted teeth. At this point, both sides were in incomparable pain. Even Sure how himself felt that things weren't quite right. There was curse power spreading, wishing to enter his body. Fortunately, he wasn't a native, his body previously not housing endless curse power, so it didn't flare out. He wouldn't immediately die from being affected the first time. Kacha! Lightning radiance was released everywhere, blood-colored lightning interweaving, forming a web, blasting Sure how until he flew outwards, smashing into the ground. His body released pi-pa sounds, cracks covering his bones densely. Right now, those heavenly deities weren't feeling all that great either. Not good. Dying in the hands of a younger generation youth is too shameful. We have to escape no matter what. The horned dragon roared. A Pai-Shio appeared at its side, as well as a golden ancient ape. They were both well-known figures among heavenly deities. They displayed might together, rushing outwards. Not good. Don't tell me that the ancient mosquitoes revived, developing a bit of intelligence? Why are they attacking now? The ancient ape shouted. The situation was dire. Its defensive force was definitely astonishing, golden scales covering its body, but it still wasn't enough to block the penetration of the ancient bug's mouthparts. Blood began to fly out like a whirlwind. Monkey, you dare run? Leave your monkey brain behind. My food isn't allowed to be brought away. Sure how roared. I fucking swear. The ancient ape was furious, its temper irritable to begin with, Now, after suffering this kind of torment, its temper naturally became even more unfavorable, wishing to trample Shi to death in one go. "Not good, Dao brother, save me," Ma Yuan screamed miserably. Turns out that he actually escaped to the side after breaking out from the siege of 3 heavenly deities. But then, another ancient mosquito pierced through him, half of his body now completely lost. In an instant, dead spots quickly covered his body, his flesh crumbling away. "Old Ma, I am going to fight a decisive battle with you." Shi put on a look of devoted righteousness, descending. "Decisive battle, my ass," Ma Yuan cursed. He really wanted to skin Shi alive. When Shi threw himself over, the heart of the heavenly tribulation also moved. This without a doubt sped up Ma Yuan's destruction. "No!" Ma Yuan cried out miserably, his eyes filled with despair, carrying remorse. Why did this disaster have to come? It wasn't worth it at all. He threw his own life away in the process. In the distance, those heavenly deities didn't take action, all preoccupied with protecting themselves. Who had enough time to tend to Ma Yuan? Pooh! He turned into a skeleton, his primordial spirit also about to shatter, on the verge of vanishing. "Old Ma, I'll help you out." Shi descended from the sky, bringing with him thunderous light and curse power, a foot trampling down viciously. Pooh! Ma Yuan's skull cracked, primordial spirit scattered, his body and spirit thus erased. 2 heavenly deities died. The effects of this were huge, an event that would definitely shake up all of Immortal Ancient. Dragon Sparrow and Ma Yuan had great reputations, both of them the heavenly deities of a clan, but now they died because of a youth. These news swept through everything like a storm. In addition, the storm was still brewing, continuing to grow. Scarlet lightning descended from the sky like blood, dyeing the sky in scarlet red. It was incomparably terrifying. This streak of lightning became more and more terrifying, dyeing heaven and earth red. It was as if the blood of an unmatched creature scattered down, creating a bleak and frigid expanse. Pooh! Shi coughed out large amounts of blood, seriously injured. His body was hacked flying, and the bones in his body broke, flesh badly mangled, releasing a scorched black smell. "Run, leave this place," these heavenly deities said to themselves. They were much more miserable than Shi, their white bones revealed, flesh about to completely fall off. The curse power already completely seeped into the bones. Only those 2 chaos ancient mosquitoes weren't far out, not willing to leave, leaving them in an extremely helpless situation. "Break out. I refuse to believe that they can stop all of us," Dikuin said viciously. The only thing they could do now was take risks, or else there wasn't a single road of life to speak of. In addition, even if they could escape, could they still live? The curse power within their bodies flared out, so it was possible that they might decline and die in meditation later. "Auho!" The ancient ape roared ferociously. Couldn't take it any longer either, preparing to fight with its life to escape. "Fine. Then let's just go at it together." The horned dragon agreed. It only had half its body left over, incomparably frail. If it stayed here any longer, it would undoubtedly die. "Kill!" The golden ancient elephant was the first one to move. Even its snow-white tusks were hacked apart, its flesh badly mangled, rough golden elephant skin even more so already full of holes, decayed to an unbearable state. Dong! As soon as the golden ancient elephant moved, it immediately triggered crazy lightning. It was because Shi wasn't far off. Even though he was seriously injured, his body about to fall apart, he still did everything he could to rush over. This was the same as bringing lightning radiance over, supporting the curse power. He didn't want to leave behind a single person, taking action with purpose. He went out to stop that golden ancient elephant. The blood-colored lightning overflowed outwards as if the heavens were crying, scattering tears from above. When they landed on the heavenly deities' bodies, it sped up the decaying process. The golden ancient elephant immediately released a miserable scream. Shi also released a muffled groan. At this moment, it was already hard for him to shoot his mouth, because the pressure he faced was too great, potentially falling at any moment. This was especially true if he acted recklessly, as it would be even more dangerous. Pooh! Go! At this moment, the others already took action, rushing towards different directions. The ancient ape released a miserable cry. The golden scales on his body blasted apart. A palm-sized chaos ancient mosquito pierced through its body, sucking out its essence blood. However, it was still running. The decaying of its flesh was sped up during this process. When it charged out 100 li, it was already almost a skeleton monkey. However, it succeeded, freeing itself from the heavenly calamity and the ancient mosquitoes. The ancient ape ran away. In the end, it turned around to look backwards towards Shur, who was at the center of the lightning radiance, its eyes revealing incomparably cold radiance. Killing disaster. Do you think you can live? Shur provoked while in the heavenly calamity, roaring loudly. In addition, he began to chase after it, supporting the heavenly lightning and curse power, splitting the skies and quickly rushing over. The ancient ape was furious. A glorious heavenly deity actually couldn't do anything, only able to run, chased to such a miserable state by a small cultivator. It made it release a heaven-shaking roar of anger. Kacha! The sounds of bones cracking rang through the air. The ancient ape was horrified. Its skull began to decay under the curse power. Now pretty much only its primordial spirit left. Not good. It released a loud cry, no longer daring to stop for even a moment, quickly leaving into the distance. Even though it did this, could it continue living? That was too difficult. Its flesh had been completely destroyed, only having a primordial spirit left. How was it supposed to resist the curse power? The ancient ape didn't return either, rushing towards its own residence. It wanted to return to its clan and immediately enter seclusion to recover. Behind it, the horned dragon released a miserable cry. The breakout siege failed because it only had half its body left. It was the one in the weakest state to begin with. When its skull was pierced through by a chaos ancient mosquito, it died on the spot. Little monster, you can enjoy your happiness for now. When I come back, I will definitely kill you, Dikuin said with an overcast voice. His flesh had also been ruined, only having his primordial spirit and skeleton left as he fled towards the distance. However, he successfully broke free. The golden ancient elephant roared, doing everything it could to free itself from the lightning tribulation. It rushed out from the sea of curses, but in the end, it was still unlucky, its entire body breaking apart. Pooh! It was injured too severely. In the end, even its skeleton cracked, falling apart. Its primordial spirit changed from a gold color to a grayish-black. This was a reflection of the late stage of the curse's development. It carried grief and unwillingness, and then exploded in the void. The golden ancient elephant also died. The dragon sparrow, Ma Yuan, horned dragon, and golden ancient elephant, for great heavenly deities had fallen. Ow-ho! In the distance, a silver-colored pai show roared, paying a huge price. Its scales shed light, blood flowing out, another half of its body removed by the chaos ancient mosquito, and only then did it leave. 7 great heavenly deities. Yet in the end, only Dikuin, ancient ape, and Pai Shou lived, withdrawing from this place. Soon afterwards, the chaos ancient mosquitoes also left. Kill! No one expected that Hao would actually be the one to hunt after heavenly deities. He used the realm-shattering symbol, and based on what he understood, moved through the void, breaking realm walls, chasing after them. This was utterly terrifying. The void was in tatters, blasted to a completely ruined state. No one had ever heard of someone moving through the void while crossing a tribulation. Others couldn't endure it even after making an all-out effort. Hao was naturally in danger as well. Many cracks appearing on his bones, quite a few of them broken, but he still clenched his teeth and endured it. He didn't want to leave behind any trouble, wishing to use this to get rid of future troubles. The Pai Shou was the last one to run, and as a result, he followed it. This was an ancient land with a lot of rubble, the Pai Shou clan's place of residence. However, there weren't that many people, the number of residents few. Strictly speaking, these weren't natives, but rather the descendants left behind by the Pai clan geniuses who stayed after entering. Unexpectedly, when Shihao followed it here, there wasn't an intense battle. That ancient Pai was already breaking apart, its bones collapsing, primordial spirit declining. Younger generation. This has nothing to do with my clansmen, the Pai shouted. In the lightning tribulation, Shihao was almost blasted rotten. His bones broken and tendons snapped. However, he still resisted it. These weren't great Dao injuries. He forcefully stirred his blood energy to recover. Shihao didn't say anything, only staring at that Pai Pooh! Its primordial spirit cracked, corroded by the curse power, still unable to resist it in the end, ultimately dying. Shihao turned around, not rushing into the forest depths, not taking his anger out on this clan. He went on his way again. Hong! The void was smashed apart. He faced tribulation in the darkness, bathing in lightning radiance in the passage. This type of scene had never appeared in the past, the first time someone moved while crossing tribulation. Ah! Shihao released a low roar, his body splitting apart. However, when the two strands of immortal energy covered his body, his situation improved somewhat, recovering his injured body. This weren't great Dao injuries, so it couldn't harm his foundation. He could still suppress it. What a freak! Huang is hunting down heavenly deities. He forced a Pai to death. Is there still heavenly reason? A small cultivator able to accomplish this can also be considered heaven-defying. There were people who followed moreover not just a few. When they discovered that the Pai died, they were all stupefied. Only a few people were able to open their mouths and cry out with shock. Ape Mountain, this was a grand and massive place. They towered one after another. The native ape race resided here. However, when the ancient ape returned, it didn't enter the clan, instead sitting outside. It was because the curse power on its body was too serious, continuously spilling outwards. It might harm the clan. Even though it was vicious and violent, its actions against enemies fierce, it still cared greatly about its clansmen. Hong! The void split apart. Shihao appeared while carrying lightning tribulation and curse power. Light flourished in all directions, an aura of destruction spreading. Scarlet-red lightning swirled about him, making him look like a world-shocking demonic god. Vicious ape! Didn't you want to kill me? Come then! Shihao roared. The ancient ape opened its eyes. Within its skeleton, there were only 5 organs that were preserved. It released a roar, turning into a streak of golden light, rushing over, a battle spear appearing in its hand, hacking it at Shihao. Hong! Curse power flourished with the lightning radiance. The ancient ape staggered, its natural laws actually distorting. This was a sign of its extremely weak state. Die! The ancient ape struck out with the spear in its hands, penetrating the void, bringing with it natural laws, flying into the lightning. Dang-dang sounds rang out. The spear released sparks, but it still wasn't destroyed. Shihao released a sigh. He quickly evaded and also used the divine protection symbol. With a Wang sound, he was surrounded, and even the heavenly tribulation was temporarily stopped. The spear was stopped, the natural laws unable to hit him. However, it was precisely at this time that the heavenly tribulation became more vicious, incomparably brutal. Shihao's face became pale. He put away the divine protection symbol and frantically ran. Everything in that area was destroyed, completely wiped out. The enormous black hole was blasted through. That type of divine might was unimaginable. Even the ancient ape was shocked. He flew outwards, coughing out large amounts of blood. This lightning tribulation was too terrifying, because the interference of heavenly deity natural laws made the lightning tribulation immediately become even more crazy. Why would it? The ancient ape cried out loudly. After the lightning tribulation enlarged, part of it rushed at it, the curse power becoming even more strange. Pooh! There was no way to evade it. The ancient ape's bones completely rotted, and the primordial spirit was corroded, ultimately vanishing like smoke into thin air. In the distance, color vanished from Xiao's face. Just now, it was too dangerous. The lightning radiance was likely enough to directly hack a heavenly deity to death. It seemed like, because this great era was without heavenly tribulation, everyone understood much less about it. When others interfered, it unexpectedly triggered heavenly tribulation of the corresponding cultivation realm, inviting trouble onto themselves. It would also make the tribulation even more terrifying. Xiao was lucky, avoiding that disaster. He didn't stop, bringing the lightning radiance through the void again in pursuit of Dikuan. This was an ancient place where bronze structures towered one after another. They were all incomparably massive, unexpectedly all formed from bronze. Dikuan suddenly opened his eyes. He was currently sitting in the bronze ancient palace at the center, resisting the curse. Chi! He rose up, looked at Xiao and then said, "Crossing the tribulation, yet still dare to chase over. You should have all your clansmen leave." Xiao's voice was hoarse. He endured the intense pain. Right now, his bones were broken and his muscles severed, severely injured under the lightning radiance. It was because facing the tribulation like this was quite difficult. My curse power is difficult to bring under control, and this is Immortal Ancient's final opening. Even if they continue living, what is the point? Dikuan said to himself. You? Xiao was shocked. This heavenly deity was too deranged. Was he going to bury his clansmen with him? I was originally Immortal Palace's greatest inheritor, but I was then ordered by the sect ancestor to take root in Immortal Ancient and slowly arrange things. However, in the end, I was stranded here, not obtaining any great opportunity. Dikuan spoke in self-mockery. His expression was gloomy, carrying hatred and resentment. Xiao's mind was shaken up. He didn't choose to stay behind himself, but rather accepted an order in the past. Immortal Palace's schemes were not small, but the results weren't great. Dikuan was corroded by the curse, and each year couldn't leave many times, only able to hole up in a corner, unable to do anything grand. Immortal Palace truly is full of ambition, Xiao said. Come then, Dikuan said coldly, carrying a cruel smile. He rushed forward, already knowing that he couldn't live much longer. It was because he tried to neutralize the curse, but it was completely ineffective. He wanted to drag Xiao with him to his grave. He didn't try to resist the curse any longer, allowing it to spread, instead focusing on displaying his heavenly deity natural laws. How could it be? His face was full of horror and regret. It was because the lightning radiance rushed at him, incredibly massive, the curse becoming several dozen times richer. Pooh! In that instant, his skull decayed, and the primordial spirit turned to ashes, thus having both body and spirit destroyed. Ah! Xiao immediately fled into the distance, crying out miserably. It was because he suffered too many blows, his body in tatters, almost dying as well. Hong! Finally, right at this moment, when he was about to break through and enter the true deity realm, a powerful aura pervaded the air. The blood energy became more ferocious, nourishing his body. Wang! His body shone. In that instant, his body's endless potential was released. His flesh became sparkling, immediately shining resplendently. Under Pai-Pa sounds, his bones reconnected, flesh recovered, quickly reaching the most powerful state. He was about to break through. This was the result of his potential fully flourishing. It's coming. Can I cultivate a third strand of immortal energy? Xiao was nervous, because these were his final moments in the divine flame realm. Right now, the heavenly tribulation became even more ferocious. One could vaguely see the lightning form ancient trees, creatures, and other things, becoming more and more frightening. I have to become stronger, Xiao roared. He faced the sea of lightning, staring into the endless lightning. He wanted to produce a third strand of immortal energy. Hong! Lightning struck down, making heaven and earth split apart, ghost and deities howl. Bloody rain scattered down onto this world, bright red and striking. Endless lightning rumbled with ear-splitting sound. It was a boundless expanse. Nothing else visible, only heavenly tribulation. Ah! Sure Hao released a low roar. He already rose to the highest level he could currently, the consummate level of the divine flame, reaching the peak, about to step into the true deity realm. He had never been this powerful in his life, exceeding the past. His body released all types of multicolored light, blazing in the darkness, illuminating eternity. Dang! When that enormous streak of lightning struck down on his body, there were unexpectedly sparks that flew out, as if metal was striking against each other. Ear-splitting kung chong sounds rang through the air. This was simply unimaginable. When those in the distance saw this scene, there wasn't a single one that wasn't stupefied. Was this still a person? Lightning radiance crashed down. If it was any other creature, it would have definitely been hard to stop the heavenly might, turned into ashes. Even if they weren't dead, they would be seriously injured. However, he was currently so heavenly defying. Quang! Another enormous sound rang out. Lightning radiance concentrated. They hacked down one after another, thick like mountains, crashing down on his body. Sparks flew in all directions, releasing zhang sounds. It was too shocking. Everyone was stupefied, shivering inwardly. Huang's body was just too powerful. Sure Hao's breakthrough was imminent. All of his potential now released. After recovering to his peak, his body was advanced to its greatest peak. While resisting the lightning tribulation, he displayed shocking methods, facing it head-on without breaking. However, he didn't act carelessly, because the terrifying lightning radiance was still behind him. This time, if he acted with even the slightest bit of carelessness, he would die. The heavenly tribulation this time was too powerful. Third strand of immortal energy. Is it still not going to appear? He became nervous. At this final moment, there were still no changes. He never took that legendary step. It was rumored that in Immortal Ancient Great Era, a few people, when experiencing the most terrifying tribulation, would produce a strand of immortal energy directly while in the transformation, bringing themselves to the highest peak. It was already hard for him to suppress himself, about to break through, but there was still no sign of the third strand of immortal energy. This made him feel incomparable despair. Is there none? Sure Hao looked into the heavens. Up above, a sea of lightning roiled about, not completely erupting, poured down like an ocean. Not good. Sure Hao's expression changed. The most worrisome thing happened. Those creatures in the sea of lightning revived, developing life force. They began to rush murderously at him. Ow! A Taotai moved its head and tail, devouring all things. It stepped out from the lightning clouds, its body even larger than a mountain, throwing itself over. This was formed from enormous lightning radiance, incredibly concentrated. It was like a divine fetus, currently possessing a soul. It was unstoppable. Sure Hao released a roar, taking action with all of his power, not holding anything back as he faced that Taotai. He was going to strike it down in the void. Hong! The lightning erupted, piercing through the void. This place broke apart into pieces. In addition, the Taotai devoured all things, opening its enormous mouth to refine everything. Pooh! Sure Hao's flesh was cracked and broken, blood dripping everywhere. He finally couldn't hold on in this lightning tribulation, taking on this terrifying strike. His hair became disheveled. Kill! However, his gaze became even more sharp. After staggering a bit, he straightened his body again. Since there is no third strand of immortal energy, then I won't force it, Sure Hao said softly. Then he raised his head towards that Taotai, starting to crazily take action. In addition, he already began to display his final vital energy, charging at the true deity realm. Ow-ho! A roaring sounded, erupting in the lightning tribulation, overwhelming all of the thunder sounds. So one could imagine just how powerful the void was. That Taotai went crazy, clashing against him. Pooh! Sure Hao, who didn't hold anything back, was incomparably vicious, even more so than a vicious beast. His speed was too fast, dancing about in the lightning. His fist unexpectedly pierced through the space between the Taoyu's brows. It was because right now he was just too powerful, half a step into the true deity realm, his life advancing, exceeding the self, carrying out a transformation. Right now, he was more powerful than he had ever been before. It was precisely at this time that he widened his eyes with shock, because there was an indistinct strand of immortal energy that slowly gathered, about to form, appearing outside his body. However, at this moment, the heavenly lightning erupted, the sea of thunder endless, completely smashing downwards. Sure Hao was completely covered. Not good. Sure Hao was greatly shaken up. This type of feeling was too terrible, like the arrival of Judgment Day, making all of his fine hairs stand up. A layer of goosebumps appeared. His heart was about to stop beating, oxygen not moving properly. This was his body instinctively telling him that a great disaster was descending, that he might die here. Hong! Sure enough, a streak of lightning that was unimaginably powerful could vaguely be seen. Sure Hao saw many creatures roar, charging at him, shadows everywhere. All of them incredibly terrifying. This lightning sea smashed down on his body, the tremendous weight crushing down on him. Sure Hao coughed up large amounts of blood, many of the bones all over his body broken. Vicious beasts and divine birds all threw themselves over, roaring endlessly. Pong! The most frightening thing was that a golden heavenly monument appeared, descending from the sky, suppressing him below. His body immediately released pi-pa sounds, all of his bones about to shatter. What is that? Sure Hao was shocked. This was a great era without heavenly tribulation. Forcefully stirring on lightning tribulation produced terrifyingly astonishing effects after all. There were sinister events at every turn, incredibly frightening. There was actually a golden heavenly monument that even appeared, covered densely in symbols. There were even many terrifying creatures roaring at its side, releasing ear-splitting sounds. Meanwhile, this was all produced by lightning. The sea of lightning contained a heavenly monument. How was it created? Was this monument going to crush down itself? Sure Hao wasn't one to believe in supernatural things. He raised his fist, smashing over, striking the heavenly monument. Thunderous light erupted, creating a boundless expanse between the two. It was incomparably brilliant, nothing visible. Immediately afterwards, Sure Hao was sent flying, bright red blood falling down. He was seriously injured by the boundless lightning radiance. This heavenly monument wasn't simple. Countless creatures were kneeling and bowing around it, figures everywhere. They possessed terrifying power, erupting with incomparable lightning. Do you think this alone is enough to stop me? Sure Hao shouted loudly, his head of hair sticky with blood as they stood vertically. He raised his fist and punched the sky. However, that monument really was extremely terrifying. It slowly descended, suppressing him below, making him sink down inch by inch, collapsing the void. He was going to be suppressed and killed. Rise! Sure Hao roared angrily. This heavenly monument couldn't be hid from, continued to crush down on his head, and now it was going to kill him. Dang dang dang. He brandished his fists, all of the attacks striking the heavenly monument, making it release loud rumbling sounds. Slight cracks appeared. At the same time, Sure Hao was about to become a true deity. That strand of immortal energy became a bit clearer, about to fully form and appear in this world. Kacha! The moment a corner of the golden heavenly monument was shattered, the endless creatures that were kneeling in worship cried out in alarm, all of them shuddering. Even though this was formed from lightning, the scene was extremely real. Chong! A streak of snow-white blade radiance surged, tearing through the clouds, momentarily scattering the sea of lightning, making all things in heaven and earth reappear. Heavens! What is that? In the distance, everyone widened their eyes, their faces filled with fear and shock, finding this hard to believe. The golden heavenly monument actually floated there, releasing blade radiance from within. The boundless white light covered almost everything in blinding brilliance, making that area look incomparably divine. This was a guillotine. The so-called heavenly monument was just its external appearance. Right now, all of the symbols on its surface shone, releasing brilliant light, forming a mysterious guillotine blade. Pooh! It was incomparably terrifying, possessing mysterious power. Before sure how could even react, he was swept over, a streak of bloody light splashing, cutting Sure How in half at the waist. Ah! Sure How roared, feeling extreme pain. He felt himself break apart, not only his flesh, but almost as if his primordial spirit was also cut apart. When the great Tao guillotine appears, all those beneath will be vanquished. Vaguely, he heard this type of grand voice. Everything was formed from natural laws, including the guillotine and law voice. Everything was incredibly terrifying. What exactly was engraved in this world? Did this type of guillotine really exist in the past? What will was it carrying out? When this blade descended, Sure Hao's body was chopped to pieces. Natural laws spread. He felt himself breaking apart, even his primordial spirit about to go out. Intense pain, unbearable pain. The most frightening part was that the immortal energy around him was cut by the blade. Underneath the great Tao guillotine, death not only came to man, but also magic and Tao. Oh! At both sides of the great Tao guillotine, countless creatures crouched down, weeping and howling, all of them shaking, kowtowing in worship as if they were offering a sacrifice, using Sure How as the offering. No! Sure How was unwilling. Blood flowed from the corners of his lips. He roared angrily towards the sky. How could it be like this? He bitterly cultivated 3 strands of immortal Tao energy, yet they were broken just like this. Natural laws interweaved. Thunderous light invaded, blasting his broken body full of holes, wishing to carry out the final destruction. Walking beneath the great Tao guillotine was the most frightening disaster in Immortal Ancient. Normally, it was prepared for the most powerful individuals who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. If one couldn't make it through, one could forget about everything and disappear into ashes. Only if one made it through would there be a possibility of advancement. It was that harsh. The most powerful heavenly tribulation appeared again. Sure How thought of something the white tortoise said, realizing something. This was the most terrifying sharpening and test, the critical moment of life and death. Hong! He ignited himself. 2 strands of immortal energy appeared, forcefully gathering his flesh, reassembling in the lightning radiance. Every single piece of his flesh contained lightning, thoroughly refined. Even though he was scorched black, if he made it through, he would definitely reach an even higher level, his body born again. Ah! Sure How roared. His flesh was pieced together, 2 strands of immortal energy coiling about, the blood energy around his entire body surging. I cannot die. I still have to enter the 9 heavens to gather lightning tribulation liquid. Sure How roared. How could he be stopped here? He was going to break into the 9 heavens and bathe in the golden lightning tribulation liquid, thus shedding his body and exchanging his bones. This was a life and death struggle. Sure How released a fist, fully displaying reincarnation profound mysteries. Fragments of time danced about his surroundings, immediately disturbing time and space. Hong! The great Tao guillotine turned into a heavenly monument again, becoming indistinct in the void, vanishing in the sea of lightning. Sure How made it through this trial. His blood energy roiled, divine force erupting, recovering his injured body. In addition, the 3rd strand of immortal energy appeared. Kacha! At the same time, a crisp sound rang out within his body. Some type of shackle had been broken. He advanced to the true self realm, becoming a true deity. Broke through. The 3rd strand of immortal energy took form, spotlessly white like jade as it swirled around Sure Hao's body. Extremely mysterious. Forget about this world, even if it was the last great era. This was the limit, something only the most powerful had. 3 strands of immortal energy carried special meaning. In the divine flame realm, this was already the absolute limit, representing the greatest accomplishment. Tao produces 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all living things. 3 strands of immortal energy matching each other, resonating with the Tao. In the future, they would transform because of this, their foundations definitely incomparably firm. This was in agreement with some type of road, an embodiment of the most powerful path. Sure Hao understood now. Previously, he was trying to think up every possible way, hoping to cultivate the third strand of immortal energy, but he couldn't obtain it. However now, the moment he broke into the true self realm, it finally emerged. The highest extreme of advancement, only able to succeed at the final moment. He thought to himself. Right now, he had already become a true deity, his flesh moving about intensely, bones releasing pi-pa sounds. A wave of astonishing power spread from the depths of his flesh, replenishing his body. It was because he broke through, his life form's fundamental level changing, undergoing an advancement. His body's treasury opened on its own, releasing its potential. In that instant, all of Sure Hao's previous injuries were healed, spiritual essence roiling like smoke signals, rushing into the heavens, tearing through the sea of lightning. This scene was extremely shocking. The broken bones reformed, cracks disappearing, every bone in his body snow-white and sparkling, carrying moving luster. As for his flesh, it became even more transparent and brilliant like jade. Great power flowed through him. This was precisely a true deity. He now stood in this domain, devouring the fundamental essence between heaven and earth, allowing the lightning tribulation to pour down, quickly transforming his own power. Sure Hao was becoming stronger, and this process was continuing, never stopping. He continuously increased from the initial stage of the true deity level, his aura quickly becoming forceful and powerful. This transformation left all those who were watching shocked. He had just broken through, yet his strength increased so drastically, leaving them all shaken. Soon after, lightning tribulation roiled, lightning interweaved. Sure Hao released a penetrating beam of light from his eyes. He immediately shot up to the true self-realm mid-level, his divine might intimidating. Right now, Sure Hao's clothes had already burned into ashes, his skin sparkling like jade, his long hair dyed in bloodstains, his entire being releasing a brilliant light, magical force flourishing. He immediately shot up to the mid-stage true deity realm after breaking through. Everyone was stupefied. This was just too ferocious and strange. In reality, Sure Hao had long reached the consummate of the divine flame realm, only suppressing himself further for the sake of immortal energy. He definitely had a large amount accumulated, staying at that critical point for a long time. Now, the breakthrough was like a tide, and that was why it was so domineering, sending his cultivation immediately into the mid-stage, enough to look down on everything under the heavens. This type of rise was extremely astonishing. Hong. This was also precisely the reason why after the heavenly tribulation slightly calmed, a momentary silence surrounding this place, this area immediately erupted, the heavens falling and earth splitting. This small world was even blasted through. There was a creature that appeared, with others that emerged from the sea of lightning. Great banners fluttered about, iron-blooded killing energy overflowing the heavens, rushing at Sure Hao. Men shouted and horses neighed, armor was broken, blood flying everywhere. It was like 100 undying war veterans that slaughtered over from the most terrifying battlefield, about to drown Sure Hao within. Their mounts were all archaic vicious beasts without exception. All of them the most terrifying creatures, let alone the experts themselves. In the distance, everyone was stupefied. What kind of lightning tribulation was this? Why did it produce creatures? This was just too terrifying. They felt terrified just by watching from the sidelines, let alone actually being in it. That was simply a massacre, a place of disaster, too horrifying. Everyone felt that even true deities would undoubtedly die if they went inside. Let alone fighting against those experts. Just any random mount alone would trample over a true deity. Auho! A Pai Shio roared, its large claws slamming out, sending sand and stone flying out, ghosts and demons howling. The so-called sand and stone were all like great stars, looking like enormous spherical balls of lightning. Any strand they released was enough to blast apart a true deity. It was too terrifying. As for the rider on its body, a single spear thrust was enough to pierce through heaven and earth. Rays of light resplendent, illuminating all of eternity, exceptionally sharp. Too terrifying. One man, one mount. enough to sweep through 10,000 men, massacre groups of deities. How could it be this forceful? Everyone shivered coldly, sighing softly. This type of expert was rarely seen in the world. Meanwhile, he was only at the true self realm. Immortal ancient great era is too terrifying. This is the so-called heavenly tribulation they experienced. How could it be so powerful? Who in this world can cross it? Everyone became alarmed. If it was them that was crossing the tribulation, a single encounter would turn them into ashes. One has to understand that the man and mount were just one unit in the chaotic army. There were many of them, and they were swarming over, surrounding Xianxia. Precious techniques immediately swept outwards, divine light illuminating the heavens. Kill! Xianxia roared angrily. His body formed the Kuan Peng, wings reaching the heavens, sweeping angrily towards all enemies, fighting a bloody struggle against them. Even someone as powerful as him, even though they had just began, already made his body drenched in blood, his entire body full of injuries. Those spears, halberds, polearms and others landed on his body, all of them creating a bloody mist. These types of enemies were too terrifying, any one of them enough to overlook others at the same level in this world. Xianxia entered a life and death predicament. This group of freakishly powerful experts appeared, all of them attacking him. He was in the most dangerous life and death situation. Pooh! Bloody light flashed. Xianxia staggered backwards. He already turned back into a human, his body impaled with feathered arrows. They turned into lightning radiance, blasting him until his flesh was badly mangled. Wang! He moved his wings, bringing them together. Chaotic energy pervaded the air, yin and yang energies swirling. Xianxia swept out with the Kuan Peng extreme art, displaying the golden vortices. Within each vortex was an indistinct divine fetus, frantically seizing the outer world's power. Kill him! That army unexpectedly released war cries, becoming even more ferocious. Kill! Xianxia shouted. He also went all out, treating the creatures in the lightning tribulation like true mortal enemies, fighting with no regard for personal safety, doing everything he could as he fought intensely. This was the most powerful lightning tribulation, and it wasn't more than this even in Immortal ancient great era. Only the most powerful creatures who offended the heavens would have a chance of experiencing this. Those examples were extremely few. Xianxia forcefully incurred it in a great era without heavenly tribulation, so it naturally stirred up the anger of the heavens. As such, the most powerful lightning tribulation in all of history descended, forming many similar level experts to surround and kill him. Xianxia's hair was disheveled, his body covered in injuries. He raised the Kuan Peng technique to its limit. The entire sky was covered in golden feathers, turning into heavenly swords that shot out towards enemies in all directions. The Kuan Peng wings even more so formed yin and yang energies, tangling together, forming a divine diagram that illuminated the primal chaos. The golden vortex ripple technique covered the surface of his body in vortices, and within every single one of them was a human-shaped divine figure, chanting scriptures there to suppress enemies in all directions. Xianxia displayed the Kuan Peng's laws to the extreme in this battle, as if the immortal ancient's Kuan Peng reappeared. Pooh! Xianxia raised his hand, piercing through the space between one of his enemy's brows. Kacha! He moved his wings, tearing apart two powerful enemies together with their mounts. When the final enemy's head flew out, he knelt down on one knee, supporting himself with a spear he seized. His entire body was covered in blood, difficult to budge an inch. Hong! That spear exploded, the sea of lightning erupting. Xianxia flew outwards, flesh badly mangled, bones broken. After this trial was passed, his body was covered in serious injuries, but he was still alive. Even though he was seriously injured, on the verge of being blasted to death by the humanoid lightning and other things, he still ultimately made it through. However, this was only the beginning. There were even more terrifying disasters waiting. He had a short period of time to adjust his breathing. 3 strands of immortal energy swirled around him, seizing the essence of heaven and earth, quickly treating his injured body, replenishing his body. His injuries improved at a visible rate, his flesh healing, broken bones connecting. His entire body shone again, to the extent where it even seized power from the heavenly tribulation. In the distance, everyone was stupefied. How terrifying was this? He could actually do something like this. In reality, even Xianxia himself was a bit shocked. When facing this type of heavenly tribulation, only by surrounding himself in immortal energy would one be able to make it through. Otherwise, there was no hope at all. Immortal energy surrounded his body, allowing him to recover quickly. This allowed him to face what was to come calmly. This is the most powerful heavenly tribulation originally prepared for those with at least 2 strands of immortal energy. He understood, and that was why he had hope of crossing it. Hong! Xianxia rushed into the sky, tearing apart the sea of lightning. It was as if he shattered the heavens. He rose to an even higher place, a brand new heaven and earth. In this place there was flower fragrance and bird cries, pavilions and kiosks, beautiful like a fairyland. There were wisps of pure white immortal energy. It was incomparably peaceful and otherworldly. The thunder sounds from before all vanished. This place was quiet and refined. However, Xianxia's fine hairs all stood on end, his scalp going numb, feeling more and more terrified. Every blade of grass, every tree, every drop of water, every flicker of light was produced by lightning tribulation symbols. Hong! He was bombarded as soon as he arrived. A bronze ancient palace descended, turning into the most terrifying magical treasure, suppressing him within, wishing to destroy him and turn him into a pool of blood. This was a bloody battle. Xianxia blasted apart the bronze place with difficulty. A 9-layered pagoda then crushed down. Around it faint immortal energy. It was incredibly terrifying, crushing him below. This battle used up even more time. Xianxia started from the first layer, breaking free only after slaughtering his way up to the 9th layer. Within it endless demons and ghosts. Dang! A great bell rang, quickly flew over. It was extremely terrifying. The character, without, shone on the bell's walls, illuminating the heavens. Sound waves swept out, shattering everything in its way. Without! It's that bell again. Xianxia was shocked. Unfortunately, he still only saw a single character, unable to see the other blurry ancient character on the great bell. Dang! Bell sounds rang out. It was finally destroyed by him. Precious artifacts appeared one after another, enough to crush any true deity into pieces, blasting them into bloody mist. However, Xianxia endured it all, forcefully facing all of the ancient treasures. In the end, there were fragments all over the ground. Lightning radiance erupted, blasting him until his bones broke, flesh in tatters, on the verge of death. Another trial. Xianxia gritted his teeth, standing up with difficulty. He used the 3 strands of immortal energy to treat himself, moving all things in heaven and earth, acquiring their fundamental essence. Oh! When he soared into the sky, leaping to a higher layer of heaven, entering a brand new domain, everything was surrounded in darkness, the woo weeping sounds making one tremble with fear. He could vaguely see black cages one after another accompanying a river of time. Many powerful primordial spirits were imprisoned. Xianxia sucked in a cold breath of air. Could this be the place his primordial spirit previously fell to? This trial was, without a doubt, even more terrifying. Xianxia slaughtered until he became even more crazy. He encountered too many dangers. This was a great battle of primordial spirit. He was about to go mad. In the darkness, a youth abandoned his body, his primordial spirit wandering about the fragments of time, sealed inside of a black prison, fighting against terrifying creatures. Xianxia's primordial spirit was almost wiped out. It was a spectacle too horrible to endure. He fought a great battle against enemies on all sides. In the end, while wrapped in thunderlight, he finally slaughtered his way out, returning to his flesh. This was a journey through hell. Too many terrifying creatures appeared, fighting intensely against his primordial spirit. This was an unimaginable type of tempering. lightning radiance tempering the flesh and primordial spirit. Sure how broke through the trials, 9 deaths 1 life. He advanced towards the 9th layer of heaven. Right at this moment he tore through the 9 heavens, rising above. However, it still wasn't the end. Kill! Sure how was already completely exhausted, but he still continued on, tearing through the 10th layer of the boundless divine sky, finally reaching the end. The limits of the 9 extremes, will it end with the 10th realm? The 10th layer lightning domain was covered in powerful enemies. The great mountains were imposing, ancient trees covering everything. The fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted through the air. When he picked the ancient medicines that were formed from lightning, he could unexpectedly treat his injuries, nourish his body. This left him stupefied. However, the creatures here were too terrifying. There were those with immortal energy surrounding them, to the extent where he even saw an undying heavenly phoenix. Fortunately, not all of the creatures attacked him. Some only gave him an indifferent glance, some of them viciously attacking. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that there was a high platform here. On top of it 3 great words that shone brilliantly: Immortal killing stage, Immortal killing stage. This was too shocking. Sure how didn't recognize those ancient words, but he could sense its meaning. Chi. There was immortal light that swept out, as if it could cut down immortals. After a bloody struggle, the immortal killing stage wasn't able to deal with him in the end. That place gradually faded. This wasn't an ancient platform prepared for him. He merely encountered the remaining blast wave. Despite this being the case, Sure How was hacked to pieces many times, making it through alive with difficulty. Has it ended? At the final point, he was already completely drained. Not the slightest bit of strength left. Finally, he saw a golden pond. It was less than half a meter in size. Next to the pond, an ancient golden divine tree. Sure How struggled his way over, and with a putong sound, fell by the side of the lake, starting to devour the lightning tribulation liquid with large mouthfuls. Even though the golden ancient pond wasn't large, it was filled with lightning tribulation liquid. A single sniff would give one the illusion of ascension. Sure How collapsed from dehydration. He laid on the ground, not wishing to budge an inch. His body was in tatters, not a single bone unharmed, all of them broken. Gudong. Sure How drank large mouthfuls of the golden lightning liquid. He didn't want to do anything other than this, because his injuries were too severe. Calling him a dead person wasn't too far from the truth. Continuously breaking through 9 heavens, and then climbing through the 10th realm, there wasn't a single place on his entire body that wasn't broken. Even his frontal bone was crushed into more than 10 pieces and forcefully pieced together. As for his flesh, it was in even more of a mess, completely scorched black and full of bloody holes. His inner organs even more so released a charred smell. His flesh's injuries as terrifying as they could be. The reason he could live and even have life fluctuations was simply a miracle. The half-meter-wide golden pond looked like it was cut out from a rock. When he touched it with his hands, he discovered that it wasn't produced from lighting. This left him extremely shocked. How could there be this type of ancient rock immortal pond in the sea of lightning? It really made one's imagination run wild. This wasn't the first time Sure How saw such a thing. Last time the lightning tribulation liquid was purple, the divine efficacy far inferior to this time. Gudong. When the mouthful of lightning tribulation liquid went down, Sure How felt his damaged and withered body immediately recover quite a bit of vitality, taking a step out from its state of near death. When one reached his cultivation realm, the body, magical force, and other things all far exceeded the past. If it was still the lightning tribulation liquid as before, then there was no way it would have such powerful effects. This is true essence. Sure How sighed with admiration. A drop of golden liquid was equivalent to a cup of the past one, containing flourishing vitality and life force. Lightning tribulation represented destruction, but in this type of annihilation power rested this pond of the ancient immortal pool, carrying vitality. One could imagine how precious it was. This time, the injuries really were serious. Sure How was alarmed. When he truly calmed down, only then did he discover how dangerous the tribulation was. Was this body still his own? It was incredibly tattered, every single bone covered with at least several dozen cracks, about to shatter, forcefully held together by his 3 strands of immortal energy. His flesh and inner organs were all close to death. There was no aura of life, charred black and ice-cold. The trial this time was extremely miserable. Only the 3 strands of immortal energy were left in his body. This was precisely what he used to support himself, or else he would have collapsed a long time ago, turning into skeletal remains. Peepa! Even now, there were still electrical arcs flowing out from his body, attacking at his body. There was still powerful lightning tribulation power left over in his body that hadn't completely scattered. This was the case for his primordial spirit as well, dull and lightless, split apart into pieces. It was as miserable could be. The lightning tribulation light flickered about, continuously interweaving. Even though it could be said that he experienced a lightning tribulation, his flesh and primordial spirit were refined and cleansed. If he could revive, he would obtain great benefits. However, right now he truly was extremely miserable. Xianxia drank a mouthful of the lightning tribulation liquid, his body taking a turn for the better. He could sense that his entire body was recovering, feeling extremely comfortable as he immersed himself in the divine medicinal liquid. One could see his dried-up body shining, gradually becoming whole again. His tattered flesh was being restored, broken bones releasing caca sounds, connecting together. Many people saw this scene in the distance. That's lightning tribulation liquid, and it is golden. An entire pond of it. Who has ever seen such a thing before? There was no heavenly tribulation left in this great era, which meant that there was no way the golden ancient pond could be seen again. Now that it appeared again, it was a world-shaking event. Huang was incredibly weak, but because of this pond of precious liquid, he was showing signs of recovery, quite possibly shedding his body and exchanging his bones, undergoing a complete transformation. This is the only opportunity. Huang just finished crossing the tribulation, currently in his weakest state. Once he is killed, then all of the disturbances will become quiet. Someone said softly. There were always people who harbored hostility. Right now, their eyes flickered with radiance, wanting to take action. Rumor has it that the Golden Rock Pond is an ancient immortal pond, something left behind from the last great era. Drinking that kind of lightning tribulation liquid would be greatly beneficial to one's cultivation in the future. There were some who couldn't hold themselves back. It was rumored that the immortal pond had never been erased, appearing in lightning tribulation. It contained unimaginably great natural luck. Once one obtained the nourishment of this type of liquid, even one's potential might increase. When one's strength was exhausted, each bit of potential obtained would have tremendous effects on their future accomplishments. Huang had massacred so many. Let's join hands to eliminate him, using this time when he is weak to completely strike him down. A whole pond of lightning tribulation liquid. We can share it equally. A few people couldn't hold themselves back. Killing Xianxia wasn't the main goal. Seizing the ancient immortal pond was. When they saw such a shocking opportunity, a few people wished to pluck peaches along the way, seize the results of Xianxia's hard work. Take action. More than 10 beast teeth shone, turning into flying swords. They produced magnificent radiance, releasing brilliant sword radiance. They hacked towards Xianxia by the lightning tribulation pond. An exquisite pagoda shone. 5-colored radiance seeped out, carrying heaven overflowing mists with it, turning into the size of a mountain, crushing down from the heavens, covering Xianxia. In that instant, a heavenly everlasting fan moved, covering the world. Strand after strand of arc energy descended, drowning out that place. In that instant, several dozen weapons appeared. All of them were incredibly powerful. Many experts took action together. There were geniuses from the 3,000 provinces here, as well as natives. They all bore hostility and carried greed. There were some who truly had enmity against Xianxia, while some just wanted to seize the lightning tribulation liquid, believing that this was the best chance. You dare! There were some who shouted loudly, for example, the divine striking stone, Chao Yuxing, and the others already appeared. They displayed methods to stop them. This was the moment Xianxia was at his weakest, having just crossed the lightning tribulation. His flesh and primordial spirit were about to be destroyed, possessing no fighting strength at all. Hong! A streak of heavenly thunder erupted. Unexpectedly, the seemingly faint lightning radiance layer that looked like it was about to vanish appeared again, erupting with world-shocking thunder rumbling. However, this time it didn't attack Xianxia, but rather rushed towards those weapons. Above the 9 thunder seas, the 10th realm, this place was like the paradise of an immortal. Pavilions and kiosks rested here. Divine birds spread their wings. Immortal beasts moved about. The mountains were imposing holy medicines everywhere. It originally became indistinct, but at this moment, after being attacked, it appeared again. Quite a few of the auspicious birds and vicious beasts carried immortal energy. They rushed down murderously. Kacha! All of the weapons cracked and exploded. Under the lightning radiance, those creatures' attacks were completely useless, all of them destroyed. This immediately left everyone stupefied. Why did the heavenly tribulation appear again? Could it be that the heavens were protecting Huang? The most frightening thing was that the lightning radiance followed those weapons, reaching outwards. There were a few divine birds and immortal beasts who swooped down as well. Ah! Miserable cries sounded. Most of the ones who took action just now suffered from lightning radiance or were killed by immortal birds and other creatures on the spot. Bloody light rushed upwards. Those people exploded within the lightning. What kind of power is this? Everyone became horrified. Not everyone had Huang's strength. Even if they were geniuses, it was still too hard to block the lightning tribulation. They were destroyed without any suspense. A large half of those who took action just now died, because they didn't hold back at all. As a result, they incurred the most powerful heavenly tribulation force. Those who were fortunate enough to live were swept through by the leftover lightning radiance. Their bodies charred black, releasing strand after strand of black smoke, obtaining serious injuries. It has been too long since there were heavenly tribulations. Later people no longer understand it. When others cross the tribulation, how can one interfere? That is just inviting trouble. An elder said, his eyes deep. This was clearly a heavenly deity. There was one line he didn't say, which was that not even he dared to rashly provoke it, let alone these people. The greater the power of interference, the greater the lightning radiance that was triggered flourished. Good job, lightning tribulation. Who told you all to be so vicious, attacking Xianxia in this type of situation? Completely self-inflicted. Serves you right, actually wishing to pick peaches halfway. These people are too despicable and shameless, deserving of being hacked to death by lightning. The divine striking stone and Xiao Yuxing spoke quietly, making a few people's expression become unpleasant, falling ashen. Dao friend, Huang is about to cross the tribulation and succeed. Are you all not scared? Are you all waiting for him to establish a glorious period? Everyone will only serve to make him look even better. Someone was still unwilling, secretly transmitting sound. Right? An opponent like this, if he tries to seize immortal ancients' natural luck in the future, how many could match him? Using this chance to eliminate him is the right way. We should think of a method together. There were some who remained unresigned this entire time, really wishing to kill Xianxia during this moment of transcendence, full of evil intentions. 8-armed soul race grandpa. Please take action. Outside the crowd, a little girl with silver hair spoke, her large ruby-like eyes swirling about. It was precisely the little rabbit. This group is too repulsive. Truly should send them all into the heavenly tribulation. Xuelin also spoke. Her appearance was exceptional, also possessing silver-colored long hair. She stood with the little rabbit, both of them shining. All right. An elder's large sleeve moved, fiercely moving his sleeve. Heavenly winds swept out, restricting more than 10 individuals. They were all thrown into the lightning radiance. This was the reinforcements the little rabbit and the others brought over after spending much effort. The 8-armed soul race's elder, a respected heavenly deity. In reality, half a year ago, this elder from the 8-armed soul race was already invited out, leading the people from a few clans to rescue Xianxia, only he remained in seclusion this entire time. Ah! The dozen or so creatures all screamed with horror. When they entered the lightning radiance, they had to face tribulation, truly a tragic sight. Before an exceptional heavenly deity, their actions they believed to be hidden still gave them away, all of them encountering disaster. Only when comparing the results did everyone understand even better how terrifying Huang was. He faced the sea of lightning head-on, while these people exploded as soon as they entered. Of course, it couldn't be said that these dozen or so individuals were too weak, but rather that the lightning was from the 10th realm, the highest level of heavenly tribulation. Even the most powerful true deities, if they went in without cultivating immortal energy, would undoubtedly die. Hong! The last person also exploded, everyone finally eliminated. In reality, the heavenly tribulation already no longer hacked at Xianxia. He already made it through, so it was just the remaining lightning sea that took form, not retreating in the end. Xianxia sat by the side of the ancient immortal pond, everything taking a turn for the better. He was originally like a lamp that was out of fuel, but now, everything was reversing, exuberant vitality gathering, his body shining. Soon after, Xianxia's body became like 7-colored glass, sparkling and translucent. His injuries healed, bones becoming snow-white and shining. At this moment, his dim primordial spirit even more so shone, starting to release dazzling multicolored light. It burned like a golden sun. A small figure stood behind his frontal bone, its precious image dignified, powerful beyond compare. One could vaguely see that the primordial spirit had heavenly deity aura. It was truly shocking. This little figure was extremely terrifying. It wore battle clothes that looked extremely extravagant, formed from primordial spirit force. His hands formed magical imprints, unyielding before heaven and earth, self-proclaimed supreme being. It sat there without moving. A great Tao aura pervaded the air, as if it could suppress the past, present, and future. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia drank a third of the lightning tribulation liquid, now completely recovering. He was flourishing with vitality, his body glistening brightly. In the distance, everyone's eyes became straight upon seeing this, their mouths gulping down saliva. That was lightning tribulation liquid, moreover golden, something that was rarely seen since ancient times. It made their eyes turn red. Anyone could see its medicinal effects. How long had passed so far? Yet the dying Huang was already vigorous and lively, recovering, even surpassing his past self. It is still continuing. He really is going to break through the cocoon and become a butterfly. Everyone sighed with admiration. Huang was originally about to die, making it through the lightning tribulation with difficulty. However, in the blink of an eye, he left that realm of death, completely recovering. Moreover, the changes were still continuing, vitality brewing. After becoming a true deity, his path of transformation was opened and now carried out. It was clear that Huang was far greater than a normal true deity, truly evolving, breaking out of a cocoon. His fundamental level of life was increased tremendously, an unmatched evolution in true meaning. Layer after layer of old skin came off of Xianxia's body, and there were also all types of shattered bones that came off, sent out from his body. Blood flowed like lightning, rumbling as it cleansed his body. He was sparkling and translucent, brilliant like a blazing sun. Xianxia shed his skin and exchanged his bones, his life evolving, solidifying the Tao fruits that he obtained, tearing through his path like a hot knife through butter. His fundamental force was astonishing. Right now, he was incredibly powerful. Only after a long time had passed did the sky full of lightning radiance disappear, his body releasing astonishing blood energy, now opening his eyes. 2 sharp streaks of light shot out, moving through the sky like lightning. Then he produced a white jade cauldron, quickly storing the remaining lightning tribulation liquid within. Forget about everything else. Even heavenly deities' eyes revealed light. This was the liquid from the golden ancient immortal pond.